If you like the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and comment for more videos like this.
Has anyone ever had an experience with tall, faceless, demonic, evil entities or other terrifying paranormal beings that they would never want to encounter again?
When my son was younger, he'd always wake up in the middle of the night, come wake me up, and have me sleep in his room. He came into our bed, as usual. He woke up both me and my wife. I got up, he was in front of me and was holding my hand, leading me out of our bedroom. My wife called to me and said something along the lines of "Don't leave him behind." I turned around, and my son was at the edge of the bed waiting for me to pick him up off the bed. I turned around to look into the moving room, which is right outside our bedroom, and where I thought my son was leading me. Nothing was there. A few nights later, I woke up with a heavy feeling in my chest. I opened my eyes and swore for a few seconds that a child was sitting on my chest. I freaked out, and then nothing. I had read stories about night hags, but essentially they were supposed to be all old hags, not small child. That was probably almost 10 years ago, and I still think about it. Haven't had anything happen since. This probably belongs in a different group, but it is weird. We can't tell anyone IRL because they'd freak out or not believe it happened last night. For context, our house is surrounded by woods and a river. Our open yard is maybe an acre. We always walk the dogs late at night to ensure they're good till morning, right before we go to bed. Anyway, it felt weird as soon as I stepped outside. Something just felt off, but I couldn't pinpoint what. I walked our small dog out to the middle of the yard to do her thing. Something started moving in the woods, rustling the leaves. It was nothing new, so I didn't find it bothersome. The dog started to walk toward it, and I realized it was getting closer, fast. It didn't stop at the edge of the woods. It was in the yard. I couldn't see anything with my flashlight, but I didn't want to come in contact with a skunk or something, so we ran back to the house. I told my husband about it. He went out to look but didn't see anything, and I went to bed. A while later, he took the big dog out. He also noted the odd feeling outside. The big dog likes to go all the way to the edge of the woods and sniff around. While he was waiting on her, he smelled something awful. He said it was like dead animals and rotten fruit. Then he heard a whistle, like the one people universally use to get attention or come here. He looked around with his flashlight, saw nothing, but he heard the whistle again, and the dog bolted. She wandered away from whatever it was and ran straight to the porch. This morning he casually says, "I think there was a Wendigo or skinwalker or maybe a Bigfoot out there last night." I rolled my eyes, but after he told me all that happened, I was like, oh no. Whatever that was could have been what was running at us last night. Now I dread going out there tonight, but I know we'll have to because of the dog's schedule. I'm trying to convince myself it was just a bird making the noise. I have plenty of actual paranormal stories about this house, too. I grew up in a house that was haunted by a child spirit. Being so young myself, I was very aware of it and had no concept of speculating about whether it was real or not. It was just a simple fact of reality that there was a little ghost in this house. There were knocks on the walls on the back porch. Small things would inch off of shelves and drop, innocently but definitely happening. My mother would see a small figure run down the hallway leading to her bedroom, and she'd say my name, wondering why I wasn't asleep, and then come to check on me to see me fast asleep. Orbs were frequently caught on disposable camera pictures, which our family was big on. There were lots of disposable cameras in my childhood days. My most wowing incident was watching a Mary-Kate and Ashley VHS in my mom's room and the TV going static and getting annoyed. My big brother and I called the ghost Larry, and I yelled at Larry to stop messing with my movie, and it worked. I remember being kind of shocked that I could talk to it, and it would hear me and respond. One of my earliest memories. Later on, I learned that my mother asked our landlord if she knew about the paranormal activity at the house, and she had confirmed that a young boy fell from the second-story window to his death. Growing up with a ghost really set my path into adulthood. I am now a very curious, spiritual, mystical individual. I have experienced a lot of very odd things in my day. When you come into this world knowing, undeniably, that there's much more to life than most people are even comfortable considering, it definitely creates a fringe element of perspective and kind of leaves you wondering what else there is. Back when I was around 13, my grandmother died. She was a wicked, evil person. The week of the 1-year anniversary of her passing came around, and weirder than usual stuff began to happen. Like smoke detectors being unscrewed from their fixtures and thrown down the hall, my hair being tugged, as well as having a necklace that sat loose past my chest getting yanked up against my throat and more. All leading up to her day of passing and culminating in my mom, who was very disabled, getting tossed from her bed in a dead sleep across the room up against her bedroom door. She was thrown a good 9 feet from her bed. She had clear fingers and handprint-shaped bruises all over her arms. We were always targets of her wrath and hate in life, so it made sense she'd continue in death. This happened each year in the same way during the week of her passing until my mom's own passing when I was 17. My grandmother's poltergeist crap hasn't happened since, and it's been 12 years. I like to think my mom put an end to her crap after she passed it over and protected me. 15 years ago I had a lot of up-close and personal encounters with a shadow person. It watched me nightly, and I even saw it during the day a few times. Now, my 8-year-old daughter is seeing one. I have seen it alongside her quite a few times, or I'll have witnessed it, and 3 minutes later my daughter says she just saw it. She sees it at school too. It watches her in her classroom door. The first day of school she saw it hanging from the gym ceiling, and I believe it followed her home from there. My other daughter and a friend have both seen it too. I definitely believe your story. It is terrifying. I want to know what these shadow people want and why this one wants to watch. My daughter. There used to be heavy footsteps like a man with work boots on in this old house I rented from my dad, and he used the basement, creepy AF down there, for one of his low voltage businesses. I would hear them from time to time and initially didn't pay much attention since people came and went all the time. My GF at the time moved in with me, and she mentioned it also but told me she went down there and no one was there. A few years later, I bought a house, and we heard the same steps several times upstairs. Our room was first level, and we only had our youngest, who was about 1 year old. While I was organizing our belongings, I came across a mirror. I inquired with my current wife about the origin of this old wicker item, and she informed me that she had discovered it in the basement of our previous home. I ended up tossing it. A few weeks later, I found it in my garage and asked my wife if she ended up keeping it because I swore I tossed it at the dump. She told me no, so I ended up burning it. At this point, my son is about 4, and we have a 1-year-old daughter. The footsteps stopped, but I noticed my son talking to someone. I yelled at him and asked who he was talking to which he replied, "The bad man doesn't like you." Shortly after that, I was on my computer leaning forwards, and something grabbed the back of my shirt. Scared the hell out of me. I started talking about this at work, and one of the guys there told me he had a very creepy feeling when he was overworking at my place and felt like he couldn't get out of there fast enough. At one point, I started to have sleep paralysis, and it felt like I was being held down, and I was trying to scream for help, but no one could hear me in the other room. Eventually, my wife would hear some muffled noise and come look, and I'd snap out of it. I even once looked out the second-story window, and I swear I saw a man, a black silhouette with a pale white face, staring at me just at our tree line. I asked my son about it, and he told me it was the evil man. Odd things continued to happen over the years. I ended up falling into alcoholism after my dad passed away, along with several other deaths of close family and friends. My first wife and I divorced, and I remarried. I ended up getting sober at the start of 2021 and still am today. My kids have all reported seeing this weird, tall, long-limbed creature walking on 2 legs but with arms long enough to reach the ground. Even though I didn't think much of it, they all described it similarly when asked individually. Then, one morning, I was leaving and pulling out of our long private driveway, and I saw exactly what they had described crossing the main road. It stared at me as it went into the woods, and I was completely paralyzed with fear. Last year, the forest management company that owns the land surrounding my house logged everything. Since then, we haven't seen anything, but the atmosphere has remained eerie. I have so many stories. I'll share the earliest remembered experience that I have. We were at home, and my cousins and I were in the living room playing video games. Suddenly, a movement caught my attention, prompting me to turn and look. There was a woman in a knee-length dress walking towards my parents' room. She stopped in her tracks and turned to look my way. It scared me. She was transparent. She had dark hair cut into a bob. She was slender. I turned away from her but could still see her watching me for what felt like a really long time from the corner of my eye, but it was probably only seconds. Then, she turned away and walked into my parents' room. My parents came home about an hour later and called me and my cousins into their room to ask us who had been in there. We told them that no one went in there. All of their plugs had been unplugged. A couple of years later, I saw a picture of a woman and told my mom that's who I saw that night when all of the electronics were unplugged. She told me the photo was of her mother, who had passed away when I was only a year old. Evil entity in the corner of my room. So, this happened about 2 years ago. I was in a terrible spot, mentally speaking. I was really cranky, in such a bad humor, and really sad altogether. I'm usually a very cheery and friendly person, so this was totally out of character for me. Was this depression or something alike? I don't know, as I never went to get help or a diagnosis, but I hope I never go through this again. To make this point short, I eventually snapped out of it and started feeling better. My dog always sleeps in my bed, and she usually just falls asleep immediately once she's on it. But following my snapping out of my mental ordeal, and for like 2 consecutive nights, she wouldn't sleep at all and stay awake with her eyes fixed to a corner of my room. The first night I didn't make much of it and just went to sleep as usual. The second day, though, her anxiety went off the roof. She started glaring again at said corner, and this time she started growling, something my dog never does. I would tell her to stop and try to get her distracted from that corner, by putting her on the other side of my bed, getting her under the sheets, but nothing worked. She would eventually go back to that unusual behavior. At one point, I stood up and carried her to that corner, as to show her that there was nothing there. While I was walking there, my dog started barking and crying, terrified as I had never seen her before, feeling as if I was about to deliver her to the devil himself. At this point, I stopped and felt chills all over my body. I felt an evil presence in that corner that was observing us. This time, terrified, I went back to my bed, turned on the TV and lights, and continued observing my dog, as she was the only one who could see that entity in the corner. I'm sure that whatever that entity was, it was really tall, as my dog would always fix her eyes almost to roof level. I felt observed all night by this entity in the corner. I felt an evil intent through its glare. I don't know why I didn't leave the room. I think I was just terrified of standing up. I didn't sleep that night. I believe that this entity was feeding on, or even causing, my moodiness and sadness, and once I got better, it just left, as I had no further purpose for it. After this second night, the entity did not reappear. I hope it never does. Mine is not that crazy, but it's the only one I have. I was visiting a plantation in deep Louisiana that was said to have one particular ghost person that lived in the house. They explained the evidence to us on the tour: mysterious hand marks on mirrors, furniture that moves in plain sight, etc. The tour guide pointed out this open secret door this person used to go upstairs to their bedroom and invited us to look at the staircase inside. While I'm looking around, the tour group leaves the building without me noticing. As I'm trying to find my way out of the house, I hear this slow creaking. I turn around to see the secret bedroom door slowly closing itself. There is no one else in the house, no breeze coming from the nearby windows, and no machinery present. The door is slowly closing. I ran to find the tour guide, and she told me that doors open and close by themselves, even really heavy sliding doors, all the time. My brother and I were around 13 years old at the time. We were on our scooters messing around at our old elementary school in Meridian, Idaho. We both saw a red light that seemed to be moving around in sporadic circles in front of a fence in the field we were standing in. The light seemed to shrink into nothing, and we both saw a black, translucent, almost smoky portal open from the place the light was. It measured approximately 7 feet in height and 3 feet in width. This portal opened mid-air, and a tall black shadow figure kind of stepped/crawled out of it. The portal instantly closed. This figure had no distinguishing features. It was just a 7 to 8 foot tall, slender, misty shadow. With a terrifying stride, it began charging toward us. We turned and ran, and when we looked back, this figure was on all fours still chasing us like an animal. We still have never run that fast in our lives. We sprinted 2 miles home and told his parents what happened. They did believe us, but there was a lot of paranormal activity in our lives at the time, and we still have no idea what that was. There is a creature or entity that lives near me. I think it's somehow connected to my brother-in-law. Location: my future brother-in-law's house, ass end of nowhere, North Dakota. I'm staying with my future brother-in-law. His house is 10-ish miles from town and a mile from the closest neighbors. His sister spends the weekends here. It started a few days ago. We had just gotten home from work. I sat down, and I heard someone repeatedly saying, "Hello?" at the front door. I got up to answer it. My brother-in-law told me to stop and looked out the window. I did too. No one is there. He said to ignore and not to open the door unless I can see someone there. Sometimes at night I swear I hear a girl crying outside the laundry room. He said that it's just a deer. I've never heard a deer sound like that before. My sister has heard it too, but she says it almost sounded like a teenage girl was repeating Winyan, a Sioux word for woman. I spoke to my sister. She insists that her fiancé, my future brother-in-law, would never put us in any danger. My brother-in-law just says not to go outside if I hear anything and to never try to speak to it. I checked into the history of the house and general area. Nothing stands out. I don't smoke, drink, or do drugs. There are carbon monoxide detectors, so that's not a problem. I asked him if it was something of the Wendigo/Skinwalker nature. He said Skinwalkers are Navajo and Wendigo are Cree, not Sioux. He also advised against discussing this topic at night. He said that if I'm that curious, he'll show me. At about 9 that night we went outside. His neighbor Peter, lives a mile away, joined us. Apparently whatever it is likes to do the same thing at his house. He's too scared to leave his wife and kids home alone when the power goes out. We were pretty deep in the woods when my brother-in-law stopped and made a dove call. It was answered by the same call a few seconds later. There's no doves here in January. That's when the knock started. It moved from tree to tree with no real pattern. We still couldn't see anything. Then there was this overwhelming sense of dread. Peter and I look at each other and then hightail it back to the house. Peter is completely flipping his shit and goes home. I asked my brother-in-law what's going on. He said he's not quite sure. It started last winter. He's never seen it, but it likes to make noises outside the stables at work. It went away during spring and summer and then started up again here. He also said that the same thing used to happen to him when he was a child, up until 15. Just one thing bothers me. He got back to the house about 2 minutes after Peter and I did. There's no way that I'm faster than my brother-in-law, and Peter's is close to 50, so there's no way that he outran a 24-year-old. What was he doing out there alone, whatever that is, for 2 minutes? I asked him. He said that he shot at it. I didn't hear a gun, and neither did Peter. Skinwalker experience? I don't know when exactly this was, maybe 2 to 3 years ago. I can't remember the time of year, but it was deathly cold. I grew up in a small seaside town, and I lived in the most isolated part of town, and there wasn't another house for at least half a kilometer. Around my house was a fairly densely wooded area that had a dog walking trail that led up to a vast array of fields, which I walked my white German Shepherd, Polar, every day. Polar was an absolutely enormous dog. I'm 6 feet 2 inches, and when he jumps up at me, he can lick my face. So I always felt safe walking around him at night, despite me being a big dude. Now, one night I was walking Polar, and it was uneventful until I started to walk back. My phone was on 4 to 5%, something like that, and it was pitch black. I couldn't see a damn thing, not even my dog, if it wasn't for his lighted up collar. So I turned my phone flash on to illuminate my trail back to my house, even though I had a good 15 minutes to walk before I came off trail. I knew this battery wasn't going to last, but I knew where I was going, so I wasn't too worried. Polar then started to furiously drag on his lead, and it startled me so much it almost lifted me off my feet, but I managed to restrain him, but he was going absolutely apeshit at something on the other side of the woods. I tried to calm him down, but it took absolutely forever to get him to stop barking. I tried to carry on, but I kept hearing movement amongst the foliage in the woods, maybe just a squirrel, I thought. I was wrong. I heard a horrific howling noise coming from around 30 to 40 away from us. It sounded so distorted and just wrong, it didn't sound like any animal I had ever heard in my life. It was too loud to be an animal, but it sounded too deliberately evil to be one. I hightailed it out of there, Polar by my side, absolutely sprinting for the hills. I heard loud, quick footsteps behind me, and I thought someone was chasing us, trying to scare us. At this point, my phone was on 1%, so I used the remaining battery to see what was behind us. I don't even know how to describe what I saw, but every part of this thing was long, its arms, legs, neck, everything. It was running on 2 feet, but with a weird sort of limp, then it would crawl on all fours and then get up again. It was horribly thin. Its decaying skin or fur was wrapped tightly over its bones, and it absolutely terrified me, but what scared me the most was when I saw that the creature's face looked exactly like my dog's. I managed to get home safely, but I couldn't sleep, and despite how lovely my dog is, I don't look at him the same. Kids playing. This happened when I, 26, female, was living with my ex, 25, male. At the first week that I was staying there, I just felt heavy whenever I was at that house. I always heard footsteps running up and down the stairs even when I was alone in the house. I told my ex-boyfriend about it, and he never believed me. One night, when we were sleeping, I had a dream I was facing an old mirror, and I was looking at myself with long hair. I had short hair at that time, and my surroundings were pitch black. The only light that I saw that time was on me, and I could barely see myself in front of the mirror. Then a child's hand came out of nowhere, and it was brushing my hair. I even had a nightmare about running from a girl, and I was running as fast as I could, but whenever I opened a door, I kept on running in the same room without any windows in it. My ex-boyfriend never believed in me when one night we were sleeping together and we were talking while sleeping. When I woke up, I started to wake him up as well and asked if he was talking to me while we were sleeping, and he said yes. That's when he started to tell me about his nightmare that he is sitting in the middle of the room upstairs and a guy with a cloak put a bag on his head, speaking words he can't understand. There are 3 other guys circling him, and the same guy who put the bag on his head started to throw a pile of blood on his head. Everything stopped when the house was blessed. Whenever I see kids in an abandoned house or anything like that, it scares the shit out of me because of that. I'm good with seeing anything else, which I also do, but I don't want to experience being played by a kid anymore. A reservation experience from childhood. One night when I was 7 or 8, I saw something that I now recognize as evil and not normal. I grew up in a town on the Navajo reservation. We lived in a neighborhood, and our neighbors were from different places within the region. This detail is important because Navajos like to live far from one another and only in the immediate vicinity of their relatives. For good reason, they do not like to live near strangers. My older brother instructed me to sleep in his room this particular night. His room had a bed, a box spring and mattress directly on the floor, and a dresser with a TV in the middle of the room. For curtains, he had linen, the see-through stuff that hides nothing, always fully closed. He didn't have posters, pictures, or anything in his room. For some reason, I could not sleep. I tossed and turned and shut my eyes tightly until I saw neon rings outlining the darkness of my closed-eye vision. I tried counting imaginary sheep, and still I could not sleep. I do not know what time it was when the dogs started barking and rumbling with something. I sat up in bed and looked out the window. Moonlight lit our backyard, and I did not see anything. I merely listened to the dogs who were out of sight. Then from the house to my left, I heard something run off from the rumbling with loud footsteps and dogs in pursuit. Within a split second, the footsteps approached my backyard and entered my view. I saw something white run by the window, followed by dogs. It looked like a hyena with an elongated neck and a galloping gait. I also noticed that the neck stood more upright, the same angle that a giraffe's head sticks up. At the time, I did not know enough to fear what I saw. I did not tell anybody until decades later. As an adult, I told my parents about what I saw that night, and they told me that back then, we lived next door to a witch, a skinwalker. I had seen her leaving her home in animal form on that night. I recall that the neighbor died within 1 or 2 years of my seeing the hyena. Help! I think a demonic entity is living in my room. My house has occasional paranormal activity to the point it's normal. But a few nights ago, I was home alone and watching TV in my room. I heard a thud and didn't think much of it. Then I heard 3 knocks on my door. Again I didn't think much of it. I got up and walked to my door. I opened it, and nothing. I closed my door and continued to watch TV. After a few minutes, I sensed someone was observing me. I turned to the side of my bed. I saw a little girl with black eyes and pale skin looking right at me. I turned on my phone flashlight, and it disappeared. The next day I tried to take a nap. I woke up to another thud, and I saw that black-eyed little girl again. It disappeared again. Then I felt a burning pain on my leg. I looked on my leg, and there were scratch marks. Long story short, I kept seeing it in my room, and the activity progressed. I don't know what it is. I don't know what to do. Can someone explain to me what it is and what I should do? Encounter with a demonic entity using a Ouija board. So this experience, out of the many I have had with demonic entities, occurred at my sister's house many years ago. During the evening, 2 of my good friends joined me in using the board after I begged them to play with me. Although they were reluctant, we all placed our hands on the planchette, and I asked to speak with Zozo directly. I had seen others' stories about having contacted him and being skeptical, called out, asking if he was there. At first, if my memory serves me correctly, the planchette did not move until again I called out to him, and the planchette began to move in a figure-8 pattern. We were all confused, attempting to ask who we were speaking with, but the planchette continued to move in the same pattern until it began moving faster and with more force. It then repeatedly moved to Mama and wrote this out without responding to our questions. It then said it wanted to kill my friend, whose name I won't say, but seeing as she was a Christian, it targeted her. I don't remember if it gave us a way it would do it, but at this point that same friend called it a wussy ass witch loudly to piss it off, which scared me because I knew that it could probably possess one of us. The planchette stopped moving abruptly, and at this point, the other friend took his hands off it, saying he was done playing. The atmosphere in the room completely changed, and the air felt heavy and very negative. I was afraid because I knew this thing manifested itself in the room. I asked my friends if they felt what I was feeling, and it was confirmed. My emotions immediately began to change to the most hatred and feeling of negativity I have ever felt. I had no control over it, and I felt like this thing had partial control over me, like it had entered my body. I began to laugh maniacally, but then my laughter abruptly transformed into intense sadness, leaving me unable to stop crying. Nothing, and I moved to look at my friend, who was targeted, and I felt this demon's hatred for her. I glanced at her, flashing an evil smile, then rose from the table to stand in front of the glass door, staring blankly out into the backyard. I don't remember how long I stood there, but I remember I started to feel like myself again after a while. Fast forward to the targeted friend leaving. She had been driving her sports bike over the highway and started to lose control, but thankfully she was able to keep it from doing so, or she would have died. Just as Zozo had threatened, it almost came to fruition. I believe someone was protecting her from this demon's attack that night. Hi, I'm 17 and female. I grew up with brujerías, which for English speakers are witches. I was always surrounded by the supernatural, and it always intrigued me, but in my early childhood, I never experienced things. My abuela said I might be a late bloomer like she was. Now being a witch wasn't really a big thing in my family, we didn't talk about it too crazy much. It was like any other religion. Remember how I said I didn't experience anything in my early years? Well, I began seeing things, such as orbs, shadows, transparent figures, and even non-human things in middle school. I'm now 17, but back in 2021, in my town in February, something terrifying happened. My cousin and I were walking towards my abuela's house in the middle of the night. We lived kind of by a lake, but it was maybe just a mile or two away. My cousin and I just got done hanging out with friends, and since my abuela wasn't the strictest, we were able to hang out until like 1 in the morning even if she was still asleep. So as we were walking, we stopped feeling watched. We both didn't say anything, just frozen in the middle of the street. I remember the street lamp nearby was out, so it was even scarier than it should have been. Well, my cousin decided to risk all and look behind us. I still remember that gasp. It was scary seeing him terrified like that. I turned around as well and saw what was a headless man limping across the road. It felt real, so real, and we heard this thing groaning in pain. I was frozen, and I think my cousin was as well. We just stood there silently, afraid to move, watching this thing. I swear it didn't feel real, but I knew it had to be. I was so afraid to even breathe. I feared if it hurt us, something terrible would happen. All of a sudden it disappeared into the bushes in the other neighborhood, and we no longer could see or hear it. My cousin and I looked at each other before booking it back home. Well, I wish the story ended there, but it didn't. In 2022 I found out about a local homeless man in my town who was found dismembered in this kid's closet. His mom found the man's head in her son's closet. They believe the rest of his remains might be in the Colorado River, which doesn't surprise me. A lot of terrifying things have been found in that river. To this day my cousin and I don't discuss what happened that night. Turns out that same night we saw it was the same night he was killed just 2 miles away from us. I don't know what I saw or why we saw it, but it haunts me to this day. After 25 years, I was able to confirm my only paranormal experience actually happened. I, 33 male, am a skeptic when it comes to anything paranormal. I generally don't believe anything related to the paranormal and would find explanations for what may be deemed paranormal, that is, except for one that happened to me and my siblings back in 2000. My family, my parents and 2 younger siblings, lives with our grandmother in a 2-story house. Our family lives on the ground floor, whereas my grandmother has the 2nd floor to herself. My parents have a separate room, whereas my siblings and I share the same room in separate beds. Our bedroom and our parents' bedroom were connected by a shared bathroom. My grandmother usually comes to our room and uses our bathroom to pee. I guess it was to check up on us while our parents weren't home yet. Anyway, one night, our parents took an unusually long time to come home. To pass the time, my siblings and I watched Beauty and the Beast on one of those VHS tapes since it was our favorite Disney movie back then. We were watching the movie for some time when suddenly the door to our room spontaneously opened, and a few seconds later, the door to our toilet opened and closed, and we heard the flushing sound of the toilet. This was followed by the opening of the toilet and our bedroom door. I remember my siblings and I being in a state of shock, and we huddled together on the corner of the bed, just crying. I also distinctly remembered that the television turned to static, and my siblings and I were freaking out the entire time. At that time, my siblings and I were around 9, 8, and 5 years old, so we were fully aware of what was happening. Our parents arrived and saw us crying, but they didn't really think anything of it. The next day, my mother took me to the bathroom and told me that my grandmother had passed away. I was certain that I had not told anyone about the events of the previous night. More than 2 decades have passed, and my siblings and I never really discussed it. And I conveniently considered that event to be a false memory since I never really got any confirmation from external sources that whatever happened was real, nor was I able to talk about it with my siblings. I lived my life thinking that I never truly had a paranormal experience. Anyway, I am currently doing a PhD in the United Kingdom, and I visited my family back home in the Philippines during the holidays. The entire family was in the car, and we were talking about my grandmother's last birthday celebration. We were part Chinese, and she may have been 70 years old for that birthday, so it was a special celebration and was thus memorable. We were reminiscing about the event, but then my mother suddenly mentioned, "Do you remember the day she died and you were crying even though you didn't know your grandmother was dead?" She then went into some detail about the events my siblings and I experienced that night. My younger sister reportedly recounted the night to my mother when it was her turn to hear about my grandmother's passing. It freaked me the duck out. My husband likes to startle or scare me. He'll hide behind a door when I enter a room or lie on the floor looking towards the doorway as I walk up the basement steps. One of his favorites is to startle me when I'm in the shower. He might pull back the edge of the shower curtain or stand on the toilet seat so only his eyes are peeking over. I usually have my eyes shut, washing my hair, and when I open my eyes and see someone peering at me, it scares the shit out of me. A few months ago, I saw his shadow on the curtain at the end of the tub that's right next to the bathroom door, which was open. He was leaning into the doorway from the hall, and I could clearly see his head, shoulders, and torso. Since I caught him before he could scare me, I planned to jump scare him as soon as he peeked at the edge of the curtain. I stood still and waited, and a few seconds later, his shadow disappeared as if he pulled quickly back into the hallway. Later, I told him that I had seen him and was going to scare him when he tried to peek. He looked puzzled and said he was outside in the garage. I didn't believe him at first and thought he was trying to pull a fast one, but he swore he wasn't in the house when I was in the shower. Though not my first shower experience, it was the scariest. The other incident occurred at his parents' house, where no one else was present. I was in the shower and distinctly heard footsteps walking the hallway past the bathroom door. I knew everyone was at work, but I called out to see if anyone had come home early. Upon hearing no response, the sound of footsteps resurfaced. I got out of the shower as quickly as I could and checked the entire house. It was all locked up, and I confirmed with everyone later that no one had been home earlier. I heard a chair move in the other room. I looked over and saw that it looked like the chair had been pulled out from under the table. Despite feeling uneasy, I attributed it to the cat's actions and resumed decorating my MySpace page. Yes, I was only 13 at the time. About an hour later, I heard the chair move again, and this time it was facing me. Again, I tried to blame it on the cat. But then I noticed the cat was above me, on the printer, soundly asleep, and had obviously been there for some time. I had the craziest chill run up my spine because we didn't have any other pets, and if something was in that chair, it was sitting there looking at me. I was so freaking scared, I ran in my sister's room and hid under her blankets. She didn't wake up but was really confused why I was in her bed in the morning. When I told her what happened, she said that she's seen the ghost in the house too. One night, she woke up and saw a tall man in a cowboy hat standing at the end of her bed. In that moment, she knew she was going to die and hid her face under the blanket, but nothing happened for so long, so she eventually looked, and the man was gone. This was my mom's husband's house, and apparently he'd had multiple priests and mediums come through, and they all said the same thing: there are 3 spirits in his house, and one is a cowboy. The other is an old woman, and the third is an indigenous man. I don't know which one was messing with the chair, but I'm super glad I never saw the cowboy at the foot of my bed. This was in the 90s in VA when I was a teenager. I was home alone, mom was out, and it was a terrible rainstorm. I was scared already because something felt off. I was on the phone with my girlfriend at the time, and I heard thunder. My phone disconnected. It was a landline. I shit you not, what happened next was real. For context, there are bay windows behind the kitchen sink that open to my backyard. I left the bathroom to reset the phone, which was in the kitchen. As I walked in, a flash of lightning hit, the lights flickered, and a dark figure with glowing red eyes was staring at me in my backyard through the window. It felt like it was staring at my soul. I still remember it like yesterday. It could have been a demon. I screamed, ran upstairs, called my mom panicking, and told her she needed to come home right away. I ran into my room and hid under my covers. The storm was still raging, and I heard a thumping on my side of the house on the outside. It could have been a tree, there wasn't one in the area where I heard it. Needless to say, my mom came home, I told her what happened, she didn't believe me, and I developed insomnia, which I still have to this day. I still dream about this thing and have night terrors. One day I was in the hospital, I had pneumonia. But one night I wake up abruptly and feel that someone is watching me closely. I decided to just drink some water because of the dryness in my mouth. I drank some water and decided to look out the window. I shouldn't have done that. The incident occurred around 2 a.m. Imagine waking up to find a frightening, long entity in the window behind the main building. I was in a different building then, not in the main one. But this creature was staring at me intently. It's very long. It was difficult to see him in the pitch darkness, but I did it. I tried to sleep, but I was haunted by the rain and the feeling of watching. I decided to look out the window and saw that IT stands next to the door to my building. I thought it was a hallucination. I muttered in my head. It was looking out the window at us, staring right at me. In the end, I decided to turn away to pick up the phone, but then I turned around and the creature was no longer there. As a result, I left the hospital, and one evening I was walking out of the store and saw the same thing around the corner. The creature stood in the darkness, staring at me. He didn't have eyes on his face, although he probably didn't have a face. If you were in my place, you would understand the gravity of the situation. I have reason to believe that a demonic entity haunts my house. For a little background, my house used to be a funeral home in the early 1900s. I've lived here my whole life with my dad and siblings, and every one of us has had encounters with spirits, mostly harmless, but the house is absolutely haunted without a doubt. So if you came to say spirits are fantasies, believe what you want, but please don't bother typing your opinion here. Anyway, I have the house to myself now. It's just me and my 2 cats that live here. My stepmother came to bless the house a few weeks ago, and she reported that she thinks it only stirred something up. She mentioned feeling lightheaded and drained, like she was going to pass out. Even when I entered, I've only felt dread, and it feels as though I'm constantly being watched. There are always footsteps upstairs, not my cats. I have the stairs blocked off by a gate, and growls coming from the basement, also not my cats. The basement door is always closed and locked. However, I can usually ignore these sounds, and I tend not to get scared anymore. Until last night, that is. I had just gotten home from my girlfriend's and settled into bed when I felt the air around me go cold. I felt frozen, and the energy was so strong I couldn't help but be afraid. Instantly I began to play some worship music in hopes it would make me feel lighter. Apparently it was the wrong move. The energy around me grew sharp, and I could tell I had made it angry. My ears began ringing violently, and I was hit with a wave of nausea and dizziness. I genuinely believed I was going to pass out. It took all the strength I had to even speak and tell the energy to leave. After that, it seemed to subside, but I could still feel a lingering sense of dread. While I've dealt with these spirits my whole life, I've never felt anything like that. Even now, I feel cold and as though something is watching me right this. Not to mention how I've had a mysterious respiratory illness and chronic depression/fatigue since I've started living alone about 3 to 4 weeks ago, which refuses to go away. Can anyone tell me if these are signs of a demonic haunting? And if so, is there anything I can do about it? Moving is not an option at the moment. Also, I'd like to note that I know this reads like a fictional story. I wish that were the case, but it is something I am genuinely dealing with, and I'm just desperate for help at this point. Attack at midnight. In the spring of 2017, I relocated to Littleton, Colorado. I worked at the Melting Pot restaurant, which currently occupies an old 3-story building that was built in the early 1900s as a Carnegie library. Numerous documented cases of paranormal behavior have occurred at this location, and even a ghost hunting TV show featured the restaurant. The most haunted area is located in the basement, in a little L-shaped cove that has 5 booth tables for dining. The cove was down 2 little stairs, and immediately when entering, you had a 4-top table on your left and a 2-person table on the right. Past the 4 tops in the corner was a larger round booth. Around the bend were 2 more 4-top tables, then a dead end. The last table in the cove was considered the most haunted table in the restaurant. Many times, people would bring spirit contacting boards and various conjuring items to the last table, hoping to invoke a spirit. One day a coworker and I were cleaning these tables late one night, and he goes, "Oh damn, did you just scratch me?" I had not touched him and told him so. He lifts up his shirt and has 3 large bleeding scratches going all the way down his back. He immediately was freaked out, and he quit soon after, feeling this entity was trying to follow him home. A year later I had not seen anything else unusual, and it was right around midnight when I started antagonizing the spirit in this area. Even after seeing the kid get scratched, I still wasn't convinced. So I was down there yelling out for something. Saying, "You don't exist, if you do, show yourself," sure as I thought there was no answer. So I went back to bussing my last tables for the night. I was carrying a bus tub down the back stairs and had to walk through a narrow passageway to get to the kitchen. I have been a server for years and never dropped anything, let alone something out of a bus tub. Well, I go walking by the cove, and a metal fondue pot goes flying out of my bus tub down the 2 stairs and into the haunted cove. I continue to set my bus tub down in the kitchen and grab a towel to clean up the chocolate mess I just made. At this time, I had forgotten about the enticing and antagonizing actions from an hour earlier. Therefore, I charged into the L-shaped cove to clean up the chocolate fondue pot that had mysteriously leapt out of my bus tub and down the stairs. As soon as I enter, something grabs me by my right shirt sleeve and throws me into the rock wall, immediately smashing my head into the rock wall, giving me a goose egg bump and a large cut on my forehead. I am so startled and bleeding everywhere, I have to run to the bathroom to assess. Sure enough, I have a 3-inch gash and a large lump. Now is when I remember what I had done earlier. I go upstairs, and my coworkers say, "Wow, what happened to you? Looks like you saw a ghost," telling me I was as white as could be and looked scared. I tell them I think I was just attacked by a ghost. I honestly can't explain the pot flying out of my bus tub and then getting slammed into the wall in any other way than that. I antagonize the spirit to cause me harm. So my warning to you is don't antagonize known haunted spirits unless you're prepared for the consequences. Entity in my brother's bed. My brother and I share a room. We live in New York City, so space is tight. My brother was accepted into college recently, so he met some next-year freshmen last night. His friend, who lives outside the city, was supposed to sleep in another room at our house after they all met up. I fell asleep before they got home. I woke up at 3:45 a.m. to see my brother sleeping in his bed. However, there was something that looked like my brother's friend sleeping at the edge of his bed. In my exhausted state, I assumed that he decided to sleep in my brother's bed for some reason, and I just went back to bed. I woke up pretty early this morning, around 7:30, so I was shocked when my brother's friend wasn't in my brother's bed. I went downstairs to make coffee, and he wasn't down there either. When my brother woke up, I asked him why his friend slept in his bed, and he said that his friend didn't even come to our house last night. I know he's not lying, because I checked on Snap Map, and he was at his house. I'm certain that I saw him at the foot of my brother's bed. I've been pretty scared about what I saw last night. I haven't told anyone because it seems dumb. I'm kind of scared to go to bed tonight. Is there any sort of spirit or entity known for peeking at people? I've had 2 incidents now where I've seen some sort of figure peeking at me from behind an object. I was somewhat willing to write it off at first, since nothing else has ever happened in my current home, and nothing happened since the first time I saw it about 4 months ago. That is until last night, when something appeared to be peeking at me again from the same location where I saw it the first time. For a little more context, I'll describe each instance and how the entity looked below. First time, as I was exiting my bathroom, I saw it staring at me intently from behind a skinny, tall lamp I have next to the bathroom door. It appeared to be a woman with long, stringy black hair and no eyebrows, with a stare that conveyed either anger or extreme focus. However, I could only see the top part of her head/face. Her head was positioned at an inhuman angle, and I know that no person could have actually peered at me from behind that lamp the way the entity did, not to mention that no one else was home at the time. Needless to say, when I saw it, I screamed and jumped away, and when I turned back around, she had vanished. Second time, last night, my bed is positioned towards the bathroom, the same corner where I saw it the first time. I was trying to get to sleep and had my knees raised as I stared blankly ahead of me until I fell asleep. Then, from the side of my knee, a shadow figure moved into my vision and peeked over at me from the exact same angle the first one did. I could not make out its features as well, since this time my room was mostly dark, whereas when I first saw it, my room was brightly illuminated, but it had a similar shape to the thing I saw a few months ago. I did not feel intense fear this time, since my partner was sleeping next to me, and I wasn't alone like the first time. One day, I was home alone in my bedroom. The only other living thing in the house was my cat, who was sleeping on my bed at the time. I was on my PC playing a game, and I heard a knock on the door. The knock was not a typical rapping sound, but rather a dull one, akin to pounding the soft part of your fist. I said yay? Or something like that, assuming it was one of my parents that came home and I didn't hear. There was no answer, but there were 3 more loud knocks, like someone was mad. The knocks were loud enough to wake up the cat, and I instinctively reached for my knife. I replied again, "What do you want?" There was another really loud knock, then a huge slam. It actually shook my room a bit and sounded like someone was throwing their whole body against the door. My cat freaked out at this point and scurried under the bed. I just sat with my bayonet for a minute, and when there was no more noise, I checked it out. There were no marks on the door, indicating that no one was home. I checked all the windows and doors, all of them were locked and closed, so no rogue wind or intruders. I even called my parents and asked if they were there, but they were still at work. I have no explanation for it, and all I can say is the feeling I had was bad. May have just been my survival instincts, but I felt like something was out there and had bad energy. I'm really glad I didn't say come in. Never say that unless you mean it. Spirits and entities. I, 26, female, used to stay at my friend's, 35, female, house in Alabang, here in the Philippines, since I am currently working in a different city from my place. The first time I stayed there, I was always having headaches, and it felt like the energy in the house was heavy. I didn't mind it at first, but things got worse than I expected. I never experienced any of this from any other place, it all started there. I always sleep on the bed with my friend, and then it always feels like someone is watching me. I always shrugged off that feeling at first, then I kept on seeing a woman with long hair and a white dress watching me sleep. I always wake up at 3 a.m., and it scares the SHT out of me. I ignored it at first, but one time I woke up and she was beside the bed, standing, and when I checked her face, her head was crooked and she was looking at me. I immediately shook my friend to wake her up, and she was not there anymore. I keep on seeing her and even had a nightmare about it, so I got used to it. I asked my friend since I keep on getting headaches whenever I walk the hall beside the stairs, and that's when she told me the story of the house. The last owner of the house hung herself up on the second floor, and I got chills after hearing that story. I even told her to get rid of the doll facing the stairs that lead to that room. Since I got used to her, I just always try to ignore her when she's there. Then one time, I was preparing my coffee at 3 a.m., and if I didn't walk in the hallway beside the stairs to go to the kitchen, I had to go around the dining area with a big mirror on it. Like the mirror that you have in a dance studio or a ballet studio. I'm done with my coffee, so I decided to go back to our room. When I was walking back to our room, I was looking outside, and I saw a black figure beside the pool with yellow glowing eyes. We were staring at each other for like 15 seconds because I wanted to make sure that what I was seeing was real, and I was frozen on what I saw. I walked and acted normally when I went back to the room. I decided to wake up my friend, and I was shaking. So whenever I'm in a different house or another place, I always choose to go home instead of staying in an unfamiliar place. Dogs started acting weird, saw a thing outside my window. I always used to sit in this armchair by two huge windows and a door leading out to a terrace. The door has windows as well. I'm used to my dogs randomly barking and staring out the window, but this time it really was different. It felt different, and my dogs looked really confused and creeped out. Then suddenly angry/scared, and I swear to God I could feel an entity, so I made a rash decision to stand up and look out the window, and I saw this gross thing. I'm not sure what it was, but it resembled a human. Have you guys read about the Russian sleep experiment? Yeah, it kind of looked like that thing. Sorry for the bad vocabulary, but I really don't have words to describe it. They used as pictures of the patients the experiment was tested on. It was quite terrifying, and I went into shock mode for the rest of the night till my parents came home. Haven't seen it since, but I keep feeling strange around windows when it's dark outside, like it's still there lurking. Please, do you have any ideas what the duck this could be? When I was about 19, I and my younger sisters went to an old cemetery and decided to use a Ouija board. We were there for probably 15 to 20 minutes, talking to multiple spirits. Everything was calm till one of my sisters became overwhelmed out of nowhere and started to cry, saying, "We need to leave." We said goodbye, ended the session, and went home. Nothing crazy happened till a couple of weeks later. I woke out of my sleep to someone shuffling their feet at the end of my bed. The sound was particularly distinct due to the carpeted floors. I was able to see a figure at the end of the bed. I thought it was just my sister, scared and unable to sleep. I asked, "Are you okay?" No reply. "If you're scared, you can sleep in my bed." Nothing again. I just stared at the outline, thinking she was just playing a trick on me, trying to creep me out. I grabbed my phone to shine a light on her. Nothing there. I felt calm, not stressed or scared. Things went on like normal, but the spirit made sure to let me know it was there. The spirit would open drawers in the bathroom, which is directly across from my room, and rummage through them. I would ask it to stop politely, and it would. A few months later, I moved about 3 hours away to live with my then girlfriend. The spirit followed. Same things, going through drawers and rummaging, walking up and down our internal staircase, opening and closing the manhole, and our roommate's room. Still, I was not scared but found some peace in having this spirit around, as my then girlfriend was making my life hell. It made me feel comfort in the shitty times. Fast forward less than a year later, I left my then girlfriend in the meantime and started dating a new girl. Let's call her Miley for the sake of this post. Miley is a spiritual girl. She felt the presence and was a little scared, but hey. Miley does this thing where she puts rings around people before she goes to sleep, imaginary rings, to protect the people she loves. She also performs this ritual around the house. Ever since I got with Miley, my comfort spirit left. I feel like this spirit was her, hasn't come back either. I've been with Miley for 5 years, and I still think about the spirit. I miss her. But deep down I feel like she was only there to comfort me through a pretty shitty relationship, so I didn't feel so alone. When I was 5, my older brother, he was 18, would play Ouija every other night. His girlfriend, my sister, and another older brother would join him. The board told them to wake up the boy and get his hand on the planchette. That my aura was strong and that would allow for the planchette to move faster. So, randomly I would be woken up and taken downstairs to the dining room half awake. I would stand on a chair and stretch over to put my hand on it. I remember it would fly around the board, not literally, at that point. I don't remember much of what was said on the board. I just remember that the bright and loving home I grew up in now felt dark and scary. I couldn't be alone in any room anymore. I felt dark masses closing in from the opposite side of whatever room I was in. The anxiety I felt, and all the negative stuff, all stopped after we moved when I was 6. So yeah, lower vibrational entities, I'd say. So I was 8 years old, living in the middle of a cornfield in Shelbyville, Indiana. Our closest neighbors were more than a mile away, and the closest store was a good 15-minute drive. Backstory of the house: my mom was told by the landlord that her mom hung herself there in the barn outside and that she haunts the place. My mom obviously didn't believe her, but she still told us to freak us out. Anyways, I was getting ready for school one morning and sitting on my couch tying my shoes. I had the living room light on and the kitchen light on as well because I was scared of the dark, so everything was well lit. If I look directly to my left, there's a hallway that goes straight to the kitchen, and directly in line with it is my kitchen sink. I heard some clanking to my left and looked over, and a ducking kitchen knife was floating towards me. In that moment it felt like my heart stopped, and I went into panic mode for a second. I screamed for my sister upstairs, and as soon as her foot hit the stairs, I watched this knife do a quick 180, shoot back at the sink, get stuck in the wall, and then fall in. I was in a state of hysteria, unable to control my tears. I tried to cry, explain to my sister, and she never believed me. I took her over to the sink, and sure enough, there was a cut in the wall that lined up perfectly with that knife. This whole experience was so vivid I can see it happening in my head as I'm writing. This was my first, but not last, experience with paranormal entities. This is something I will never forget. Children of the Night. This narrative isn't just my story but that of my friend Steve. He's a singer for a metal band, and he lives in Utica. This year, he worked at my dad's hotel for the summer. He was an interesting character who shared many stories about his encounters with Bigfoot, ghosts, and UFOs. Over the course of the summer, we became really good friends. One evening on our night off, Steve began to tell me he had seen something strange the previous night. I asked what it was, and he began to explain. He was home alone and was working on a new song when he heard something outside his window. He went outside to investigate and saw something crawling around in the darkness. At first he thought it was our friend Mike, but then it spoke. In an eerie monotone voice, "Help me. Help me." It kept repeating that, and it retreated into the woods. Steve called out, but there was no answer. Shocked, I told him it was probably a Wendigo with the description. He also saw it crawl on all fours and was very human-like. A few weeks later we were at the local laundromat. I was waiting for one of the foreign students to finish his laundry. I picked up one of the newspapers out of curiosity when I saw a word that sent chills down my spine. Algonquin. We lived in Algonquin territory, and they are the people who tell the legends of Wendigo. This intensified my suspicions and chilled my heart. And the night before, my family and the kitchen staff went to the New York State Fair. I had smelt a very pungent and sickening smell that leaked into my room. My bathroom window was open, but it was minimal and had a screen on it, but I heard movement outside and the brushing against the screen, which had me awake for the rest of the evening. To this day I still hear movement outside at night whenever I visit, but I usually brush it off as an animal, but I have gone searching in the woods, and I believe I provoked it, but I'm not counting on it. But I'll keep you all posted. However, nothing significant has occurred thus far, except for the strange noises I hear at night. Something may have followed us home. I'm a 25-year-old female living with my aunt and uncle and their 2 kids, 15 and 3. I was here a few months ago after an unknown entity scared our 3-year-old. A few nights ago, my aunt and I were coming home from Target with the 3-year-old in the backseat. We were stopped at a red light when my aunt and I happened to look outside my window, and for a split second we thought we saw what looked like a person crossing the main road without the crosswalk, but in that second they were gone. My aunt and I mutually agree we saw something paranormal because we've both spent the majority of our lives in haunted houses. Thereafter, it was an uneventful drive home. We unloaded the groceries and let the little one play with his new car set until bedtime. We both went to sleep around 11:30 midnight, thinking nothing of the earlier events. Then, at about 2 o'clock in the morning, my aunt woke me up and asked me if I had accidentally called 911, even if I had just been lying on my phone. This was because a patrol car was outside our house, alerting my aunt and uncle that someone had called 911 from or near our address. I said no and checked my call logs. The last calls I'd made were to my bank and my stepfather. The cops ended up leaving, as there was nothing else to go off of, and an hour later, around 3 a.m., the power went out for nearly 2 hours. The next day we went over the strange supposed 911 call and the sudden power outage, both of which happened the same night we saw that entity in the road. We think that whatever we saw might have followed us, leading me to consider contacting my friend's fiancée, who has experience dealing with hauntings and hexes, to see if she can rid the house of a possible negative energy. I'm hoping we can get rid of whatever it is before things get out of hand. My husband and I were in northern Scotland for our honeymoon and doing a tour of the north and Route 500 when we stopped at this old castle. According to the information, the family and people living there in the 1800s had all been massacred, and there was known activity in the castle and grounds. I'm fascinated by this stuff as I pick up on the feelings and emotions of people or rooms. Normally if there's a dark energy or a feeling of GTFO, I listen to it, get the F out. There were 2 incidents that occurred, and I would appreciate your feedback on the second encounter. The first was amazing, where there was a stairwell that was blocked off by a rope for staff only. As I was walking past, I heard an orchestra playing, and it was beautiful. I remained in the vicinity for approximately 10 minutes, while I listened to the music. Eventually, a staff member approached me, and I inquired about the musician who was performing upstairs. She responded with a chuckle, stating that there was no one playing up there. I stopped a staff member and asked if it was known to be haunted, and they explained what happened, what I wrote above, and how certain rooms are unlocked but the door won't open and the doorknobs freeze, or certain hallways you just get a foreboding feeling and walk the other way. While I was talking, I asked about a room down the hall, as the energy pouring out of it was terrifying, and I was told that's where the mother and kids died. I asked if there were any rooms to avoid and was told the kitchen is known to be haunted. Unfortunately, the tour route takes you directly through the kitchen. If you can imagine, there is a long hallway, and at the end there is a long set of stairs going down into the room.
It's the original kitchen with the original items, etc. As Kenny and I were walking up to the top of the stairs, there was a dark energy coming from the kitchen where I swear it was a voice, saying, "If you come down here, I will kill you."
This is my area. The longer we debated going downstairs, the closer the entity came, as I could feel it solidifying. From no longer being just energy to being something. It scared me enough to ask a staff member if I could go another way and explain why. He said apparently other people had experienced the same thing, which is why he was happy to take me the staff's way to the exit. Here is where it gets odd. I went to the shop that was part of the castle and went to walk in. Normally I'm observant and know when to step down, but in this case, out of nowhere, I felt my foot slip and land heavily, spraining both my wrists and ankles. For the rest of the holiday, it was absolute agony walking, but what scared me was the feeling of smugness when I landed badly. Thankfully, no one has followed me home or experienced anything unusual, but does anyone have any ideas? A demon on my bed. This happened at my old house. My landlord's older brother died in my room. The poor guy died of a heart attack years ago before we moved in. I found out about that months after moving in. I'm really into paranormal things, but as far as experiencing them, it's a no, especially spiritual phenomena. I've seen some outer space things go on, but that's for another story to tell. My house seemed normal at first for a while. It had the house settle, making creaking noises and whatnot. Then weird stuff started to happen. My old friend, let's call her D, and I joked about my house being haunted from the constant knocks we'd hear. She'd get spooked after a while and feel weird after being in my room, especially. It sometimes felt as if something was present around me. The presence felt heavy at times, especially when I was home alone. I sometimes felt weird being home all by myself, having that weird feeling around me. Then one time, while I and Dee were in my room, the TV glitched up and started to distort. It just happened out of the blue. Something like that never happened before. We looked at each other with frightened looks on our faces and got the hell out of my room. After a while, I'd see orbs floating around at night. I initially believed my eyes were deceiving me, but they weren't. I even saw something get thrown at my TV, and for some reason I wasn't too fazed about that. I thought one time my dad was coming into my room to wake me up for school, but it wasn't him. It looked sort of like a shadow coming into my room in the shape of my dad. I even walked past my room and saw supposedly my shadow, but when I walked back, there was no shadow to even be seen. I was creeped out. I one time woke up on the opposite end of my bed, and I was so confused about how that even happened. I know I would have woken up and felt myself moving around. And that wasn't the only creepy thing that happened. My mom was asleep in my room one time, I guess because my bed was so comfy. So she had her eye opened up a bit and saw a figure real close to her face staring right at her. She thought it was my brother playing around, but she was home alone at the time. It had disappeared right before her, and she jumped a bit from being surprised at what she had seen, and she was very frightened about it. She told me what happened, and I was creeped out about sleeping in my own room. I started to dislike going in there. Just the thought of sleeping in there gave me the creeps. Sometimes I'd have terrible nightmares of demons, someone stalking me, or even someone trying to kill me. So a few days after that crazy situation, I was asleep one morning. I opened my eye a bit, and I saw it. The thing is looking at me on my headboard. It had gray skin, long black hair over its face, and it had dark eyes. It reminded me of some creature you hear of in fictional stories. It looked so scary, and its body position on my headboard seemed as if it was going to get me, but it was only just staring at me. This lasted a few seconds, but it felt longer. As soon as I saw it, it noticed I'd seen it, and it crawled away out of sight so fast somewhere. I jumped up to look at my headboard, but the thing was gone out of sight. I just couldn't believe what I had seen. It looked like some weird demon. There are truly some things in this world that shouldn't be messed with, especially if it comes down to seeing entities staring at you or worse, hurting you. After all of that happened, I slept in the living room for several months until I moved into my brother's room since he had moved out at the time. I still felt a heavy presence at times, feeling as if I was being watched. There were a few sporadic knocks and creaks, but after those incidents, I rarely ventured back into my old room. There is an entity in my house. I never have believed in ghosts or spirits. I've always been rational and am not someone to freak out at the drop of a hat. I moved into the place I am at now about 2 months ago. It's about 30 years old, and it's a rented townhouse type thing in Australia. My first night in the house ended up with me calling the police. The sliding glass door that leads to the backyard smashed, and I thought it was an intruder. Police come. I search. There is no one nearby. The police are very polite and understanding because hearing a huge glass door smash to pieces at 3 a.m. isn't very comforting. Glass can smash on its own. I did research, and that calmed my nerves. Shower screens and glass doors are known to sometimes just go bang due to all sorts of glass science or whatever. A few nights later, the sound of a man laughing in the room across from my bedroom wakes me up. I woke up and really tried to calm down because I am aware tiredness and dreams can lead to audible and sometimes visual hallucinations. I focus myself, and the sound is still there. It's not a scary or demonic laugh, just a normal male chuckle. In between the laughter, there are sighs, like the sound people make when they are reminiscing. Hope that makes sense. I grab my knife and walk into the room, no one is there. A few weeks later, the usual shit starts happening. Doors banging, footsteps, cupboards closing, etc. This can all be chalked up to environmental influences, so I don't panic too much, but it is freaky. This is where things get worse. I went to bed early one night, and I was lying down listening to a storm outside my window. Who doesn't love to do that? I heard a door slam. It was that same room with the laughing man. I don't panic, because there is a storm outside, so I figure it's the wind. Then I heard a scream coming from just outside my bedroom door. It was a very loud hey. There was no doubt whatsoever this time. It was 100% coming from inside my house. I wasn't previously asleep, so it isn't a hallucination. I screamed, got aggressive, grabbed my knife, and flung my door open. Once again, nothing. The last incident is the most recent. It happened last night. I went to walk into my bedroom to grab my wallet. It was about 2 p.m. in the afternoon. I heard a voice from the same opposite room. I stopped and listened. It was saying, "Just leave. Get out." What scared me the most was the accent. It wasn't an Australian accent or anything that I could recognize. It sounded like a different species trying to speak English. It sounded deranged. When I was about 16, I played with a Ouija board, and we encountered Zozo. I always assumed it was someone moving the cup, and I never worried about it. Is it possible this is a demon? I need advice or opinions or anything. Not sure what to do. Unknown entity haunting my house. So there's this thing haunting me and my family's house, and it's been going on for probably like 2 or 3 years. It started with me a few years ago when I would go to bed, and whenever I was lying down, these hands would start popping out of the doorway to the bedroom like they were trying to climb through and into the room. It would always happen out of the corner of my eye. I would tell my family about it, and while they believed me, they never really witnessed anything for themselves. It was not until a while later that my brother would start seeing the same thing by the doorway, except this time it was a head. I also started seeing it. We would affectionately nickname it the head, and I eventually learned about an urban legend called El Coco, which parents would use to scare their children into going to sleep at night. El Coco is a monster with a giant bat ear that travels around at night listening for kids who are still awake, and he goes and eats them. I looked up the meaning of El Coco, and it loosely translates to the head, so I just found it a little creepy that we were calling this thing the head, and there was already an urban legend with that name. The weird thing was, though, that my mom also saw it. She works at a care home next to our house, and one day she was in the dining room doing something, and there's this cutout next to the doorway. When she was about to leave the room, she saw a head in this cutout that she thought was one of the people that live there. It was only for a second before it quickly moved out of sight, which is what it always does, and she walked to see if there was someone there, but there wasn't. I believe my dad also saw it, but I can't remember the story. A month or 2 ago, it either stopped showing up or we stopped paying attention to it because we didn't see it again. But then a few days ago, my other brother, not the first, was hanging out with the first one in that same bedroom while I was out in the living room. Brother 2 caught a glimpse of something in the doorway, prompting him to ask brother 1 if it was me. The head usually pops up high above the doorway, but this time it was down below. I wonder if it will return. Anyway, I just want to know what this thing is, and I know it sounds unbelievable as I've talked about a different experience in the past. But whether you believe me or not, I'm curious if you've heard of any myths or legends about this or experienced it yourself. It doesn't seem like a ghost because of the way it constantly tries to hide from us like it could get caught. A ghost can just disappear. But that was my story, and I hope I provided enough details. Something attacked me. I was living in an apartment in Mount Morris, Michigan, with my dog. He was a fawn-colored boxer and was the perfect best friend. One night we went to bed, and I was starting to doze off, and suddenly my dog Buster started lowly growling while looking towards the closet. I came awake because he rarely ever growled at anything. I lifted my head and looked at him, and he lifted his head and started growling louder. I sat up, and he did too, and his growling got even louder in the pitch black of the room. This frightened me intensely, prompting me to leap out of bed and turn on the light, only to find it empty. Needless to say, I left the light on, and sleep didn't come easy, but nothing more happened that night. A couple of weeks later, I allowed my ex and her kids to visit Buster for a weekend, which I came to regret. I was in a dead sleep one night when something in the room half woke me up. I was in that state of waking where everything is fuzzy, and you're not sure if it's real or a dream. Suddenly, I felt something grab my ankle, yank me to the foot of my bed, lift me up, and start tossing me around in the air. Now I am a big guy at 6 feet tall and 230 pounds, and whatever this was flipping me around like a rag doll. I was in a daze and didn't see anything as everything went black. The next thing I knew, it was morning, and I woke up lying sideways across the foot of my bed and had never woken up like that before. I sat up, feeling confused and sore. I was looking around, trying to make sense of everything, when I noticed I had 2 swollen bite marks on me. One on my bicep and the other on my thigh, and that's when I remembered what happened and realized that it wasn't a dream and it actually happened. I was terrified and never slept in my room again and never let my ex have my dog overnight again because whatever that was, Buster kept it at bay, and who knows what it would do to me the next time. In any case, that is my genuine spooky tale, and I have only disclosed it to a handful of individuals who perceive it as a demon or similar entity. My niece used to have an evil spirit attached to her. This story takes place back in 2009, a few months after my niece was born. To begin this story, my mom used to own a Ouija board, which she would keep around the house. I'm not sure why, but I didn't really think much about it growing up. One night, my brother, sister, her boyfriend, and I decided to play with it. Probably for half an hour we were asking questions of ghosts, and usually I would mess with my sister and my brother by giving fake answers by guiding our fingers. After a while I got bored and decided to let them play with it by themselves. This is where it starts to get creepy. My sister and my brother started asking if there was a spirit in the room, and it guided them to say yes. My sister was skeptical because I had been messing with them for a bit, but my brother told her he wasn't moving it. A few questions later, and my sister asks the spirit what it wants. The spirit starts spelling out a name, and it spells Hayden, my niece's name. She then starts crying in the other room. We all check on her, and she's sitting in her crib in the dark, crying intensely. Thereafter, they decide to tell the spirit goodbye and close the board and put it back where we found it. A few years go by, and we moved to an apartment around 2012. My mom still has the Ouija board at this point and has it underneath her bed, but the board is laid out open almost all the time. One day during the summer, my mom is outside in the parking lot and sees Hayden in the window looking down at her and decides to take a picture of her. Behind my niece is a ghostly figure. Nobody, as far as we are aware of, was in the room with her. I don't believe she has a spirit attached to her anymore since I think the Ouija board got thrown out a few years back. Another incident, like the black-eyed child knocking at our door, took place in the same house. A dark entity was seen by multiple family members. After a conflict between my father and the contractor cast a spell on the house to hurt my family's business. I don't believe it, but my business was bad, so I was skeptical. However, my old house was sold. But only after selling did the new owner invite a feng shui master to find out that the house was cursed. So after a weird encounter, I try to stitch things together. Okay, let's get straight to the point. This dark entity is visible to all three of us in a family of 4, although I haven't asked my mother. Talking about me first, after selling my old house, my family moved into a new house. I myself don't believe in spiritual things very much, so I didn't see anything ghostly from when I was a child to an adult. But at that time I had a dream. I dreamed that I was lying on my bed, sleeping. There was a black entity. For some reason I knew that this was a woman. This shadow walked around my mattress. I could still feel the mattress sinking in the footsteps of this female shadow. I was too scared to even move, not that I wanted to move but couldn't. Next, the shadow lay beside me. I lay on the right side, the shadow lay down on the left side, and it turned to look at me with bright red eyes. Then I woke up startled to see my grandmother opening the door to ask me if I was still sleeping. My grandmother is still very healthy. Then, I woke up startled again, seeing the same scene as in the dream just now, making me a bit disoriented. I ran out to ask my mother if my grandmother would come to our house to wake me up that morning, but she said no. I shared this story with my sister, who also experienced a black shadow once, but was unsure if it was male or female. She dreamed that she was sleeping, then she woke up from the feeling of water dripping on her cheeks. At that time, she felt awful because she realized there was a black shadow lying next to her and breathed in the back of her earlobe. That black shadow asked her a question that reminded her to this day, "You're scared, right?" Right after that, she woke up startled. And the last person I asked was my father. I asked him if he saw anything strange or saw any dark shadows. He said that when he was at his old house, there was a dark figure that often walked around his bed while he slept, just like my description, many times. Bear in mind that neither my sister nor I believe these things, so maybe that's why we only saw it once in that time. After that only instance, I don't see it anymore. The question was raised that this could be the female devil caused by the construction contractor's dark magic. She followed us to our new home. Oh, and for the dark magic part, my family lives in a country in Southeast Asia. Had to move my camper after this. Okay, so I live a bit out in the country at a camper/RV park. I got home Christmas night, got things out of my car, and started hearing noises coming from the tree line behind my lot. I thought, it's probably just a raccoon or something. But when I finished getting everything inside and went to close the door, I heard what could only be described as impish laughter, small and eerie, made my hair stand on end and a chill run down my spine. I looked out to the tree line and saw eyes reflecting light back, looking at me. I got the overwhelming sense that what I was looking at was evil and meant harm to me. I slammed the door and kept my Damascus sword and knife handy as I heard sounds outside all night, like something was climbing over my camper and car, my neighbors' campers and cars, and I'd occasionally hear scratching sounds on the windows, the sounds of the laughter echoing around the camper till it came to an end with a loud shrill shriek that was frightening beyond belief. A trusted family friend said they saw my dad sitting on the front porch of his house, just sitting there staring out across his big front yard wearing his blue jeans and faded blue shirt. To verify, I asked if it was a short or long sleeve shirt or was it a t-shirt? He never wore t-shirts or long sleeved shirts. Sure enough, a collared short sleeve shirt. The neighbor knew he had passed, and they were keeping an eye on the place for us, which is why someone on the porch caught her eye. She stopped her car and just looked at him on the porch, trying to identify if it was him, an intruder, or what, and he was there plain as day, she said. Once she identified him as my dad a few minutes later, she started down the road again. This is a rural country road, but looked back before she had to turn onto the main road, and he was gone. An entity that's been around most of my life made direct contact with me. I've always felt this presence around my whole life. It's been there as long as I remember. I feel like I can sense the presence of spirits and other entities around, and usually I feel their presence once or twice or only in a certain place. There are a few that are in my house that I feel regularly, but these are good spirits. I don't feel any bad energy. They just sort of hang out. But there's one that's different. This other presence feels wrong. It feels evil. When I think about it, it fills me with dread. I think it's attached to me because I feel it regardless of where I am. I know when it's close to me because I can feel an extra heaviness. As I'm writing this, I can feel it getting closer, like it knows I'm talking about it. Let's move on to the experience. I have encountered it many times. Whether it be a quick glimpse in the corner of my eye or it doing things to try and scare me. But one time a few years ago it did more than that. I had just moved into a new room in my house, and at this time I hadn't exactly realized what was going on because I was like 12. I talk to myself when I'm alone, and I remember that I said something along the lines of "this room feels different. Maybe it's just the vibes of the other room that are off." Well, not long after that, I get ready for bed. I turn off my light and get comfy in bed. After a few minutes I hear this scratching on my wall next to my bed, but I put it off as my imagination, and I fall asleep. This is where I need to do a bit more explaining. I think I can contact spirits in my sleep. There are multiple instances where I have had dreams that take place in my room, or whatever room I am asleep in. I am in my bed, and there's always another person in my room, and I speak with them, but in these experiences, I am always stuck in place. I don't think it's sleep paralysis because there is always this moment where I wake up and I can move around freely, but this other person essentially fades away because whatever was making that connection possible is no longer there. I think this entity took advantage of that to speak with me directly. So I'm dreaming, and all of a sudden I'm back in my room. It's quiet for a moment before this arm reaches up from under my bed and grabs my arm, and I still remember this voice obviously. It says, "Don't worry. I'm still here." But it's not in a comforting way. It was like it was taunting me. All of a sudden I'm awake again, but it's like I can still feel this hand grabbing me. I quickly got out of bed, and I did not fall back asleep that night. I doubt the scenario was a dream because I have never felt that much terror in my life. I am sitting here crying just thinking about it. It was like this dark presence completely enveloped me and was holding on to me. I'm scared something like this will happen again because I don't know how to stop it from taking advantage of me like it did that night. I just want it to leave me alone. In the Clutches of the Demon, the dark and terrifying story. Since childhood, my brother has always been unique. While other children had imaginary friends or played with their toys, he said he saw figures that no one else could see. Early on, everyone thought it was just a child's vivid imagination, but it was more. Not only did he see these figures, but he interacted with them in such a real way that it was difficult to ignore. One of the first, most terrifying encounters he had was with a mysterious man who appeared frequently to him. This man did not have an ordinary presence. He exuded something dark, as if the air around him became heavy and dense every time he appeared. My brother, even as a child, was not intimidated. He would talk to the man, curious about who he was and what he wanted. One day, he directly asked, "Who are you?" It was at that moment that the man revealed his true nature. He spoke with a cold and disturbing voice, "I am a demon." Something changed at that instant. My brother, who until then had been curious and open, felt a pressure upon him, a dark energy that seemed to want to dominate him. He firmly said that he no longer wanted to see the demon. But the entity did not like this rejection. His eyes, which before seemed to merely observe, were now filled with rage, and the air around him became suffocating. For days, my brother felt the demon's presence, even when he didn't appear. But over time, he learned to ignore it, to not let fear control him. He began walking the streets at night, as if challenging fear, as if seeking answers that only he could find. However, he was no longer frightened. Something inside him had changed. He saw other entities and presences from that day on, but he never felt intimidated again. What was once terrifying became almost routine. He knew that the spiritual world was around him, but now he was in control. He no longer allowed fear to take over. Even when he saw shadows moving in the darkness, figures that would terrify anyone else, he walked with his head held high. To this day, he speaks little about these experiences, but there is something in his eyes, a silent wisdom, as if he knows things the rest of us don't even dare to imagine. And although he never sought this gift, he learned to live with it, or perhaps, to tame what once tried to control him. Tall entity on Christmas Eve. This happened on Christmas Eve of 2012. I was driving home in my truck to pick up my son in our small town in KY. There is a small park parallel to the road I was on and another road intersecting it perpendicularly and ending at the park. I see a figure coming down the middle of the street to my left that is going to intersect the road I'm on. I'm going slowly since this is in town, the speed limit is 25, and it's Christmas Eve, so the street is empty. The figure will be right where I am in my truck, so I think they will stop. It is this tall figure, in black, with what looks like a duster coat and a turban of all things on its head. Just as I get close, it does not stop, it just keeps going in a straight line, and I see it really has no face. It was just a kind of black void where the face would be, one of the blackest things I've ever seen. This thing is tall too. Taller than my truck. It just keeps moving. I should have hit it, but it seemed to pass right through the truck behind me, and I stopped and watched it just continue through the park, still in a straight line, and sort of gliding because the coat and the bottom of the legs faded into the ground. You really couldn't see feet or legs, just a black shadow. Don't know what this was. I have never forgotten it or gotten over it. It always feels like something I wasn't supposed to see. I'm not sure what I experienced, looking for answers. I don't normally talk to people about this sort of thing, aside from my wife, so please excuse me if I don't put it together too well. I'd be happy to answer any questions afterwards. In short, this starts out as a memory that I have been forced to think about, due to similar things happening now. This started about 18 years ago. I was a teenager and lived in the outback of Queensland, Australia. The closest coastline was approximately 380 kilometers, 236 miles, away. I was a pretty normal kid, not into anything paranormal or supernatural. I liked video games, obviously still do, girls, and wrestling. So once a week my mother and I would take a 40-minute walk to my grandparents' house to watch WWE with them. We had always done this, and it was kind of the highlight of my weeknights back then. By the time we left my grandparents, it was usually close to midnight. This particular night was in early spring. So I remember the temperature being really nice, not hot yet, and a slight sweetness to the air. The moon was almost full, so the area was very well illuminated. My mother and I often took a shortcut, following an old train line. It went close to the tree line, but there was a chain link fence that would separate the tree line from the tracks and a few street lights that peppered the track area. As we're walking down the tracks, my mother walking behind me, I see what looks like a litter of dead kittens that were not there when we made our way to my grandparents' house. Feral cats were pretty normal in my town, so while sad, I didn't think much of it. As I'm about to pass by the kittens, my mother lets out a weird sound. So I stop looking back at her. She's frozen and looking at the kittens. I look down, and they're gone. I instantly get a prickly feeling running down my neck, and the light closest to us flickers out. I freak out and grab my mother's arm to run when I see something enormous jump on the side of the chain link fence. It's whitish/gray in the moonlight and moved fast into the tree line. I couldn't tell if it had fur or not. We hear this shrill growl, cry, and I start running as fast as my legs will take me, my mother right beside me, yelling that I better not leave her. I hear the fence again, glimpse back, and see nothing, but we're close to our street at this point, and I dare not stop running. Ahead of us, the chain link fence is about to run out as we leave the tracks, giving way to the tree line once more. I'm terrified at this point. I swear I hear something running in the trees, but I couldn't bring myself to look. We hear that growl/cry once more and burst onto the road, all the way to our house and inside. Locking the door, like that would actually do anything if it wanted us. My mother is crying, and I can't find my voice or collect my thoughts. Needless to say, I didn't sleep. I sat in my room, looking toward the tree line across the street. I wasn't expecting to see something, but a part of me couldn't help but watch. I never saw it again. We moved away a few years later. I'm now in my 30s and have my own family and kids. Still in Australia, but a lot further south. We've had a lot of rain this spring, and it keeps setting off the safety switch in our electricity box for some reason. 2 nights ago, at 1:13 a.m., I noticed the kitchen has no power. I gather my shoes and light to go out to the box and fix it. It's pouring down rain, and there's a big tree that I have to get through to get to the box. I do just fine, pry open the box and fix what needs fixing. As I close the box, I get this prickly feeling down my neck, and I feel like I'm being watched. Out of nowhere, I hear a shrill growl. I froze, the memory flooding back into my head. My hands start shaking, but I make sure the box is closed properly and head back towards the tree. I try to duck under its branches, and it catches the collar of my shirt, yanking me back unexpectedly. I nearly yell out but force my shirt free. I get up and go inside, shaken, soaking wet, and slightly annoyed. I go to my room, where my wife is with our baby. The tree is on the other side of our window. As I enter the room, my wife asks what grabbed me and did it make that weird sound? I look surprised, thinking the sound was just my head playing tricks on me. I reply, the tree caught me. She shakes her head. No, it didn't. I saw something grab you, and you fell. I laugh a little nervously and remove my wet clothing, reassuring her that there's nothing there. She doesn't look convinced and closes the curtains. I change and gather my wet things for the wash. As I'm putting them in the laundry, I notice the rip on my shirt collar. 3 rips, all near my collar. But it was so cleanly ripped, you'd think it was cut. I threw away the shirt. I don't want my wife to see and be freaked out even more. I don't know if the second thing has anything to do with the first. I still don't even know what the first thing was. Or how I'd begin to find out. I'm just a nerdy dad. To anyone who listens to all this, thanks for listening. I really needed to get this off my chest a little bit. If you have any answers or theories, I'd be glad to hear them. The Curse of the Faceless Woman. This story starts around the 25th of December. I was enjoying a trip with my family to Santa Barbara. For a day trip, and because I'm a big museum nerd, I convinced everyone to go to Solvang, a Danish town in the middle of rural California. While going down the street, we were passed by a street view car for Google. Right in front of us was a couple in their 20s, one had dyed hair. I continued on with my day. A few days later, the trip ends, and I start to head back home. As we were getting onto a winding country road, at about 5 in the morning, way before the sun went up. On the side of the last suburban street before hours of abandoned highways was a white figure. Under a lone light lamp for a lady. She slouched slightly. She had pale skin. She had scraggly hair. But weirdest of all, the complete lack of a face. I was a little freaked out by this, but I didn't want to wait and deal with drivers on New Year's Eve. Soon, thick fog set in, and I could barely see 10 feet in front of me. This road was very windy, as there was a valley below. After about 10 minutes of driving, the road started turning, and every 5 feet was a new sign saying what to do, slowly getting more nonsensical. From rock warnings back to signs saying to turn off all lights to signs saying to just stop. After a couple of minutes, everything returned to normal. My theory is that this was a transitional space, and I have changed universes. Today, I went to an ice cream shop and, on a whim, decided to check if I was on Google Maps. I opened it up and went to the bakery I had just gotten out of when the car passed by. There was the person with dyed hair, and everything else was normal, but I and my family, who were traveling with me, were gone. I checked the dates, the images were only a month old. This explains quite a bit. The day after, I was staying in a hotel, and all the lights went out for hours. And these people, quite close to civilization, were fine with it. They acted as if this was completely normal. Yet mere months earlier, the city would have been a mess if power had gone out, as it did, but only for a couple of minutes. It shut down all of the casinos for a bit. Now, they were all back up by the time I left the building. Really, what is going on? Possible entity following me at 3 a.m.? So basically it was Halloween night, and I, 15, and my cousins, 14-15, decided to sneak out around 3 a.m. to go down to the shop, and all was going well until we got about 1/3 of the way home. We were outside a church, and my cousin, 15M, saw an elderly woman approximately in her 70s. She was holding a shopping bag and had brown curly hair down to her shoulders. By the way, we live in Ireland, so it was Samhain, and we walked for 5 minutes until my other cousin, 14M, said to me, "There is a woman following us," and I turned back, and sure enough, this woman was following us. We began to walk quickly to avoid her attention, but suddenly, she began to run after us. It was 3 a.m. in Ireland on Samhain/Halloween night, and an elderly woman in her 70s was pursuing us. We began to run for our lives, and she continued to run until she reached my grandmother's yard, which was eerie because she was the only one living there. However, we managed to return home without any significant incidents, so we decided to share our experiences with ChatGPT. The response we received was as follows. 1. The witching hour, 3 a.m. is thought to heighten supernatural activity. An old woman's appearance may be linked to this time. 2. Old hag, sleep paralysis. The old hag often appears during sleep paralysis, causing fear and immobility. 3. Banshee, Celtic folklore. In Irish and Scottish lore, a banshee, sometimes an old woman, warns of death and may follow a person as an omen. 4. Ghostly apparition, elderly spirits might appear due to unresolved issues or to warn, protect, or seek help. 5. Warning spirit, some beliefs see these apparitions as warnings of danger or illness. Many cultures recommend prayers, amulets, or cleansing rituals to protect. When it mentioned all of this, we were freaking out even more, so we asked about banshees. It said they follow their victims as a warning sign that they shouldn't do something or that a family member will die. Then the next day when all my cousins went, I heard news that a friend of my granny and mother had recently died due to cancer. Now I didn't even know about this until that day, the day she died, and she was in her 70s also. Then today I came to this channel to see what you guys think. I know most of you probably think this is BS or was just an old woman, but I believe she was more than that because, first of all, why would an old woman be out at 3 a.m. following a group of teenage boys, and also why would she run at us? Also, it was 3 a.m. on Halloween night in Ireland, which is the second most haunted country in the world, behind Germany. This was during a power outage at my in-laws back in 2020. I was lying down asleep in bed when I suddenly awoke and noticed that it was pitch black and no lights were on, hallway and outside light. You could barely see the moonlight through the closed window blinds, and after peeking outside the window next to my bed, I noticed the neighborhood was entirely black. Anyway, I'm scanning the room and see this figure standing upright in front of the bed and mirror. I swear on my children this thing had about 5 long legs, and all I can picture was just legs and some ugly rusty brown color that it was. After seeing that shit, I grabbed my phone next to me and pressed the power button to show some light, and there was nothing there. I was skeptical as F, so I turned the screen off, and as soon as I did, I saw the ducking thing again. I was freaking out and turned my phone flashlight on. It wasn't there. I woke my husband up and told him what I saw, and I couldn't go back to sleep. I just stayed on my phone. The power turned on around 5 in the morning, and I told my in-laws what I saw. The thing is, my mother-in-law told me she woke up in the middle of the night to some loud breathing coming from the hallway. After lying there just listening, she said she heard it right next to her bedside and that it sounded like someone was wearing a breathing mask or something, like in the movies where astronauts breathe in their helmets. She said she also woke her husband and couldn't go back to sleep as well. If anyone has encountered anything similar, please let me know that I'm not crazy, and I actually did see this freaky shit. Real paranormal encounter. I told around 50 people this in real life, and I'm finally going to make a post about it. Everything I'm saying, I put on my soul and on God that this happened. I am not looking for attention, and I will not exaggerate in the slightest. With that being said, let's get into it. My first memory of anything really paranormal was me walking in the pitch black at 7 years old. I was scared of the dark. I would never consciously do this, going down the stairs at my mom's house, looking to the left, and seeing a white spirit in front of the refrigerator with the fridge being open. That's all I remember, nothing afterward, and I, to this day, cannot remember if it was a dream or real. Second experience, I'm 13 at a continuation school with gang members and druggies. They make a fake Ouija board out of paper, and I play along. That night I woke up from a nightmare about a demonic goat and a pentagram. It's 3 a.m., and my TV is on stereotypical static, like in horror movies. The remote was on my bed, right in front of my face, aimed at me perfectly. I always turn the TV off and put my remote on the floor next to my bed routinely because I will stay up all night if I don't decide to go to sleep. I brushed it off and went to bed a little scared, but that morning the paper we played with was ripped up and scattered on the lawn. This could have just been the kids playing a trick, though. Third story. Because of the second story, I had my room set up like I had OCD, so I would know if anything moved. I had my door propped up with my laundry basket. I did not have hinges on the door at the time. Everything was in its proper place, the lights were off, and the door was closed. I remember waking up to something trying to get my attention, not verbally but like telepathically, like when someone is watching you and you can feel it. I opened my eyes. I'm pretty sure this was me still in the dream, but I saw an all-black face staring at me like someone peeking in my room. I only saw the face, no body, not like it was floating, but like it was bent over creeping in. I then became fully awake, and just like in the dream, my door was open, but I did not see the face like I did in my very first memory/dream. I look around, and the hallway light is on, like my vision, but there is no face. My light and ceiling fan are on, and my ducking office chair, which is always perfectly parked in front of my desk, was rolled all the way to my bed to where it was touching my bed. I'm frozen in fear waiting for something to pop out or for me to hear something or for me to hopefully still be dreaming, but it was real, and I was losing my mind in fear. This incident occurred at 6 a.m. 2 minutes go by, and I hear my mom go to the bathroom, and I muster enough courage to get up and go to her. I asked her if she was at my door trying to get my attention, and she said she just woke up. My heart dropped like a ducking anchor. I have no history of sleepwalking, just an FYI. I tell her what happened, and she is shook too. She had her own experiences. I told her not to tell me because I was too afraid to want to hear about it. I will get to that soon. I end up going back to my room, and when I walk past my 3-year-old little brother's room, at least 3 of his toys start going off. I cannot make this up. Then nothing happened. I just went to school, really confused and scared, just trying to explain WTF I encountered. Nothing really happened since the third story, when I was 16, but it doesn't end there. Like I said, I told my mom/sister to never tell me what happens lol. Fast forward to a few months ago when I'm 25, I finally ask mom what she has seen. So let's get into my mom/sister's encounters. The first thing my mom tells me is there are 4 ghosts in the house. And of course the first one she says is a white ghost that is not evil in the kitchen. I've never told my mom about the dream of me seeing a white ghost in the kitchen. Then she says there is a baby and my little bros. The toys going off by themselves. My mom and sister claim to have spotted another toddler in the hallway. They said he has a striped shirt. Then she says there is a tall/big, very evil entity in my room. She then says she has seen the big evil one spying on her out of the corner of her eye and that my sister saw it too downstairs on the couch and the big evil one was on the staircase peeking around the corner. My sister said she felt a hand touch her back when she was lying on the couch downstairs when she was younger. She also said she one time went to the bathroom at 3 a.m. and saw a big shadow guy in my chair staring her down or, like, focused on her in the dark. This is where it gets really crazy. My little brother told my mom about a nightmare he had about someone sitting in my chair. Like I said, I have no reason to lie, this shit is crazy. Luckily nothing has really happened besides hearing something thrown at the wall when I was home alone once before the chair incident. I encountered some entity that my family refers to as the newspaper ghost. When I was 13 or 14, I was house sitting 4 houses down from mine, and they asked me to collect the paper every day. The paper and mail never arrived. I was like, okay, they probably had it held at the post office and forgot to tell me. Last day of house sitting. My friend is with me. Which I am telling you to let you know, a second human witnessed everything I'm saying. We show up at the house to feed the dog and check everything, etc. It is about 6 p.m. Dusk. The front door is wide open. Every single light in every room is on. I mean every bulb. The ducking oven light is on. The fridge and microwave are open. There's a pile of what must be 35 newspapers on the front stoop. Way more than should have accumulated in this 1 week. The dog is fine. We go into the kitchen, thinking WTF, but we should turn off all the lights and close doors and shit. I am being paid for this, so I feel an obligation. The basement door is accessed from the kitchen. We see, very clearly, a person is in the basement. They run. The basement lights turn off. We ducking run. My father is a police officer and has been since he was 17 years old. He is a very intense man and generally always has a gun. We go to my house, which is nearby, and convince him to return with us. The newspapers have all vanished. All the lights are now off. But every door in the house is still open, including the fridge and microwave, toaster oven, cabinets, and basement door. This weirds out my dad enough to check shit out. We have informed him of the person in the basement. He checks shit out. Everything is fine. Neighbors return. Very elderly neighbors, pay me extra and tell me not to worry, they have an old house. They know how it can act occasionally. Both have since passed away, this was approximately 23 years ago. The entire event fades from consciousness, but if you ask my friend or my family, they will remember. Evil entity. In the 90s, my dad bought an old house that had a barn attached to it. A lot of houses in Germany, especially in the smaller villages. The first few years were totally fine. In 2003, my dad started to remodel and rebuild the house. That's when it started. Initially, the strange occurrences included banging, objects toppling over, water faucets activating, and toilets flushing. We just shrugged it off, saying it's an old house, blah. I never felt comfortable there, to be honest. Something always sounded right above my room, the attic, sometimes it sounded like someone moving furniture. But there were only 2 to 3 old chairs and a really heavy old oak closet. The closet was huge. Dad told us it was probably just squirrels. They were pretty big squirrels, in my opinion. Well, Time went by, I met my now husband on MySpace, and we Skyped every night. Due to the time difference, 6 hours, one morning my now husband said, "Oh, they are up early." I said, "Who?" He said someone just walked through the hallway. My heart was about to explode. No one was up at 3 a.m. As I turned towards the hallway, the entire living room curtain fixture, mounted on the wall, abruptly fell off. I got so scared. He knew I always told him about it. He said, "Babe, just go check if everyone is asleep and lay down." I hung up. As soon as I was upstairs, I checked, everyone was sleeping. From that point on, the situation only grew worse. In the morning, all kitchen cabinets and drawers were open, and the basement door was open, and that door was always locked because it had an old dweller down there. At this point, everyone got uneasy. It even happened when we had visitors over, lights flickering, doors slammed shut. One of my mom's friends is very spiritual, and her best friend is Native American. She said she talked to her about it, and she would be more than happy to come over and do a cleansing. My mom said absolutely, but I called the Catholic priest, and I'm waiting for him to call me back. He called and said it wasn't the first time he was called to this address, and he won't come back. He was honestly pretty upset that the sellers didn't mention why he never kept any tenants for longer than a few months. He apologized and said there was nothing he could do. My mom asked him if he at least knows what happened or what it is. He said all he knows is that around 1900 a farmer and his wife owned the house and land. The wife always wanted children but never was able to get pregnant. They were both lovely people. One day her husband left the house to go to the market. A little while later, the wife heard lots of screaming. Someone banged on her door. Her husband sadly was run over and died. Ever since that day, she became bitter, especially unfriendly to kids, and didn't talk to anyone anymore. Sadly, she died bitter and alone in this house. Mom was like, "Oh, that's great, thank you." Thereafter, for a while, not one thing happened. Everything was quiet, almost back to normal. Until my sister-in-law announced that she's pregnant. And it all started over but much more aggressively. Windows opened. Dishes flew out of the cabinets. Stuff was thrown down the stairs. The closer it got to the baby, the crazier it got. It got so bad that both of my sisters slept with me in my room. One night, I heard my brother scream. We rushed into the apartment, where he reported that a shadow figure had descended the stairs from the attic, which were located in his bathroom, and had fallen directly under the baby crib, causing it to topple over. From that night on, we all slept together in the living room. Next day, my mom called her friend. At this point we were scared shitless. Even my dad, who is known for his extreme skepticism, was genuinely terrified. The next day this beautiful lady came over with mom's friend. She just looked at us and said it was feeding off y'all's fear, we haven't slept right in months. She asked if we wanted to go inside with her or wait. I assume we were all scared for her, and we all told her we'd go. Before we went in, she, I guess, cleansed or blessed us in her beautiful native language and gave us some sort of bean to hold or put in our pocket to protect us. I wish I could remember the name of that bean. She walked in and said, "Wow, it is strong, and it doesn't like me." We went from room to room. She had a tray with several different items on it. Sage, and something that was already burning, a feather, and something else, but I don't remember. As we approached my brother's studio/apartment, she kept getting louder and louder. I did not understand her native language, but in between, she would tell us, "It's trying to hide, and it feels cornered." Next stop, the attic. One by one we started to go up. All of a sudden, the door swung wide open, and a 2x4 board came flying right forward at us and almost hit my brother-in-law right in the head. And then a loud boom. Felt like the house shook. My siblings went out with my dad and brother-in-law. Once we were up there, we saw the big oak cabinet was pushed over, and the 2x4 was ripped out of the wooden structure on the roof. The lady became agitated and said, "It's no longer here, it must be downstairs." The only room we haven't been in was the laundry room. She went in there alone, and she was loud, everything felt so loud. After what felt like an eternity, she came out and said, "It put up a fight." She had ashes all over her and looked exhausted. She said it kept blowing the ashes on her, trying to get the scared fire off the tray. I'll never forget that day. This kind lady didn't want anything for her work. She came back a few days later to tell us that the lady who owned the house was trying to protect us. This was particularly concerning for my sister-in-law, as the situation threatened her unborn child. I moved to Tennessee a few years later. My siblings went to college across Germany, so my parents sold the house. Peaceful as it can be. I am a native of London. Our home was just up the road from central London.
and Mum were picking up some groceries just before going home after seeing her mate, who had a stall in the St. Martin in the Fields Market.
We were just crossing the road, it was very busy, and although it was a weekday, it was the school holidays, and there were loads of tourists and families about. Over on the other side of the road, walking on the pavement quite naturally, was a pretty dark-haired/eyed young woman wearing dark clothes. When I saw her, it was as if everything else froze still, and she walked in slow motion. The only sound I heard was my heartbeat. The amount of evil coming off this woman was amazing and overwhelming. I instantly knew she was bad. I come from a family of sensitives, so I've had paranormal and supernatural experiences all my life, but because I was only 9 at the time, I wasn't able to fully comprehend it. We made eye contact, and the woman didn't show any expression, then we passed each other. I tried to turn around in my wheelchair to see if she was still visible, but I was too small, and there were too many people in the way. After she passed, the world seemed to click back into place again, and sound returned, everyone started to move normally again. I instantly told my mom and asked her and Elle if they had seen the strange woman. They both said no. Later that night in the bath, I told Gran about the experience. Gran, being the most powerful earth magic practitioner I've met, told me she was probably a dark entity from Tech Din or the other world, land of the dead. I've always been scared of paranormal activity since I started going to a Christian church in my freshman year of high school. I've always been a little pansy when it came to these things. So, the church I attended had interns from all over the world, usually about 3 to 6 at a time for a year. They usually help out with events, setting up youth nights, and whatnot. What my church did was rent out an apartment to house the interns, so we all called it the intern house. All the past interns have said they experienced little weird things, nothing of concern, and they would share it with us sometimes. The girls had their own studio they would share in the back patio above the garage, and the boys had the upstairs to themselves, since 2 of the permanent residents are guys. One night, a couple of friends decided to sleep over and watch a movie night, and did we choose the wrong movie, as things got worse from there. We decided to watch Paranormal Activity, not sure which one. In the movie, there was a little child who named his imaginary friend Toby, who turned out to be an evil entity. Jokingly, we all named the ghost Toby as well, just to scare the girls and other students who would come around for our weekly boys' night. Were we dumb to do that? After that night, things got worse. David, my best friend, and Adam, David's childhood friend, worked for the church and lived in the upstairs with 2 smaller rooms for the permanent residents. During the summer, when the interns were away, they took care of the house. So whenever I spent the night, I would stay in the master bedroom, where there was a bed, a bunk bed, and the bathroom. I have no idea why I chose to sleep here after experiencing activity very often. This is my personal experience. At night, before bed, I would go shower and brush my teeth in the public bathroom David and Adam share. As the first time I used the master bathroom, I got scared. When I showered, the toilet flushed itself, nothing alarming, but still weird nonetheless. It freaked me out a bit. Like I said, I'm a pansy when it comes to this kind of stuff. I tried to finish my shower quickly. Now, I've read somewhere that if you acknowledge entities, you feed them, and they get stronger. I'm guessing this was the case. After I started freaking out a little and rushed my shower, some stuff fell off the counter, and at that point, I said F it. I washed all the soap off, grabbed my clothes and towel, and ran to David's room butt naked. I explained to him what had happened, and he laughed at me, same with Adam. So we all just hung out in David's room for a bit until we all went to bed. Now, I'm the type of person who hates sleeping in complete silence, so they had a room fan, which I turned on to make some noise. Sometimes, it would turn off by itself and be unplugged. This was when I lost my shit. The door would open and close, and the toilet would flush itself again. I was not having it. Like what every man would do, I grabbed the blanket from the top bunk and made a fort and played Christian music while playing Rise of the Guardians on my laptop to help me fall asleep. I love that movie for some reason, maybe because it helped me get through the dreadful nights. And every single time I slept over, the same things would happen, and after a while, I just got used to it, as they became a routine for me. Eventually, I moved out of state and came back to visit after 2 years. This is where things got crazy. These were not experiences from me, but it's what Adam had told me. When I came back, I had told David and Adam that I missed the intern house, and I mentioned Toby as a joke as well. Adam had this look on his face, as if I had said, "He who must not be named." David kind of shrugged it off, not really caring. This is what Adam said had happened. There was this girl living at the house in the girl's studio by herself. There were no interns at the time. Whenever she would be alone, she felt as if something was watching her maliciously. She never liked staying there by herself. Whenever she was in her room, things would get knocked off. This time, it apparently felt angry, not like how it did in the past. One day, she started walking out, and there was a loud sound, and things fell off dressers, like in movies. They had one of those heavy rear projection TVs everyone had in the early 2000s, and it apparently fell off the stand right after she walked by. She was so scared, she cried and called the pastors. When they came into the house, they all shared a feeling that something evil was in it, so they exorcised the whole house, and things were okay after that. They explained that acknowledging the entity and giving it a name gave it power. As Adam explained all this to me, I was looking at this odd-looking frame he has. It was like a picture frame, except it was a box and had 2 little sailor dolls in it. I looked at how weird it was, and to my surprise, one of the doll's arms moved. I asked Adam if anything strange happens after the exorcism, and he told me the only thing he experiences anymore is the dolls in his box and how they would move from time to time. Anyone experiencing anything unusual shouldn't name it or acknowledge it because it'll get stronger. Entity with red glowing eyes. When I was a child, maybe 4/5, I was on my way to the kitchen in the middle of the night because I was thirsty. The living room and kitchen were across from one another. Anyways, I was always scared to go in the kitchen, so when I saw a cup of juice sitting on the living room table, I went there instead. Anything to avoid the kitchen at nighttime because it had a sliding door with 2 large windows into the backyard with no lights. So, there I was walking to get the juice on the table when I suddenly got this eerie feeling. There it was. When I looked up, there was a dark figure sitting in the corner of the ceiling. It looked as if it had claws, but it was just the embodiment of black. There were no features except the red glowing eyes. It never moved. It just stared at me. I just remember freezing and eventually running to my mom's room, crying and scared. The next morning, when I got up, there were magazines ripped to shreds in the living room. I try not to remember that night, but now that I'm an adult, I'm curious about what I saw that night. Has anyone had that experience? La Llorona. When I was 15, I traveled to Mexico during my summer vacation to visit my grandma and cousins. It was rainy season over where my family's from, and my cousins always told me stories about La Llorona and how they hear her at night when it rains. I used to call bull because I heard that she only appears close to big bodies of water or rivers. The only water that passed through my grandma's and one of my aunt's houses was a small stream. I've only seen it grow from sidewalk to sidewalk a couple of times. So, I never believed that she could take place in something like that. They were just trying to scare me. One day, we were playing soccer, and after the game, we all hung around. My cousin mentioned that he had heard her the night before. I couldn't believe him, as he was smiling the entire time he recounted the story. I told him, "How could she pass through your street if there's only a small stream of water?" And started laughing, so he asked us to sleep over that night because it looked like it was going to keep on raining that day. I agreed, and at night it was 2 of his brothers and me. We were watching movies, eating sandwiches, and making fun of him, telling him that he was scared of the rain because apparently his brothers didn't hear La Llorona, only him. I was like, "You scared fool," and laughed. Time passed by, and his younger brother fell asleep, and the rest of us were getting bored, and we asked him if he remembers, like, at what time his girlfriend came the night before and laughed. He got serious and told us that it was around that time. I and his brother, who was still awake, made chocolate milk and heard him say, "She's coming." We looked over at him, and he was on the floor with a blanket all the way to his neck and just looking at us wide-eyed. We could see the fear in his eyes and asked him, "What's wrong, dude?" And he said, "The animals are going to start fighting." And we were like, "What?" And as soon as we reacted to his comment, dogs started barking out on the street, and my cousin got even more scared, started shaking, and was repeating, "She's coming, she's coming." He got on my nerves and tried to pull the blanket off of him, but he was holding on to it hard, so I started swinging the blanket to make him get up, and he said, "The cats are going to start fighting right now," and as soon as he finished that sentence, not a second later, we heard cats fighting on the roof. His brother and I were looking at each other like, "What the duck?" I felt the adrenaline kick in, and he still said, "The cows are going to start," and bam! Same timing as before. I was in disbelief, so I asked my other cousin to assist me in removing the blanket and standing him up. He simply looked at us and said, "Everything is going to go quiet at the same time," which is exactly what happened. I asked him, "How did you know all that was going to happen?" He freaked out even more and said, "Shh, she's coming." His brother was just next to me the whole time, looking around and noticing everything was quiet. We couldn't even hear crickets, rain, or white noise. It was just silent, like if someone pressed the mute button. My other cousin said, "You hear that?" And I asked, "What?" And I heard her. All 3 of us looked at each other wide-eyed, and I said, "No way." What we heard was a woman walking in the street and wailing, not the famous "Where are my kids?" but just a deep and loud lament. Getting close to the house, my adrenaline was at its peak. I was scared and excited at the same time. It was crazy. I asked my other cousin to come with me to the window since we heard her going away at that moment, but he was hesitant. I told him that nothing could happen to us since we were on the second story. Furthermore, I said, it's not like she's going to be up on the window, and he's like, dumbass, if it's her, she's a ducking ghost, she can do anything. I had my emotions crossed that I didn't think of it that way. I didn't care what he said and got close to the window with a dead stare at the curtains. I was approaching the window, hoping to spot a shadow or silhouette on the other side, when one of my cousins yelled, "Stop! Fool!" He startled me, causing fear to overwhelm me and my adrenaline to drop. As a result, I ran back to the living room with my cousins, grabbed my sheet, and sat down. We just stayed talking to each other until we dozed off. The next morning, we told my grandma and aunts what we heard, but they thought we were joking. So, it was a trip when my grandma sat next to me and told me that it was a good thing. I didn't look out the window because people say that when La Llorona sounds far, she's actually close. I was shocked, but at the same time, it was a cool experience. Years ago, after graduating high school, I got really into the occult, still am to this day, just safer about it. I had messed around with Ouija boards and ritual type stuff. Wound up having experiences with shadow people and even the figure known as Hat Man, but the most evil presence I ever felt was from whatever dark entity was attached to me and still may be attached to me. At the time, I was living with my aunt. One night, I woke up to use the bathroom. Upon returning to my room, I noticed that the temperature in my bedroom had significantly dropped. Like literally, I could see my breath, that's how cold it was. I remember feeling like I was being watched, as if something was standing in the darkened corner of my room, hiding behind the shadows and just watching me. As I laid back down and pulled the blankets over me, I remember feeling this intense shiver down my spine and this overwhelming feeling of hatred, anger, bitterness, and fear overwhelming my body and mind, sending my anxiety skyrocketing. And then I heard a whisper from the same corner of the bedroom. I felt like I was being watched from when this figure of a pale lady, with a long, flowing, dirt-stained, and torn dress, matted and dirty, flowing black hair, and a stench of decay or sulfur/rotten eggs, filled my nostrils. I watched as she slowly drifted her way towards the bed, and as she got there, she slowly climbed on top of it and made her way towards me until her face was mere inches from mine and began whispering or muttering things in a language I couldn't understand before she started choking me and trying to force her hand inside my mouth. I just remember everything fading to black. I got woken up by my aunt, who was in a panic. I was asleep or unconscious on the floor at the foot of my bed, with a bruise all around my neck. She inquired about my well-being after hearing some thumps, gargled or muffled screams, and whimpers. Upon entering, she reported seeing me violently shake on the bed before collapsing to the floor. After that incident, the situation temporarily calmed down, but I continued to see and experience attacks from that entity on multiple occasions. Then in 2018 I met my now fiancée, and upon moving in with her and telling her this stuff, she did a smudging and cleansing on me. She's Wiccan, and her family has several witches in it. And gave me some crystals for protection, and for a while that seemed to do the trick. But every so often that dark entity shows up in my nightmares and occasionally in the corner of my vision as I walk around in public, but after another round of smudging/cleansing, it appears to be enough to keep it at bay. But I have felt the presence of evil, and it certainly always means something bad is soon to come my way. Voices outside my bedroom. This incident occurred approximately a year or two ago. As I've previously mentioned, my bedroom is located in the basement. Since my younger sister, secretly, moved out, I've had the entire room to myself. However, this encounter represents one of the few more frightening experiences I've had. Something else I'll like to mention is that right next to my closet, I have a picture of the Virgin Mary hanging on the wall, and the drawer at the foot of my bed, which stops just before the only window facing inwards towards my room, has a few items I own and care very deeply about. First is a dragon girl figure that was given to me as a gift from a former teacher, now close friend, for my 16th birthday. Second is an action figure character from a Japanese series that I like, and I bought it when I went to my first anime detour with Kirito a year or two before this encounter happened. I have both these figurines facing the picture of the Virgin Mary and would say to them before going to bed, please make sure nothing bad happens to me throughout the night. Then, last but not least, my parents had a shaman friend of theirs write out a talisman who was placed over my bed to prevent spirits from entering us while sleeping, which I also brought over from the old house. It was very early in the morning, and I woke up without any reasonable explanation. I lay there until I started drifting off to sleep again, when I heard two voices just outside my bedroom door. These voices sounded a lot like my brothers Kirito and Vivi. I don't recall what the conversation was, but I remember thinking, why are you two just talking outside my door? Since there was another bathroom upstairs that one of them could use, I thought, perhaps someone else is using it, so they came down here instead. Then I looked at my clock sitting on the drawer at the foot of my bed. It read 4 or 5 a.m. I'm very confused now but didn't move from my position. I'm thinking, WTF is going on? Why are Kirito and Vivi awake at 4 to 5 in the morning during the summer? Either of them has summer school because they both already graduated not too long ago. Then I looked down to see through the creak under my door to see if the lights in the basement were on. They weren't on. The only light was from the slowly rising sun. I was scared but still didn't move and instead started silently praying inside my head to every god or goddess for protection. I know I'm a nerd for different cultures, hoping whatever I was hearing didn't enter my room. Eventually the voices stopped, and I guess I just fell back to sleep out of fear, because the next time I heard my bedroom door being opened, it was Vivi waking me up, which really startled me because it immediately brought back the memory of the voices. I didn't tell either of them the story until much later, and Vivi confirmed that neither of them would come to use the basement bathroom that early in the morning. They might have done so once or twice during high school to shower and prepare for school, but after graduation, they stopped using it altogether. It still scares me to think about what would have happened to me if whatever that thing was had entered my room, but I like to believe that maybe it sensed the talismans, the picture of the Virgin Mary, and possibly even the figurines, preventing it from entering my room. To this day I still haven't moved any of those items around, and if one of the two figurines ends up falling on the floor, I'd quickly pick them up and apologize for accidentally knocking them over, as well as thank all of them for keeping me safe. It won't leave me alone. First post. I feel compelled to share this with everyone. Let me preface this by saying I have memories of a shadow person for as long as I can remember. My first memory is of this thing, this black shadow, hovering over my crib. Constantly. It would dart away anytime someone came into the room. As a child, I had night terrors until about 12 years old. Babysitters were cool until they saw an episode. They didn't come back after. I would sit up straight in bed, eyes open, screaming at the top of my lungs, but I was asleep. And I was consciously aware that I had no control over my body. The only way my parents could get me out of it was to put me on the toilet and throw a bucket of water over me. The toilet was necessary because I'd piss myself as soon as I came to. Sleep paralysis, they said. Night terrors, they said. Years went by before this thing came back to torment me. In college I dated and lived with a DJ who was always out till early morning. I spent a lot of time alone. It was a very dark time in my life. Something started calling my name during the day and whispering in my ear at night. It didn't happen frequently, so I chose to ignore it. Months went by. Guests that slept in the living room would say they saw a shadow going up and down the stairs in the middle of the night but couldn't tell if they were dreaming. I'd seen the same thing. At that point I knew it was real but still wasn't ready to admit it. One night, I had a heated argument with my boyfriend over the phone. It was a very late night. I was so angry I was seeing red. That's when the whispers started. The whispers began to resound in a chorus. Like the noise your breath makes when you try to fog glass. Ha! Then the dread set in. I felt a heavy, dark presence in my room moving around my bed. Normally this is also something I would have disregarded, but my cat had stood up, back curled, growling and hissing at this thing I couldn't see. Where I felt it was moving, the cat's eyes were following. That's when it hit me, all those times I shook it off were real. It was undeniable. Panic set in. I looked up, and this thing was standing at the foot of my bed. It was tall, masculine, but not human. I could only see its outline, with the exception of its closed smile and very long fingers, which were touching at the tips. At that point, it was also undeniable that this was not my first encounter with it. It was all too familiar. All these suppressed childhood memories returned with a fierce intensity. I threw the covers over my head like a toddler and counted to I don't even know. The whispers were still going, I knew it was still there, but eventually I had to come out from under the blankets. And when I did, it was still standing there, smiling at me. I panicked, are you ducking kidding me right now? This thing's smile went from closed to open. Its mouth stretched from ear to ear, the only way I can explain it is a Cheshire cat smile. And its long Dracula fingertips started drumming together. It was getting off on my terror. I called my boyfriend back, hysterical and scared to move. He had me put him on speaker so he could say some prayer. At which point the ha breaths turned into angry growls. I ran out of that apartment barefoot in my pajamas, down the streets of Boston, and sat in my car until my BF got home at 5 a.m. I still feel awful about leaving the cat. I never wanted to be alone in that space again. Never got any answers, but I was shook. I remain shook even after a decade has passed. Shortly thereafter, I got a DUI in my driveway after hanging out at college parties on campus trying to avoid being home alone. After that, I fully embraced hippy dippy shit. It was the only thing I felt I could do to avoid ever seeing it again. I practiced yoga and cultivated emotional intelligence to suppress my negative emotions. Sage, crystals, ancient symbols, house plants, Himalayan salt, you name it. 3 weeks ago, I took my new boyfriend to see a picture of my best friend's mother, who died in high school. It was the memorial newspaper clipping that I've had nestled in the corner of my dresser mirror for 16 years. The picture had vanished. I frantically searched the dresser to no avail and cried when I thought I lost it. Last week I came home from work, and the picture was face up on the floor, smack dab in the middle of the room. Yesterday my BF and I woke up in the morning, and the full-length wall mirror that sits across the room from the dresser mirror was on the floor. This is a heavy-ass mirror. It didn't break, nor did it wake either of us up when it fell. We are both light sleepers. I went downstairs to make coffee before work when my roommates asked me what the earthquake was about in my room at 2:30 a.m. Apparently the mirror woke them both up when it fell. But not us? I'm scared. I'm terrified. Why didn't we wake up? Why did this conveniently happen at the witching hour? Why didn't the mirror break? Why did my guardian angel's picture go missing and show up just last week? I hung the mirror back up last night and I'm already regretting it. It's covered in a blanket right now because I'm scared. I'm reading that 2 mirrors across from each other can create a portal more powerful than one alone would. And one alone can. A friend of mine moved into a new house as a kid and started sleepwalking. Going through the kitchen knife drawers and threatening family while he was asleep. His mother had someone come in to look at the home, and this woman said the mirror behind his bed was the culprit. His mom got rid of the mirror, and the sleepwalking stopped. I feel like something is not happy, even though I'm happy. And I feel like Linda is trying to protect me? Tell me something. Ike, is something terrible about to happen again? Has this dark entity switched to using mirrors to enter my space since it can't anymore? Is it even the same entity? I'm sorry, but when mirrors start flying off the walls in the middle of the night, that's not sleep paralysis. Duck your medical explanations. Why? Why me? What did I do in a past life to deserve this? I must have been a real shitbag. I've done everything I can to protect myself from this evil shit, and it keeps coming back. What else can I do? Alright, so my ex-girlfriend was a witch. She was an actual practicing witch. One night, she asked me to come with her to this ritual she was doing for one of her clients. It was late, like midnight, and we ended up in this creepy spot where this old railway crossed this half-abandoned road. The kind of place that already gives you bad vibes before anything even happens. So, she and her client were about 50 meters away, doing their thing, and I was just chilling in the van, watching from a distance, keeping an eye out, you know? At first, everything seemed fine. But then, out of nowhere, I heard this scream. And when I say scream, I mean it was guttural, like nothing I'd ever heard before. It made my blood run cold. I jumped out of the van, and that's when I saw them. My ex was sprinting toward me, dragging the client behind her. And the client? Holy shit, she looked possessed. Her face was all twisted, and her body was moving in this jerky, unnatural way, like she wasn't even in control of herself. My ex screamed at me to get in the van and drive to this church nearby. Apparently, she knew it had a 24-hour chapel with holy water. I didn't even think about it, I just floored it. When we got there, she started saying some stuff I didn't understand and splashed the holy water on the client. And just like that, boom, she snapped out of it. Like flipping a switch. 1 second she was this possessed nightmare, and the next, she was just her. Freaked out and confused, but normal again. After we dropped her off at home, my ex admitted she'd never seen anything like that before, and honestly, neither had I. They never spoke again after that, and I don't blame them. To this day, I still have no clue what I saw that night, but it was real. Too real. It was so insane it made me question, like, literally everything. Ghost/entity hiding behind my bedroom door. So to preface this story, I had never heard of the plaid man before this happened to me. I'm not sure if it was a ghost or that specific, if there is one, entity, but for the story's sake, that's what I will call it/him. Apparently there are people all over the place seeing a man in plaid. Not sure what it is. Is it one entity or multiple different ghosts who happen to be wearing a plaid shirt? Who knows? Here's what happened to me. We had just adopted our dog, Odin, from the pound the day before. I was standing in the living room, facing the TV, with the dog in front of me in the sit position. I was test driving him, if you will, lol. Seeing if he knew any tricks. He did, but I digress. I noticed my dog looking to my left, towards the bedroom door. My bedroom was about 7 to 10 steps behind me. I immediately, without thinking, followed his eyes and turned around to my left. As I'm turning, I see plain as my hand in front of my face a man in a red and black plaid shirt with the sleeves cut off. I see from his cheek to the back of his head, along with his ear, his left shoulder, from his sternum to his shoulder, and his entire Caucasian arm and hand. It happened so fast, though. As I turned, I watched him slide behind the door as if he were hiding from me. What? This man, entity, or ghost was in full color and as solid as you and me. When I tell you I was frozen in terror. That's an understatement. I thought someone got into my apartment. I'm a small woman. Alone with the dog I just met. I didn't know if this dog was going to help me. Hell, I didn't know if he would bite me, let alone protect me. I had just met the good boy. I was petrified. A million scenarios ran through my mind in about 2.2 seconds. But I couldn't move. My legs literally locked up. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. Finally, I said a rather timid hello. After another minute of listening to my heart drum, I said hello again. Then I slowly and reluctantly walked over to the bedroom door. I thought for sure I was about to get murdered, who knew? But nope. Nobody there. This scared the hell out of me. I never thought to keep watching the dog to see his reaction or what he did afterward because I was just so scared. Now I wish I would have paid more attention to him, but I just couldn't at the time. I tried to recreate this. I stood in the same position and turned around fast and slow, thinking maybe I imagined it. No. My dog saw it too. But I was gaslighting the hell out of myself for a while. It took me hours to calm down. I have many unusual experiences to share. I'm not sure why, but since I was little, I've seen and experienced things that are just downright weird. This happened to me and an ex of mine at my mother's house a few years back. I had a brother who was a minor at the time and who was prone to being irresponsible. I was an adult, as was my ex. However, because I worked a lot and was in college, I couldn't look after my brother while my mom was away working out of state for a few months. My mom had her sister, our aunt, come to stay with us for the duration of the job out of town to make sure my brother was attending school and staying out of trouble and to take care of the household needs too. My brother was staying the night at his friend's house for the weekend. So, because I've always been very close with this aunt, I invited her to come hang out in my room one evening to just talk about her life. She sits at the foot of my bed while I sit at the head, looking across from one another. I had a full view of my room and my doorway, which opened into the house's main hallway. I could partially see into the hall, but only have a minor view. We are talking about her early life in chronological order at this point. She is going into deep topics of trauma that she had experienced in her childhood and young adulthood. I was sitting there primarily listening and responding when warranted. While she was narrating her story, I noticed a shadow at the open doorway of my room to her side. She wasn't looking in that direction, as she was facing me. The shadow is moving ever so slightly, and I recall thinking that it was only a shadow projecting itself on the wall because the light was bouncing off an overhead ceiling fan that was on. But then I really started looking and noticed that the shadow of the ceiling fan is on the other side of my room, opposite from the hallway. The shadow in the doorway is definitely not being caused by any object in my room or the hall itself. I began watching the shadow more intently, realizing quickly that this isn't any ordinary shadow. This shadow was like a person. It was like multiple shades deep to produce a body with arms, hands, legs, feet, and a head covered in a cloak, but it had no facial features where there should have been. This shadow was watching us. It would occasionally grab onto the doorframe with its shadow fingers, peer around at us, and then quickly pull itself backwards out of view. It continued spying on us for a while. I'm scared and shocked because I've never seen an entity before. I decided not to tell my aunt about the shadow watching us because I didn't want to seem crazy or worry her. I started acting as if I was tired, and she told me good night before leaving my room and closing the door. Needless to say, I got no sleep that night. I was terrified of what I had seen. This entity just seemed dark and foreboding, and it was so creepy. The next night comes, and I ask my boyfriend at the time if he would please come stay the night with me. He didn't really want to, but I begged him, telling him I was afraid to sleep there by myself. I didn't tell him why or what I had seen the previous evening because I didn't want him thinking I was nuts. So, He agrees to sleep overnight with me. My brother is still at his friend's, but my aunt is still house sitting. Whenever my boyfriend and I arrive at the home for the evening, she asks if she can talk to me again. So, I say okay, and she comes into my room and sits exactly where she had sat the night previous. The door to the hallway is open, same as last night. The only difference is my boyfriend is sitting beside me now, facing the hallway too. My aunt begins to reminisce about her life, while we listen in silence. And immediately I notice the same shadow entity watching us creepily at the doorway to the hall again. I decided to say something after watching it spy on us for a while. I say, "And do you know something is watching you and attached to you?" And she goes, "Oh yeah, it's my guardian angel," and points behind her, but in the opposite direction of where the shadow entity is actually standing. I realize she doesn't have a clue what's actually been watching her. It gives me goosebumps to recount this story now. I reply, "No, this isn't an angel, this is a dark entity attached to you that doesn't like you sharing your life and energy." At this point, my boyfriend has his head buried in pillows and blankets. He says, "I am ready to go to sleep now, please ask your aunt to leave so we can sleep." So, I tell her good night, and she leaves my room. At this point my boyfriend starts grabbing his things and tells me he wants to go home. I ask why, obviously not wanting to stay there overnight by myself after seeing an entity 2 nights in a row. He looks at me horrified and says, "I saw a shadow watching us from the hallway, it was leaning in and out of the room and was so scary." I was like, "You saw it too?" And he just quietly nodded at me and stated, "It had hands and was grabbing onto the frame of the door looking at us, but it had no face." We quickly packed our belongings and made our way to his place. I actually called my mom and told her she needed to sage her house and ask my aunt to leave. I didn't stay there again until my aunt left. I also called my aunt's daughter and told her and warned her about it because her mom lived with her. She told me she had seen it following her mom, too. She said that she thought her mom had a friend over because her mom went outside on the back porch one night, and she saw the shadow person following her mom outside and then back inside. She asked her mom who was with her, to which her mom replied, "No one, I'm alone." I will never forget that. I pray for my aunt all the time and hope that the shadow entity will be removed from her. On a band trip in high school, I was staying in a double room at a hotel in DC with 3 other girls. I have always had difficulty falling asleep, so naturally I was the last one awake in the middle of the night. While lying in bed, I looked over to the entryway and saw the clear outline of a shadow man hanging from the ceiling. It floated to the foot of the bed in front of me, and I saw it had glowing red eyes. I yanked the covers over my head and said, "Nope." Before I knew it, it was dawn, and I found myself waking up while lying on my back. I was choking a bit and had the urge to sniff when a thought in my mind shouted, "Don't do that." I sat up, and my nose started gushing blood. To this day it was one of the only nosebleeds I've ever had. I frantically jumped out of bed as the other girls woke up to see me with blood literally pouring down my white t-shirt. I have no explanation for what I saw or the timing of that nosebleed other than my belief it was some kind of demonic entity that tried to possess me. Hotels still make me a little nervous, 20 years later. I moved out, and now I'm terrified. I'm unsure of where to begin. I moved out of my parents' house 2 weeks ago, thinking I'd finally have some freedom and space of my own. At first, it was exciting, decorating, staying up late, no rules. But now? I wish I never left. I don't feel safe here. I don't feel alone. It started small. I'd put my keys on the counter, only to find them on the floor or in the fridge. I thought I was just being forgetful, but then it got worse. One night, I came home, and all the cabinets in my kitchen were open. Every single one. I know I didn't leave them like that. Then, a few nights ago, I woke up and noticed my closet door was open. I never leave it open. I swear I shut it before bed. As I stared at the dark space inside, I heard it, soft, raspy breathing, so faint it could have been my imagination. But it wasn't. I pulled the covers over my head and stayed like that until morning. The next night, I woke up to a noise under my bed. At first, it was just a low creaking, like the wood shifting. But then it escalated. A scream, choked, gurgling, and desperate. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to make me freeze. I couldn't move. I was unable to even breathe. When I finally got the courage to grab my phone and turn on the flashlight, there was nothing under there. But the shadows are the worst. At night, I'll wake up and see someone in the doorway. Just standing there. Not moving. Not blinking. The first time, I thought it was a trick of the light, but it's happened every night since. Occasionally they're closer, like they're stepping into my room, and I can't tell if they're real or if I'm going insane. Last night, I locked my door before bed. When I woke up, the lock was broken, the door wide open, and there were faint, wet footprints leading into my room. They stopped right next to my bed. This morning, I found something on my bathroom sink. A hairbrush. Old, cracked, with hair still tangled in it. It's not mine. I don't even own a hairbrush like that. When I touched it, it felt damp, like it had been pulled from somewhere wet. I threw it out, but an hour later, it was back on the sink. I've started hearing whispers when I'm home alone. I can't make out what they're saying, but it's like they're coming from the walls, just low enough to drive me crazy. I can't eat. I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I feel like someone's watching me. I don't know what to do. I can't stay here, but where can I go? My parents won't believe me. They'll say I'm imagining it or being dramatic. But I know what's happening. There's something here with me. Something that doesn't want me to leave. Something that wants me to stay. And every night, it feels like it's getting closer. Update, it's happening today. I don't even know why I'm writing this. Maybe it's to make sense of things, or maybe it's just because I need someone, anyone, to know what's happening to me. Since this morning, the situation has become uncontrollable. I thought staying out of the apartment would help, but regardless of where I go, it feels like it follows me. I woke up early at a friend's house, hoping for some peace. I didn't tell them what's going on, I would rather not sound insane, but when I opened my eyes, their cat was sitting in the doorway of the guest room, staring at me. Its fur was matted and wet, even though my friend swore it hadn't been outside. Then, I noticed a faint, damp footprint next to the bed. I decided to head home to grab some clothes and figure out my next move, but as soon as I stepped into the apartment, the air felt heavier. It was difficult to breathe, like something was pressing down on my chest. The moment I walked into the bathroom, I saw the mirror fogged up, as though someone had just showered, even though I hadn't been home. Written in the condensation were 3 words, "Don't fight it. I can't bring myself to sleep." The whispers have grown louder throughout the day, almost like they're trying to form words. I don't recognize the language, but it's deep and guttural, like something choking on the sounds. It all came to a head a couple of hours ago. I heard water dripping and thought it was the kitchen sink, but when I walked down the hall, I saw a puddle forming. It led right to my bedroom. My bed was completely soaked, sheets, mattress, everything, and in the middle of it was the hairbrush. It was the same hairbrush that I had previously thrown away. Twice. I don't know how it keeps coming back. I don't know how any of this is happening. I've kept all the lights on since this morning, but they've started flickering. My phone battery drains faster than it should, and the time never seems to change no matter how often I check it. I called my parents earlier today, desperate for help. The call dropped midway through. When I checked my phone, the last call wasn't to them, it was to an unknown number. I don't remember dialing it. I don't even know how long the call lasted. Currently, I'm sitting in my car, writing this. I can't go back inside. But I can't stay out here much longer, either. Every time I look up at the window, I see the shadow of someone standing there. Watching me. Waiting. Something is going to happen tonight. I don't know what, but I can feel it. Whatever this is, it doesn't want me to leave. And I'm not sure I'll survive if I try. Whatever this thing is, it's not just haunting me anymore. It's consuming me. Today. My friend, when I was 9, lived in a 900-year-old family inherited farm and farmhouse in England. It was one of the most beautiful buildings I've ever seen, with huge rooms and bright, airy windows, with massive wood fireplaces to keep it warm and snug in the winter. Then there was the attic. There was an old, winding, solid staircase that was behind a heavy, locked oak door leading up to a room the size of the square foot of the house. My friend was always curious but was told not to mess about up there. One day, my friend got hold of the keys while her dad was tending to the fields and the horses they boarded. She opens the door, and it swings heavily open and beckons me to follow her up. As soon as that cool, damp, musty air hit us, so did a wave of terror. The only other time I felt such a fight or flight was when I was involved in a car crash in my teens. That pure, helpless, "I'm dead, and I can feel it coming" just put my heart in my throat. She noticed me pale and said, "I don't like it." She was paused on the 3rd step up, and I was on the 1st. We climbed back down, locked the door, and returned the keys. That night we were playing board games before bed, and she got up to use the bathroom. When she opened her door to go, she realized the locked and latched door to the attic was wide open. All I heard was her scream, "Dad!" And he came running. He immediately told her off for going into the attic and taking the keys to bed with us. She, of course, denied it and didn't say we went up earlier. He was perplexed when he couldn't find them in her room, then ashen-faced when he came back upstairs with the keys that were clearly still downstairs where we hadn't been in that time. He sternly asked us not to go in the attic as the flooring is dangerous, and we would be in trouble if we did it again. I didn't sleep over much again after that. Years later she told me when she was 16 she took them again as curiosity got to her. She felt the same wave of terror but this time went all the way to the top step. There was nothing there. Simply some old linen and an empty cardboard box on its side. She hurriedly went down and closed the attic door. For weeks after, she would hear odd bangs that seemed to come muffled from the attic. She never attempted it again. My first paranormal encounter. It was a cold, dark day in November. I was 11 years old and spending the night at my stepcousin's house. I absolutely loved hanging out with her. We always had so much fun together. This was supposed to be just another normal day. My stepcousin, let's call her Katie, was 12 at the time and home alone when I arrived with my backpack. I was excited as we talked and planned fun activities for the next day. A bit of backstory about Katie: her father had passed away a few years earlier due to alcohol poisoning, in her bedroom. That same bedroom we were supposed to sleep in that night. At the time, I didn't know that he had died in her room, all I'd heard was that it happened somewhere in the house. Her mother was extremely private and never shared details about his death. She almost never talked about him. Katie was devastated for years, and honestly, who wouldn't be? Something like that changes a person. I never knew what her father looked like because my uncle had just married her mom that year. By that point, I'd known Katie for about 3 years. Anyway, back to that night. I had just arrived at her house, and after a while, Katie mentioned she needed to take a quick shower. I didn't think much of it and told her I'd wait for her in her bedroom. She headed to the bathroom, locked the door, and turned the water on. I was sitting on her bed when, out of nowhere, I heard a knock. It came from her closet, a loud, deliberate knock. I froze for a second, unsure if I'd imagined it, but then it happened again, louder this time. My heart started racing as I stood up and slowly walked closer to the closet. The closer I got, the louder the knocking became. And then, standing face to face with the closet door, I felt it. This overwhelming sense of darkness, like the air itself had turned heavy and suffocating. It was terrifying, and I couldn't move. The knocking suddenly stopped, but before I could catch my breath, I heard the TV in the living room turning on and off by itself. The house was pitch black except for the light in the hallway. I don't know why, but that made everything feel even more unsettling. My fight or flight instincts kicked in, and I ran out of her bedroom, through the kitchen, and into the hallway. When I stopped running, I realized the TV was off again, and the living room was completely silent. I could still hear Katie showering in the bathroom, completely oblivious to what was happening. I stood frozen in the hallway, staring into the pitch-black living room. Suddenly, the TV turned on again, its flickering light cutting through the darkness. That's when I saw it. The reflection of her father's face appeared on her baby picture hanging on the wall across from the TV. He looked confused, almost like he didn't understand how he was there. Then he saw me. Our eyes locked. His eyes were pitch black, completely void of life or emotion. I felt an icy chill shoot through me as we stared at each other. It lasted only a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity. Then, just as suddenly as he appeared, the TV turned off, and he was gone. She left me standing in the hallway, shaking uncontrollably. My eyes were fixed on her baby picture, which now looked completely normal again. But then, in the corner of the room, I saw him. A man in a black leather jacket, standing next to the TV. His back was turned to me. He didn't move, he was just standing there quietly. I let out a quiet gasp, and he heard it. Slowly, he began to turn around. I started backing away, and he started walking toward me. His eyes were pitch black, and he had this twisted, evil grin on his face. His footsteps echoed through the house, heavy and deliberate, like he was a real person. I couldn't look away. He kept smiling and kept staring at me with those black eyes, and I just kept backing up until I reached the bathroom door. I turned around and pounded on the door with all my strength, too terrified to say a word. Katie opened it, shocked at the sight of me. I was shaking so badly I could barely speak, but eventually, I managed to choke out, "Your dad is outside." What shocked me even more was her reaction. She wasn't surprised. She was terrified, yes, but she wasn't shocked. She told me her mom saw him sometimes, too. We stayed locked in the bathroom until her mother got home. When we told her what had happened, she believed me without hesitation. She even admitted that she'd seen him a few nights earlier, smoking a cigarette on the balcony. She pulled out an old photo album and flipped to a picture of him. I immediately froze. It was him. I recognized the man I'd seen. The leather jacket, the short brown hair, the same evil, soulless grin. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't imagining it. I could feel the evil radiating from him when he came at me. He didn't want me there. I wasn't welcome in his home. I will never forget that night, and even now, many years later, talking about it still makes my skin crawl. I hail from an Asian background, where our culture and religion are deeply spiritual and heavily rooted in ancestor worship, among other beliefs. When I, 31 male, was 7, I shared a Jack and Jill bathroom with my sister. My sister was at the entrance of the bathroom washing her face. I was waiting for her at the entrance of her bedroom. In the corner of her room is her bed. From where I was standing, I saw the bottom right corner of her bed lift up and down for a split second. I didn't say anything. My sister confirmed this by asking if I just saw the bed lift up, and I said yes. Until last year, she always argued that the left corner of the bed lifted up. We realized 25 years later, based on the orientation of where we stood, bathroom versus bedroom entrance, that we had seen the same corner of the bed lift, thereby double confirming our stories. During the same time, my OCD mother, who was physically and emotionally volatile with us, we're good now, I love her to death, who didn't believe us, started experiencing things missing, like she would be brushing her teeth and setting her toothbrush and floss down on a paper towel, and when she went to pee and came back, both were gone, and only the paper towel remained. The missing items were never found. She also had nightmares of my grandfather trying to take us away from her. We brought a family shaman who performed a ritual to ward off the spirits, and they told us the spirit was my deceased grandfather, who we have not been honoring by offering food for his altar, a pretty common Asian practice. A couple of months ago, my brother, who had a very rough upbringing with my mother when we were younger, told me that during the time of the event, he would cry himself to sleep after heated arguments with her. He would beg my grandfather to take him/help him because he couldn't go through living with my mom, and he might have been at risk suicidal at the time. An evil spirit pretended to be my grandma's ghost. True story. When I was a baby, my grandmother died from larynx cancer, leaving my mom with a severe depression that she hasn't recovered from. Important, when this type of cancer is advanced, it makes the person's voice change and become deeper and raspy. This will be relevant later. They weren't really close, but my mom always felt guilty for not visiting or engaging with that part of the family less and less over the years. Years went by, and I and my family lived a relatively normal life. Nothing ever paranormal happened to us, but my mom once told us that for a while she was very suicidal and had a dream in which her mother's spirit came to take her, but she said no because she had kids now and wanted to take care of us. The thing is, when I was around 8 or 10 years old, my mom got depressed again and developed insomnia. She is also a seamstress, so that meant that in the small hours of the night, she would sew and fix broken clothes. Sometimes I would wake up from the loud noises of her sewing machines. One night I woke up and went to the bathroom and heard my mom in her room doing her stuff as usual, but to my surprise she had an extra seat next to her. I asked her why she would put a seat next to her if no one was using it. She didn't answer. I just brushed it off and went back to sleep. Months went by, and my sisters and dad got concerned about her and also annoyed because no one wants to hear a sewing machine going crazy at 3 a.m. every other night, but we knew it was her way to cope. It was heartbreaking having to see her so depressed. After dinner one evening, we were all sitting at the table when my older sisters mentioned that my mom sometimes puts a chair next to her while she's sewing. We all laughed. She just smiled and said that the spirit of the mother comes to visit her sometimes and that she leaves a seat next to her so she can be comfortable. We all thought it was a bit weird, but it was nice to see her happy, so we just supported her. Winter came, and our house didn't have a heating system, so we bought heaters for each room. And one time my mom told us that sometimes when she's sewing at night, she puts the heater next to her, but after a couple of minutes, the heater moves to her mom's seat without her even realizing. It was a bit weird, but again, we brushed it off. Until one time my mom came crying from her room. She was hyperventilating and in complete despair. We got freaked out and asked her what was wrong, and she told us that moments ago she got a phone call, but when she picked her up, there was no one there. Until she heard some labored breathing that then slowly became deeper and raspier, similar to the way my grandmother's voice became when she was in her terminal stage. And then she heard her voice. It was my grandmother's voice calling her name, over and over. My mom told us she was thrilled to hear her again after so many years and after so many nights feeling so close to her, but then the voice became deeper and darker. Almost guttural. At this point my mom started getting nervous and a little bit scared. Then the voice coming from the other side of the line became loud and terrifying. It wasn't Grandma, it was something else. Something evil. Thereafter, my mom panicked and hung up the phone and came to us. We were trying to console her and calm her down, but it was impossible. She was heartbroken. For so many nights she thought her mom was visiting her when she was feeling alone and sad. I have never seen such a mixture of pure heartbreak and fear in someone. A week later my older sisters bought a Bible and some Palo Santo to cleanse the house. They are neither religious nor spiritual. No one in our family is except my mom and some distant relatives, but it's mainly out of old generational tradition, I guess. I remember they went around the house and then walked in, passing through every corner while reciting some passages or something. I can't even remember what they were saying. While doing so, they burned Palo Santo, and the smoke seemed to engulf the entire house. I didn't know Palo Santo could make so much smoke. My dad thought they were crazy, and my mom was barely participating. I was just a spectator. The next night, after we finished dinner and were all in the living room watching some stupid reality TV show, we felt wind passing in front of us. All the windows and doors were closed. I remember this clearly because it was winter, and one of my sisters had told me to close my room's window earlier. We were all sitting on the couch, in front of us was the TV, and to our right there was the door to go to the garden. At the end of the garden, we have a big gate that makes a separation between our house and the street. This gate is very heavy, not even a child would be able to fully open it. After we all felt this sudden wind between us and the TV, we looked at each other in confusion and saw how a very soft shadow floated from the dining room to the living room and then opened the door to the garden and then the gate to the street. It was swift and almost violent. We all saw the shadow leave, open the door and gate, and then the wind slammed them closed. My sister was frightened, and my parents were in shock. I was both confused and fascinated by the situation. At the time I didn't fully understand that an evil spirit was in our house and tricked my mother into thinking it was our dead grandmother from years ago. I've been telling this story for years, and every time I finish, it feels more and more creepy. We were all living with an evil spirit. We all experienced it. We're not religious people, no one uses drugs, and although my mom suffers from depression, it was never to the point for her to mind being fragmented and breaking contact with reality like that. I think her guilt drove her to cope by giving these events some meaning to alleviate the burden she has. Thanks for listening. When my now husband and I went on our first holiday together about 15 years ago, we stayed in an old farm cottage by the sea in Cornwall, UK. As soon as we entered, it felt off. There were no windows looking out to sea, which was strange because the view was beautiful, and it felt very oppressive. We took our things upstairs and put our cases in the smaller twin room at the back of the house for storage. Our dog, who was a big Rottweiler, took one step into that room and then bolted back down the stairs. He wouldn't go back up for the whole week we were there, and he normally slept at the bottom of our bed, so his behavior was very unlike him. That evening I was cooking in the kitchen. It had a sink under the window, and the stairs were behind you as you stood at the sink. I was washing some plates and stuff, and I could feel something staring at me with such hatred that I just wanted to leave. I kept looking behind me, but there was nothing there. We spent most of the holiday out and about, being in the house as little as possible. I barely slept because it was so heavy and creepy in that house. There were more details, but I don't want to extend this discussion. At the time I didn't mention anything to my husband as we'd only been together 6 months or so, and I thought he'd think I was mad. Fast forward 2 years, and we're looking back at photos on my phone, and we came to the ones of that house. He says, I didn't mention it at the time, but that place was awful. I've never felt so scared before or since. Of course I agreed, and we talked about it for a while. Then I noticed in one of the pictures a kind of bluish blur by the fireplace. I zoomed in, and I kid you not, there was a translucent face screaming and looking towards me and the dog. It was terrifying. At the time, my brother-in-law worked in photography, so we sent it to him, thinking it was a trick of the light or smoke from the open fire. He did all sorts of things to it that I don't understand and concluded that there was no explanation for it. Didn't think I slept for about a month after he told us that. We still visit Cornwall regularly but never go near that house and never will. Built in the late 1800s, my first rental home after college was a 3-story townhouse. I lived there with multiple different roommates throughout my stay. One day, before any of my roommates had moved in, I was on the 3rd floor when I clearly heard footsteps. Someone was definitely in my house and walking up the steps, and then I heard them running up the stairs as fast as they could. I thought for sure someone was inside my house. Confused, I looked over to the steps, but no one was there. I didn't have any explanation, so I told myself, well, it's a townhouse, maybe the neighbors' stairs share a wall with me. It seemed strange that they were rushing up the stairs at such a late hour. However, I couldn't help but speculate that they might have young children who stay up late. But when it happened again every few weeks, it was hard to believe the narrative I told myself because the sound was so clearly coming from within my house. It always started slow and then returned to running up the steps. If it really were the neighbors, and it just sounded like it was coming from inside my house, I would surely hear it every day, right? At least most days. And I would surely hear them walking up the steps at a moderate pace occasionally rather than always starting slow and then sprinting up the steps. And mind you, it was always very audibly clear they were going up the steps, toward wherever you were on the second or third floor. Never down. This happened to a friend of mine who visited the house as well as separately to my roommate. They were both positive, someone was coming up the stairs both times. My friend told me after it happened to her that she was facing away from the steps when it happened, and she heard the footsteps and then started talking, presumably to me, because she could feel the presence of someone else in the room with her, but I was still downstairs. Other times I would see a small, shadowy figure scurry out of sight out of the corner of my eye. My brain immediately decided it to be my boyfriend's dark gray cat, because that's about what it looked like in my peripheral vision. But then I had to remind myself that my boyfriend's cat lived at his house, and we didn't have any pets in it. The shadow figure would happen multiple times a week, but that part never really freaked me out. The stairs part was a little creepy when it happened, but for some reason I felt pretty comfortable in the house overall. I later learned the previous tenant died, but the house was so old that others could have died there. My buddy and I stayed up to the wee hours of the night in his house with a Ouija board and a candle. His house was known for weird vibes, lights flickering, knocking sounds, cold spots, dark spots, etc. We sat in complete silence for hours after the initial attempt to communicate while my phone was recording audio. We drank beers for hours with no obvious signs of anything, and we eventually gave up and called it a night. The next day I was replaying the audio while I was getting ready for work when I heard something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. Without a doubt I heard my own voice, but it wasn't me. It was in a different language. It sounded similar to Latin, but I couldn't be sure. I remember at the time trying to figure out what was said but to no avail. Crazy shit. I wouldn't have believed it if it weren't for it being my voice. The Dark Entity. Background: I forget how old I was when this happened. Perhaps I was around 19 years old at the time. It doesn't really matter. I've been friends with Jamie for a long time, so this story is in conjunction with her mirror story. I'm Leah from the story she shared. Anyway, I was hanging out with Jamie, Brittany, and, let's call her Muriel. We had spent the day together and decided to wrap it up with going to see a movie in theaters. Just as the movie was ending, Jamie got a call from her mom, and the poor woman sounded extremely spooked. She said something was in her house but that she and Jamie's sister didn't know what it was. She asked us all to come over, so we left the theater and rushed over to her house. When we got there, I could sense something was just off, and apparently I wasn't the only one because Jamie, Brittany, and Muriel unanimously agreed that they didn't like the atmosphere in the house, either. Jamie's mother told us that she and Jamie's sister, we'll call her Ariel, were just hanging out in the master bedroom and watching some television when suddenly the family dog, Sammy, started barking seemingly at nothing. They tried to calm him down, but he kept staring at the same spot on the wall where the bedroom door and bathroom section connected. At first, they couldn't see anything, but as they watched, Sammy got out of their grip and ran over to the wall, still barking and now growling, too. As he did, a shadow suddenly revealed itself and glided up the wall and into the bathroom, where a curtain that had been secured down unexpectedly shot up with a bang, followed by a whirring sound, before going silent. That's when they hurried downstairs, and her mom called us. They didn't want to be alone there, and we didn't blame them. Unsure of what else to do, we all gathered in a circle and began to pray. Jamie's mom told us all not to open our eyes until we were all done, but I glanced up because I was curious, and to this day, I wish that I hadn't. There, in the corner of the living room where we were at, I saw a figure standing there. It was blacker than black, like a solid mass that the light couldn't pierce. It was staring right at me. Terrified, I instantly closed my eyes and intensified my prayers. Suddenly, the room's atmosphere became lighter, as if the burden had been lifted. We believed that was the end of it, so we all stepped out onto the front porch to engage in conversation and light-hearted banter, attempting to alleviate the tension and process the situation. Everything was fine for a few minutes when out of nowhere, Sammy started barking like crazy and running down the driveway. I saw the same black figure sort of flying, floating, or doing something down the driveway as Sammy tore after it, and then it just sort of shot up and disappeared. As soon as it disappeared, Sammy stopped barking and trotted back over to us, tongue lolling and tail wagging, as if nothing had happened. I'm not sure what it was or what happened to it, but to this day, the memory of that thing, whatever it was, lurks in the corner of my mind. I encountered an entity, and I'm not sure what to make of it. I wonder if anyone has a similar experience. Please share if you do. I was sleeping in my studio and suddenly darted awake, fully alert, almost instinctual. A deep sense of dread and anxiety came over me as soon as I awoke, and a feeling of a presence was in my kitchen 20 feet away. It was a completely new and isolated experience. This has never happened to me. I mean, I shot up awake and felt deep dread like a draining presence. It was like a totally different sense was activated, honestly chilling. It wasn't from a nightmare, I didn't see or hear anything. I don't have depression or anxiety, nothing that would rationalize this experience. Anyway, I'm looking at the kitchen and sensing something, feeling a level of dread and anxiety I've never felt in my life. I call my dog to the bed, hug him, and try to block it out. I ask him to please protect me, to be my guardian, and I bury my head into him, just wanting this to pass. Nothing has happened since. Until several months later, my best friend dog sits for me and lives in my studio for a week. Fast forward another couple of months, and she hears my original story for the first time. She tells me while she dog sat, she had that same experience. A sudden wake up on high alert and scared, anxious, and feeling something in the kitchen. I thought that was really trippy and profound and confirms I wasn't crazy. What was it? What did it want? Did it wake me, or did my own senses protect me? Did something else protect me? It's so interesting. And I wonder if any others have had stories similar to this. By the way, my dog was chilling, thank God. I would have been even more freaked out if he sensed the presence. Paranormal stalker. I lived in a house in a small town in Kentucky from the time I was 7 until I was 11 years old. I am female and now 41 years old. I apologize ahead of time, this story will be a long one, but bear with me as the incidents range from small and escalate. The ending to this story baffled me and still does today. Let's dive into the details of the story. My family and I moved to Carrollton, Kentucky, in 1987 and rented a house on Highland Avenue. The house was a 1-story, 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom with a concrete basement. The occurrences didn't start right off. After about a year of living there, I was taking a bath, and when I was done, I always had a habit of not putting my towel up or unplugging the drain. My mom would yell at me endlessly for this. The last time, she threatened to ground me if I repeated the behavior. Well, that night I had my bath and went into my room to the left of the bathroom. I was getting ready for bed when I remembered I had forgotten the towel and the drain again. Not wanting to be grounded, I panicked and ran into the bathroom to put up the towel and unplug the drain before my mom found out I hadn't done it. As I step into the bathroom, the first thing I notice is the towel hanging up. Confused, I glanced into the bathtub, only to discover that the water had leaked out. I was confused because my bedroom faces the living room, and I always left my door open a little. I never saw either of my parents walk past my room and enter the bathroom, and I am an only child, so there was no one else that could have done it. I knew it wasn't my mom because had she found the bathroom a mess, she would have lit into me the second she saw it. She was a no-nonsense kind of person. I went back to my bedroom, still confused and trying to figure out how that could have happened. The only thing I could figure, and it still made no sense, was that my dad went into the bathroom and took care of it, and I just didn't see him. He was always covering for me. I knew that wasn't the case, but at that point, a made-up explanation was better than no explanation. The next day, the exact same thing happened again. I decided to ignore it. Nothing happened for about a month, and then one day I was sitting on my toy chest in my room putting my shoes on for school. All of a sudden, I felt like someone was in the basement tapping a broom handle on the ceiling under my feet. I heard 3 distinct taps in a row. I looked down the hall to my parents' bedroom, which was on the right side of the bathroom, and saw my mom asleep. Trying to rationalize the fear away, I yelled for my dad, hoping he was playing a prank on me. My heart sank when I heard his voice replying back to me from the bathroom. I went to school and eventually forgot about it. The very next day, the same thing happened again. I went to school again and forgot about it. I believed that if I continued to ignore it, it would eventually disappear. My aunt and uncle planned to visit from Louisville a few weeks later. My parents left me alone for a few minutes to run to the store for a few items before my aunt and uncle got there. Keep in mind, this was the 80s, and it was typical for a 9-year-old to be allowed to be left home alone for short periods. I was super excited for my aunt and uncle to come out, and I sat in the living room watching TV and waiting. The window I sat next to looked out onto the carport, where we would walk up to the door and enter the kitchen. A shadow on the carport caught my attention as it headed toward the door, looking like a tall man. I was so excited thinking, Yay, they're here. I jumped up and ran to the door and threw it open, ready to hug my aunt and uncle. My stomach leapt into my throat when I looked out and no one was there. Turns out they weren't going to be able to make it out that week and had to reschedule. I couldn't make sense of it because I had just watched a man walk past me out the window. I don't understand why I never told my parents. I guess I was afraid they wouldn't believe me. I also figured if I ignored it, it would go away. I was wrong. Things seemed to escalate the more I ignored it, and the activity picked up like crazy over the next year. I would hear growls in my room at night while trying to fall asleep. I would cover my head with my blanket and shake in fear until I fell asleep. There were nights I could feel someone at the end of my bed, and it would grab a hold of the bedposts and pull the bed and shove it back against the wall. I knew I wasn't crazy because a couple of times my mom would yell out to me, "What are you doing? You should be sleeping." I told her nothing and covered my head again as if that were going to protect me until I fell asleep. Things stopped for a few months, and one day I was in the basement playing on my drawing easel. We had a huge, heavy trash can in the corner of the basement next to the washer. All of a sudden, the trash can started tipping and shaking violently. I looked at it and waited for an animal to come running out, but it never did. I didn't hear an animal trying to get out of the trash can or make any noise. Just watched the trash can going crazy. This time, I screamed. I screamed so loud, and my mom came running down the stairs. I was in tears and shaking and refused to take my eyes away from the trash can because I was scared it was going to attack me or something. I told my mom that something was in the trash can. At this point it had stopped shaking. It stopped as soon as my mom opened the basement door. She looked in the trash can, behind the washer and dryer, and in all the corners. There was nothing there. I refused to ever go down into the basement again. Activity slowed down again for another few months, and then we moved, not because of the activity in the house but for other unforeseen circumstances. I was 11 years old at this point, and by the end of November, we had moved into our new house in the next town over. Nothing happened for a few weeks, and then one morning I saw a shadow move in my mom's and dad's room. It went from my dad's side of the bed toward the bathroom in their room. I thought my mom was up, so I waited for her to come out. My dad was already at work, and I had just been sitting in the living room watching TV. She never came out of the bedroom, and then it dawned on me that I never heard the bed squeak like it always did very loudly anytime someone got in or out of it. I went back to the bedroom to check on my mom, and she was sound asleep. She had never gotten out of bed. The same thing happened for the next few days and stopped. We had our Christmas tree up, as it was December at this point. The tree was in the living room in front of the bay window that overlooks the front yard. The couch was on the wall adjacent to it. I was sitting on the couch about 7 feet, 2.13 meters, from the Christmas tree. All of a sudden, a tree limb snapped as if it had been plucked like a guitar string. It shook so hard that an ornament fell off the limb and hit the floor. Neither the limb nor the ornament broke, but it was terrifying to watch it shake. I ran into my room, and that is where I stayed most of the day. This happened a few more times over the coming days, and I had finally had enough. This is where the part that baffles me comes into play. As I said, I finally had enough, and I said out loud, "Okay. Okay. I know you are here, and I know you followed me. What do you want? What do you want?" That is where the story ends. After I said that, there was no more activity, shadows, or growls. It was like nothing was ever there. Why, after all those years, is that what it took to make it go away? My grandfather had a summer home in North Carolina that we'd all vacation at from time to time. Originally built as a general store in the early 1900s, it eventually evolved into a house. Every single family member, even some that were skeptical by nature, had experiences that they couldn't explain. The house always creeped me out as a kid. It always gave off an ominous vibe. I walked into the basement as a 10-year-old kid when something compelled me to look into the toilet. I kid you not, it boiled blood red as soon as I looked into it. There was a story about a family that stayed with my grandparents. The parents were ministers of some sort, and they had a very young adopted daughter. My grandfather told me a story about a time she'd supposedly become possessed in that house. He said he personally watched her face change and heard her screaming in an unrecognized voice. Apparently the family prayed over her or whatever. I always believed him. My grandfather wasn't the type to embellish stories. All of us always felt there was something evil in that house. Okay, so this just happened a few months ago. For some background on me, I grew up in a religious household, which means my family believes in the supernatural. Spirits, angels, God, the devil, we believe it. My parents have told me stories, and I have my own stories about dealing with the supernatural growing up. I could see things when I was young, and as I grew up, every now and then, I would see something in the house. I also have stories of sleep paralysis, astral projection, and lucid dreaming. This past Christmas my then fiancé bought me a huge panda bear that was almost as tall as me. I loved it and slept with it in my bed. After we got married and I moved into his apartment, there wasn't much room for the panda, so we placed it into the storage closet. What happened last Thursday is unlike anything I've experienced in over a decade. After moving in, I kept feeling weird sleeping in the bedroom, especially when by myself. I always had a strong feeling that someone or something was watching me. I just brushed it off and figured the feeling was coming from a new place. On this night I was dreaming, which is normal. My husband woke up out of the blue and saw me shaking as if I was having a seizure. He was going to call 911 when I woke up, sat right up, and gasped. I see a white hooded figure standing over him on the right side of the bed, peeking at us. My heart is bursting out of my chest. It's been a long time since I've seen an entity. He asked what was wrong. I said there's something looking at us. He turns to look in front of our bed, where the TV stand is, and he says it's sitting on the table. Immediately he grabbed me and began to pray in Jesus' name and rebuke whatever spirit it was. It went away. Neither one of us could sleep the rest of the night. We stayed up discussing what he saw and what I saw. While what I saw was a white hooded figure, it was a black hooded figure crouching on the table. The next morning, he asks, "Do you think the panda had something to do with it?" I get an eerie feeling when I walk past that. I tell him I feel the same way whenever I look at it, too. Even our dog barks at it and tries to attack it. We contemplated the whole day on whether or not we should throw it out. So the following day he goes to work, and I'm alone with the dogs. I decide to cleanse the house using the anointing oil my parents gave me and pray. Every time I walked past the closet with the panda and said Jesus, my whole body would get cold, and I would have shivers and goosebumps all over. I called my husband and told him what happened, and when he came home, he threw it out. It feels a little better in the apartment, but my parents are supposed to be coming this week to do more praying and cleansing. Hopefully that will get rid of whatever spirits were left. Update, my dad came over and prayed, and things were much better after that. So, for almost 2 weeks, things have been calm. Our upstairs neighbor is a strange woman who never leaves her house and hardly sleeps. I can hear her around 1 a.m. moving stuff and walking around every single night. I always get weird vibes from her. So anyway, when my husband first moved in, she gave us some groceries. Fast forward to a few days ago, and she gives us a chew toy and snacks for our dogs. Shortly afterwards, that feeling of being watched returned. And last night I had just dozed off when I felt the bed shaking. I look at my husband, and he's shaking just like I was in the previous incident. I look over by our closed bedroom door, and this humanoid creature is crawling on the ceiling, trying to hide in the darkness of the corner. It was hard to make out, but I know it was a grayish dark color and had some type of small horns. I didn't know what to do at this point. I'm not as spiritually strong as my parents, so just praying wouldn't be good enough. I turned on a song called Jesus 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 and put it on low on repeat and was able to fall back asleep. I've long thought it had something to do with whatever my neighbor is into. Usually the same time she wakes in the early am is when I get that eerie feeling of being watched. Between these two incidents, I also notice that I consistently experience lucid dreams, a state in which I am aware of my dreams, have the ability to manipulate them, and can even prolong them if I desire. I've been doing this since I was around 8 years old. I also always remember them when I wake up. During these two occurrences I didn't lucid dream and believed what was going on was actual reality, plus after waking up I couldn't remember what happened in them. It felt as if whatever that spirit is was implanting those dreams in my head. I'm going to throw out the dog toy and have both my parents come back and pray and do a cleansing with the oil. This story happened in a cabin up in Utah that we stayed in during my mom's wedding. It's not too scary, but the end sent a slight chill down my spine. My mom Airbnb'd 3 cabins and a lodge on an estate for our family to stay in during the days before and after her wedding so we could all be close together. The first 2 cabins were connected, but you couldn't get from one cabin to the other without going through the front door. These held my aunts and grandmas. The last cabin was for my mom and dad. The cabins were all the same design. A downstairs with 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, a living room, and 1 bathroom, also a small laundry room. There was an upstairs that was more like a loft. It is called a loft cabin, so you can search it up if you need a visual. It was a small area with 3 beds, a couch/bed, and a small bathroom. My parents' cabin is the cabin I spent most of my time getting ready in and relaxing in. I always had this thought that the cabins were kind of eerie, and my parents were always a little bit scarier than the others. If you walk up the stairs, directly to your right is the bathroom. That is where I saw it. I was touching up my hair because of photos, and from the corner of my eye, I saw something peering into the restroom from the stairs. I got slightly scared, but for reasons. I thought I was just imagining it. Later, while sleeping on the couch, my sisters were in two of the beds on the opposite side of the bathroom. I swear I saw something peering through the poles on the stairs. I don't know why I was not scared, but I ignored it. Now it's been a couple of weeks, and I was sitting at the table eating dinner, and the topic of the paranormal came up. I brought up the incident, and my mom asked if it was her cabin. I said yeah. And she responded by saying how when they toured the cabin, the owner mentioned that others had mentioned how that specific cabin has been reported by many people that it seems like there are entities there. Whether it's haunted or not, I am now about 99% sure what I saw wasn't a figment of my imagination. Also, I wear a fitness watch, and it tells me when my heart rate gets too high. It also tells me when my heart rate is getting close to too high. At the moment my mom mentioned it, it told me my heart rate was getting close. This may not be scary to most, but it definitely startled me. An entity event that lasted for years. I worked at a factory for a while when I moved here back in 1996. I had a coworker who was an older man in his 60s at the time, and he and I became good friends. We still are, as a matter of fact, today. Anyways, I am the type of guy who always wants to hear about any truly weird stories because that is just me. Well, this fellow had something that sounds like it was straight from hell messing with him and his family. Here is a rundown of what happened. His wife purchased an old antique bottle at a yard sale once. As soon as she brought it home, things started to happen. But the family never put two and two together with that old bottle until years later. He had a son about 14 at the time. Whatever it was, it attached itself to his son. He had problems for years, just like the events that happened with the real story about the Bell Witch. This stuff was very similar. He said when his son was with him going to Walmart, it would be talking and harassing them all inside of their vehicle. But when his son would go over to a friend's house or leave to go to school, all would be quiet. My friend was even attacked and pushed a few times, too. Once this entity even threw water on him. He said the water just came out of thin air and would be about the same amount as what a regular bucket would hold. He had stuff being thrown around, coins flying out of thin air, and when they picked them up, they would be hot as fire. Rocks would rain down on their house too. The phenomenon was exactly like what you have read in books before. The events were simply bizarre and out of the ordinary. His cat would hiss at it, and the dogs would not go into the house. It revealed itself to his son. My friend asked it what it looks like. This thing told him to go to the window and look outside. My friend could not see it, but his son did see it and said it looked like a Civil War soldier. He kept me informed about the happenings at work. These few events I am sharing here are nothing compared to what all happened that he shared with me through the years we were co-workers. I was trying to talk him into getting a priest and having the house exorcised and blessed. He even asked me to come over and see for myself. I went over there and met his wife and son. I asked if this really happened, and they both said yes. It is true. That night after I went to visit him, I woke up, and I could feel a presence in my bedroom, and I knew it was this thing that was messing with my co-worker and his family. I spoke up and told them to leave and never come back. It never bothered me other than that. Anyways, this thing would talk to my co-worker and his family the whole time it was with them. This went on for probably 4 to 5 years. One day my co-worker asked it where it came from. It spoke to him and said that old antique bottle was his, that his wife purchased it at that yard sale, and he had no right to have it because it belonged to this entity. This thing told the family that that old bottle was stolen from its property that was in the next county over. So my coworker asked it, if I took your bottle back home, would you leave me and my family alone? It said yes. So my coworker said they took this old bottle on about a 25-mile trip, and the whole time this voice was giving directions. They wound up on some old dirt road, and it told them to stop. It said for them to go through this fence and start walking through this field. So they did so, and after a while of walking a ways from their truck, they saw an old rock chimney that was still standing up, but the rest of the house was gone. This thing told them to leave that bottle on the mantle of that old chimney. My coworker and his son put that old bottle up there and left. They never encountered another issue with that bottle. Encounters with 3 entities. Throughout my life, I believe I have come in contact with 3 different types of paranormal spirits that have affected me in one way or another in very different types of situations. The first situation occurred when I was 6. My family moved to a new town in a very old house. The house we moved into had a bit of a history we learned about later. An adolescent who lived in the house tried to end at least 3 times, twice in the house and once in a big cedar tree out front. We didn't find out about that until we'd already been living in the house over a year, and really there was nothing we could do. We did not have the means to move, and it wasn't like it really should affect us. For the first few months living in the house, I would often wake and find pieces to a small china tea set on my headboard. I recall one very vividly. It was a heart-shaped, gold-trimmed saucer with a lady in a yellow dress waltzing with somebody. In total, I got about 8 pieces, my sister got about 5. My mom and dad had no clue where they were coming from. We also had a very protective Saint Bernard in the house, so no one came in. While my sister and I were getting presents, my mom woke one night hearing our Saint Bernard growling in my brother's room. A sharp shard of glass was lying on his pillow, next to his head. After that incident, our Saint Bernard always slept in my brother's room. The second entity I have come in contact with, we will fast forward 1.5 years. My mom is friends with a lady, Mrs. Bradstream. My older brother is in class with one of Mrs. Bradstreet's kids. It is summertime, they are moving away, so my mom offers to help with a garage sale. There are approximately 8 kids in total, with ages ranging from 15 to about 4. At one point, the 15-year-old asked if I wanted to go inside. It was hot out, so I did. At the time, I was 7 years old. Somehow we ended up sitting in his closet. Later I left the room. As I got downstairs, they had blankets over the windows to keep heat out. In the living room, I noticed a tall figure. The tall figure was leaning on the back of a sofa. Its face was burnt umber in color and very long and angular, with dark, sunken, recessed eyes. It held a hand out toward me. I took off running outside and would not leave my mom's side. Fast forward again. I am 19 at university in Juneau, Alaska. I would like to share some background information, which I believe is relevant. My friend and I were in the same course and came home late at night, probably around 10 p.m. At the school, you walk 1.5 miles on the path in the woods to get from campus to housing, with a highway halfway through it. It was very snowy, and I was wearing boots, so I was clearing a path through the snow that had been falling. As we got up to the intersection, there was another student who was standing up there, wearing boat shoes and jeans, so I asked him to just follow us, and I was nice and polite and told him I would break a path. Then he started stalking me. I will not include the details of the stalking. If you want to know, ask. He ended up getting kicked out of school, but right before he got kicked out of school is when the event happened. I was walking back from campus, by myself in the middle of the day. I was on the path at the top of a hill, and all of a sudden, standing in the woods in front of me was a tall figure. Wearing dark clothing, and it was that figure with the burnt umber face. It held its hand out to me again, and I remember just feeling a horrible tug from inside myself pulling me towards it. I just stood there staring at it, and it's like pulling me, it's like tugging, and I'm just like, finally, I'm like, no, and I turned and walked away. Looking back, I am pretty sure that if I had let that thug pull me into the woods, my stalker probably would have killed me. I'm sure that that being is showing up at a time in my life when I have a decision to make, either to go this way or that way. Either death/SA or get away myself, and so far I've gotten away. It terrifies the hell out of me even thinking back on those situations, knowing 100% that it was the same figure I noticed when I was 7 and when I was 19. The next incident that I came across is back in my hometown. Before I can really tell about the incident, I do feel it is imperative to tell a little background about my hometown. My hometown is in central Minnesota, and it is one of the sites of the Sioux Uprising where homesteaders were violently killed. There is actually a memorial on the outside of town about the White Family Massacre, telling about the Sioux Uprising and how the White family was slaughtered in their home. This area has a history of violence. Back in 2013 I moved in with my uncle. He had been diagnosed with cancer, and he had lived alone, so I moved in. My uncle and I got along well, I loved him dearly. Then he passed away in the house. Well, it was about 3 or 4 days after he passed in the house that I started noticing things were off. There was a pillow that had been in my room on top of a shelf that was suddenly in the living room. I moved the pillow from the living room. I put it in a cupboard behind a cabinet, like a big, heavy wooden bookshelf cabinet that must weigh at least 50 to 75 pounds, so it wasn't simple to move. The next day, the pillows were in the kitchen. I put the pillow in the garage, it was back in the house. After I placed the pillow in a shed the following day, it returned to the house. I don't know what was going on with that pillow, but it wanted to be in the house. I eventually removed the stuffing from the pillow, burned the pillowcase, and used the leftover stuffing to create a small stuffed animal that I still own. It has been a fixture on my bookshelf for the past 8 years. I also made other pillows and gifted them to others without any issues. Recently a neighbor of mine passed away in their house, and his nephew was living in the house with him when everything happened. The nephew stopped me outside and asked me if I knew of any paranormal things that have happened around this area. I replied, yes, and shared with him my experience with the pillow. He told me that the day after his uncle had passed, when he took a shower, he saw a small, childlike figure walk past the shower. Nobody else was in the house, but this figure appeared and left finger lines across the steam on the shower wall. I was outside a couple of days after he had told me about that, and I saw a light go on inside the neighbor's house. I checked the vehicles outside, nobody was home. The lights were on for about 3 minutes, then the lights went out. They did this for over an hour, flashing on and off. So I asked my neighbor if they had smart lights that would go on and off and kind of flicker when they don't have a good connection. He responded, no, they never received any of those. I then brought up the issue of the light flickering on and off, which I believe also occurred during his visit one night. After the figure, he was too afraid to go do anything, so he just left the house and went out and slept in his fish house. I'm pretty sure the town I'm in is haunted by the spirits of the Sioux warriors and victims from the area who were part of the massacre. When death occurs, they come and try to make us uncomfortable. I used to babysit this kid when I was a teen. Every single time I went over to their house, I felt this absolutely repulsive energy. Completely terrible and downright disgusting vibes. I can't even explain it, pure uneasiness. Now, the 2 dogs he had were nervous, barked, twitched, and had to have Prozac. Constantly pacing and upset. The kid I babysat refused to go to bed, to the point he would scream and cry, completely age inappropriate. And to be honest, I understand. I never said anything, but I hated tucking him in too, and he would run down the stairs afterwards. The upstairs of the house felt terrible. It felt like something was in there. I say this because it did not feel like a person. I literally get goosebumps thinking about that. When my mom would go over to dog sit or feed the dogs, she felt the same. Years later, she confided in me, acknowledging that we both experienced similar feelings but never discussed them. I never said anything as a teen because I wanted the pay and just thought I was paranoid. My crazy Alabama exorcist story, 2021. I had been living with my ex-girlfriend since early 2020 and moved out in late 2021, once the relationship came to an end. At the time, her ex-boyfriend Sven was also living in the same house. He had his own room on the far end of the house. I'll admit, it was a little awkward at first, but it didn't bother me too much once I got to know him better. We got along fairly well, though, and he became a good buddy of mine. Being that my ex-girlfriend, who we'll call Luna, was originally polyamorous, we agreed to keep our relationship monogamous, which was the only way I was willing to move in with her. So that's how I got there. In early July 2021, Sven had met a girl, who we'll call Sally, at his job while working at Walmart. She approached him, as she felt drawn to his energy of sorts. They quickly took a liking to each other and started hanging out more. Things were going fairly well for them throughout the beginning of the relationship. From what I've seen, she was very sweet and intelligent. However, we eventually discovered that she had an intriguing spiritual side to her. She mentioned that when she was really young, her mother forced her to perform a blood oath ritual using some sort of old satanic book and a pentagram. And that in doing so made her vulnerable to the dark spirits, which leached off her energy. Since then, she would experience a number of paranormal encounters, such as feelings of being followed, shadow apparitions, hearing voices, and most profoundly, dark entities taking control. Beyond that, she had a heightened sense of awareness. And in some cases, a clairvoyant, I guess you could say. Sally was transparent with all of this, though. Which Sven had no issues with any of that. Around midnight, Luna, my ex-GF, and I were getting ready for bed as we both worked the next day. Across the house was Sven's room, down a long hallway. Sally was spending the night and hanging out with Sven. As Luna and I were about to fall asleep, we heard a light thud from outside our door. A few minutes later, Sven knocks on our bedroom door. Calmly, he says, "Hey, could you come help me with something?" Luna gets up to go check what was happening while I stayed in bed. I waited for about 10 minutes, trying to listen in on what was going on. Curious, however, I get up and check the situation. I peeked my head from the side of the door and saw Sally on the floor in the middle of a dark hallway, mumbling under her breath, "No, no, no." It was almost as if she was trapped in a bad dream of sorts. My original thought was that she might have been on drugs and was having a bad trip. At first, I had no clue, so I simply stood back and watched with caution. I watched as Sven and Luna huddled around Sally, trying to comfort her. Eventually, we all decide to pick her up and bring her outside to get some fresh air. We laid Sally on the grass in the front yard under the glowing moon and stars. She gradually starts regaining consciousness while waking up in a haze. She speaks with a soft voice and says, "I can sense that you're nervous and confused. It's okay." Which, yes. I was, lol. This strange occurrence is something she had experienced many times, however. So she was familiar with that sort of thing happening. When she's like that, she basically gets lost in a dark void and can't recall much of anything. Being that Sven and Luna are more familiar with spirits and energy, they knew almost instantly what was going on and took precautions to alleviate the negative energy. They were much more composed than I was at first. After she recollects her thoughts and regains her energy a bit, we bring her back inside and lay her on Sven's sofa while Sven holds her in his arms. He points out some scratch marks on her shoulder that weren't there prior. It looked fresh and as if almost clawed by a big cat. He states that for some odd reason, she was being drawn into the bathroom across the hallway. And that her face went blank and she started walking slowly out of the room. He also points out the light in the hallway had blown a fuse right after she collapsed near the door. That had me spooked a bit. And the light hadn't worked ever since. Once Sally was able to speak to us more clearly, she told us that something was trying to trick her into going inside the bathroom across the bedroom. Some evil entity manifested itself in there and was playing mind games. Keep in mind, the house we were living in was really old and semi-broken down in some areas. Noticeable holes in some spots of the floor throughout the entire house, with the worst of it being in the bathroom. There were 2 total bathrooms, however, so we never used that room for anything. It was always kept closed as it was dirty and smelled of mold. The house was $300 per month to live in. So we all dealt with the many problems that came with the price. That's Alabama for you lol. We investigated the bathroom, which gave us all a very uneasy feeling. It was cold, dark, and had a stillness I couldn't describe. It also made the hairs on my arm stand up and gave me goosebumps. At that point I was feeling a bit anxious but did the best I could to keep my composure. Shortly after looking around, Sally started to get taken over by the void again. Her eyes became glassy and red, while the spirit in her became irritated. She was possessed by this demonic force while Sven was trying his best to hold her down by locking his arms around her. We knew instantly that was not Sally in there. The demon was trying to break free from Sven's arms and making deep growling noises. For a period of time, we even tried to reason with it. Saying things like, "There's an endless world to travel and be free, from the desert sands to the endless oceans, you have no reason to take her over." The demon is gruelingly stating that it wants to make itself known and that someone has to die. Her voice also became heavy and muddled while trying to break free and resist being held down by Sven. It also kept threatening to kill any one of our cats, which were all in the room with us as well. Keep in mind, Sven is a 6 feet tall, lean male in his 30s. And Sally was a very skinny and petite girl, which he was boggled by how much strength it took to keep her in place. As we have her pinned down and are trying to reason with this evil force, my ex tells me to grab a handful of fresh sage from the garden and burn it. I quickly run out to the front yard and back into the room. Since the sage was fresh, it was a bit harder to burn, but eventually it started to smolder. Filling the room with sage was effective in hurting the demon as it growled with every waft. I would continue to do this for the majority of the night by blowing the sage directly at the demon. A few times one of her arms would break free and attempt to knock the ashtray out of my hand. I had a steady grip on it, though, and did my best to keep it going. During the process, we also played spiritually empowering music and tried to channel our energy as a group to cleanse and fend off this unwanted guest. We kept fighting for several hours until the sun came up. Gradually the demon became weaker while still aggravated and fighting to break free. At one moment, Sally started to slowly regain consciousness. So we thought. So we tried talking and comforting her, even though she was still pretty disoriented. Luna decides to fix her up a cup of herbal tea to help soothe her. However, without mentioning it, she added a few dashes of pure Himalayan salt to the mug. Since salt is known for its spiritual cleansing properties, when Sally takes her first sip, she begins to choke and cough heavily. The demon was trying to trick us into believing it was her. To which it got enraged and took possession of Sally once again. The process started back up and went on for another couple of hours. Luckily it wasn't as bad more towards the end as the spirit grew tired and weakened. But we all stuck together and tackled this unwelcome demonic force. Around 7 a.m. in the morning, the demon had become weaker due to all the cleansing and resistance, and its energy had almost completely depleted. So we were able to finally bring her outside and hope for the best. The sky was clear, and the sun was bright. We laid her in the same spot she was previously in as she gradually transitioned back into her body. Her energy was still very weak, while she was unable to move much at all from the possession. We sit her upright with her legs straight out in front of her. Strangely, we all take notice of a small green grasshopper that jumps onto her left leg. With her eyes nearly closed, the grasshopper crawls onto her index finger. She brings it up near her face and focuses her last bit of energy into it for about 30 seconds or so. It was almost as if she was funneling the demon spirit into this small bug. Then she lifts her arm with her pointer finger out, and the grasshopper jumps off into the field of grass. She ties an invisible knot around a nearby dandelion and gradually fades back into unconsciousness by slowly lying back down until she's completely flat on the ground. After this long and tiring experience, we all migrate back into the house and try to catch some sleep. Sven picks Sally up and carries her into the house and to the bedroom to get some rest. Since I had to go to work shortly after, I ended up getting about 2 hours of sleep. I was exhausted lol. However, my mind was blown with just how insane and surreal that experience was. It was a profound awakening to say the least, and to this day I think about how crazy that experience was. Not many people can say they've fought a demon in their lifetimes, lol. I've left out a ton of detail too, but I swear on my life this all happened, haha, and there are 4 other witnesses that would back me up with the same story. There were other events that happened thereafter, but to keep this fairly short, I'll cut it off here. The takeaway from all this is, always have sage or salt to cleanse your house. Just in case. Anyway, I would love to hear what you guys think about this crazy and true story. Do you have any similar experiences and/or stories? And if you happen to listen to all this, thank you so much for tuning in. Stay well, guys. I think I have some sort of paranormal attachment, and others are beginning to see it. So ever since I was a kid, my mom has told me my family has a history of being able to see ghosts. Well, I think I drew the short end of the stick because ever since I was a kid, I've always felt like I've had something attached to me. I've moved a fair bit as a child, and no matter where I've lived, I've always experienced paranormal happenings. Lights coming on and off. Doors slamming. Seeing shadow people. I even once described my stepfather's dad to him, even though he died years before I was even a thought of being conceived. Fast forward to my adult life, and it hasn't changed. At all. I have a family of my own now, and even my kids have seen things. But what's really interesting about all this is that even people who visit my home are seeing things. Example, I once was home alone while the wife was at work and the kids were at school. After completing my usual household chores and tidying up, I took some time to play a game. I went to the kitchen to grab a drink, and in my son's room, which is towards the front of my house and also adjacent to the kitchen, I saw a little boy in overalls just standing there. He didn't acknowledge me, didn't move, just stood there. And I knew he was an entity because he was wearing a jumper with a button-down shirt, and he was literally gray in color. I mean no other color. His clothes, all gray. Shrugging it off as it wasn't the first time I've seen a spirit, I got my drink, and when I walked past again, he was gone. Fast forward 2 days later, I invited my cousin and his fiancée over for dinner with me and my wife. It was fairly uneventful until they were getting ready to leave. My cousin's fiancée asked to use the restroom, so I pointed her in the direction it was in, which is directly next to my son's room, who wasn't home as we had gotten my mother to watch the kids for the night so we could enjoy an adult evening. She came back from the restroom and plainly asked, "Who's that little boy in the room just sitting on the bed? I thought your kids weren't here?" To which I replied that they weren't. Her face immediately went a bit pale, and she walked back to my son's room and then came running back into the kitchen saying he was gone. Now at that point I hadn't told anyone, not even my wife, about what I had seen, but my cousin's fiancé described the little boy I had seen perfectly. Clothes and all. I then told her of my experience a couple of days back. Needless to say, dinner was cut short. A week after that, I'm lying in bed with my wife and begin to feel a burning sensation on my back. I tell my wife to see if she can see anything, and she proceeds to tell me I have 3 distinct claw-looking scratches going down my back. They were red and clearly visible even on my skin, as I'm African American. That wasn't the first time I've ever had those marks either, but I've only ever woken up to them, and that was the first time I've ever felt it happen with me being awake, and this has happened at least 10 times over the years. So what do you guys think? Is it me that's haunted? Okay, so this happened a few years ago when I moved into this old house in a small town. It was super cheap, probably should have been a red flag, but I didn't think much of it at the time. The person who owned it before me had died, but he was old, so I just figured, normal stuff, right? The first few nights were chill. Then I started hearing footsteps in the hallway late at night. I live alone, by the way. I told myself it was the house settling or something dumb like that, but the sound kept getting louder, like someone walking back and forth right outside my bedroom door. Finally, one night I was like, okay, enough, and opened the door with a flashlight. Nothing there. But the air was freezing cold. It was so cold that my breath fogged up, even though it was the middle of summer. Stuff started getting weirder after that. Doors would open on their own. Lights would flicker even though the wiring was new. And the mirror in the bathroom? Occasionally I'd see a shadowy figure behind me, but when I turned around, there'd be nothing there. Then one night at like 3 a.m., I heard whispering downstairs. It sounded like multiple voices, but real low and creepy. I grabbed a baseball bat and went to check it out. Stupid, I know. When I got to the living room, there was an old man just sitting in my chair. I swear he wasn't solid. He was kind of blurry around the edges. I froze. Couldn't move, he couldn't even breathe. After a few seconds, he slowly turned his head and looked at me. His eyes were completely black. There were no whites or pupils visible, just pure black. And then he smiled, but it wasn't normal. His mouth stretched too far, almost like it reached from ear to ear. I noped out of there so fast. I quickly grabbed my keys, hurried to my car, and simply drove away. Left everything behind. I got someone to pack my stuff the next day, and I sold the house as fast as I could. Lost a ton of money, but I don't care. Sometimes late at night, I still think I hear footsteps. I don't know if it followed me or if it's just in my head, but either way, I'm not going back to that place. My family and I had an experience with an entity that mimicked our voices, calling out to us individually using another's voice when they were not home or in a different room, and they swore they did not call out, and one of my cousins showed up. I've also seen several posts about them throughout the time I've been here. However, I can't seem to find any information about them that is not from here or discussion forums. Does anyone know of references to them in literature or your culture? I'm really interested in learning about them because they seem to be such a common type of entity people encounter and tend to be malevolent, or at least extremely annoying, from what I've seen. I noticed many similarities across these stories, and it makes me think that they are a group of entities. If that's the case, it would be crucial to have information about what they are, how to recognize them, and how to get rid of them. I have personal notes from my experience, but I am not an expert, and I was hoping to read about them. I'd love to hear about any experiences you have had with these mimics and any books that mention entities known to mimic humans if you know about them. 1 Opinions on things my brother saw when we were kids. This all took place when I was around 9, and my brother was 2-ish. We moved into my mother's childhood home in a small town in Tennessee to take care of my grandmother, who was sick with cancer. Life was as normal as it could be given the situation for a while, but then strange things started to happen. Things would be misplaced or out of place. Lights turned on or off when we got back home. Small stuff. Around this same time, my brother started to talk to an imaginary friend. Nobody thought anything of it because, hey, he's a little kid. My brother only referred to him as the black man because he wouldn't tell him his name. After my brother got older, he clarified that it wasn't an African American man, but black, as in dark, like a shadow. He would only talk to him in my parents' bedroom because, according to my brother, that's where he lived. More specifically, he lived behind my parents' dresser, which was cornered on the left side of their room by a closet. He told us that he had met the black man because he smelled something really bad, like a poot in his words, and heard crying. He thought it was Mom, so he went into their room and saw him crying behind the dresser. My brother and the black man continued conversing in my parents' room nearly every day. It all seemed like innocent kid stuff, like how old are you? I'm almost 3 and what's your favorite food? That's gross, I like chips, simple stuff like that. But then one night it seemed to turn more ominous. My brother finished eating and ran into my parents' room as usual to play. Everything was normal at first, but then we heard my brother sounding more anxious and heard him say, "No, you can't do that, that's mean." A pause, and then, "But I love them," and he started crying and ran out of the room. My dad asked him about it, but all he said was that they weren't friends anymore because the black man was bad. Months went by. My grandmother ultimately passed away from cancer, and my dad ended up being laid off from his job, so it was an overall bad time for our family. Then one night, Dad and my brother were playing on the bed in my parents' room when my brother suddenly stopped, looked at the dresser, and started crying. Dad held him, asking what was wrong, and Dad said he saw my brother tracking something moving around the bed and out the door toward the kitchen. My brother just responded that he didn't want to play in there anymore. Dad said it was like he wanted to keep an eye on whatever had left the room. This continued for several more days. He would freeze up playing, eating, or even mid-sentence speaking and track something unseen with his eyes. He would always want us to follow him into whatever room he had tracked the thing into. Around this time, my brother started having nightmares but would never tell us what they were, but he became obsessed with making sure anything sharp was put up. If my parents had a knife out, he would watch them use it and clean it until he was sure it was safely back in the drawer. If one was left on the counter, whether my parents were done with it or not, He would take it to the sink. Finally, my parents asked him what was going on. My brother said that he wanted to know what the black man was doing because the black man had told him after their fight that he wouldn't leave any of us alone until he got what he wanted. My parents asked what that was, and my brother just started crying. The following night, the situation escalated dramatically. My brother and I shared a bedroom, and as we watched his favorite movie, Land Before Time Gang, for the 1000th time, we fell asleep. My brother shook me awake in the middle of the night. I could see his face in the dim light glow. It was pure terror. He had tears running down his face, and his lips were trembling. I sat up and started asking him what was wrong and if he was okay over and over. I saw his eyes track from the bedroom door to behind me. My skin started to crawl, and I smelled a stench like rotten eggs and thought my brother had soiled himself. Then he said, "Be quiet." A few seconds passed as my heart started to pound, and I could feel my throat wanting to close up. Then he screamed, "No. He found you. Don't you feel it? He's tasting you." I thought my heart was going to explode from fear. Then I heard a loud crash from the parents' room and frantic shouting from my dad, screaming to my mother to wake up and help him get the kids. The smell instantly went away, our closet door banged shut, and the night light went out, plunging us into darkness. We both screamed at the top of our lungs. My parents ran in, picked us up, and we left the house to stay in a hotel for the night. We went to a small Christian school, so the next morning my parents called one of the pastors on the board, and they ended up having a meeting. After explaining the entire story to them, the board sent several pastors over to our house, where they and my parents prayed over it, essentially blessing it. I'm not sure, it was a weird experience. But whatever it was, it seemed to have worked. Years went by without another mention of the black man. However, he finally made one last appearance. When my brother was 5, we were playing games on the couch when he suddenly stopped playing, stood up on the couch to look out the window into our backyard, and said, "He's back." I asked if he meant the black man, and he said, "Yes, he's looking at us through the window. He's so mad. He can't come inside. He can't get what he wants, and he's mad." I think what terrifies me the most about that is that the window was at least 15 feet off the ground, meaning that whatever this thing is was either that tall to be able to look through the window or was perched on the side of the house, 15 feet up, looking inside. After that day, my brother never mentioned him again. He either stopped seeing the black man or never told us if he did. When my brother was in high school, I finally decided to ask him about what he saw. He told me the black man was like a large shadow, but you couldn't see through him. He had dark red eyes with deep black pupils and a jagged, deformed-looking mouth with a long tongue. The rest of his face was featureless and just blackness. And he always knew the black man was around because he could smell him. Sometimes he would wake up from the smell and see him standing at the end of our bed. And when the black man was mad, he shimmered. My brother described it like looking across a blacktop pavement on a hot day. He said that they started talking about innocent stuff like favorite foods and toys and stuff. But then the black man started asking if he had ever hurt things, like birds or pets, and tried to convince him to because it would be fun and they could be best friends if he did. Then he told him to hurt his family, told him to poke us with a knife while we were asleep, and then to poke his own neck with the knife, and they could play together forever. That night, my brother became extremely upset, began experiencing nightmares, and developed a strong paranoia about sharp objects. The night of the major event still gives me nightmares. My brother said he had woken up from another nightmare to see the black man standing in our bedroom doorway. He told my brother that my parents had forgotten to put one of the knives up after dinner, and it was time to go play. My brother woke me up at that point, and the black man walked behind me and extended his tongue. My brother claims it was at least 3 feet long and skinny, with a small fork at the end. He says that it went around my neck and up to my ear. When my dad woke up in the panic, the black man apparently screamed in anger and fled through the closet. Speaking with Dad about that night, he said that he had an extremely vivid dream. It was so bright he could barely see anything but could see the silhouette of a very tall, broad-shouldered person who spoke to him. In a booming voice he said, "Awaken and flee, for the great serpent, that dragon, has brought his rotten seed down upon you and your house." All of this is a lot to take in. Others may find it difficult to accept these realities, which is why I rarely discuss them with others. If it were just my brother, I would have chalked it up to a child's imagination coupled with the stress of moving and the loss of a grandparent. But with so many shared experiences between us all, it's hard to accept that as an explanation. And my father is a no-nonsense, straight-edge type of man. He's honest, and I don't see a reason for him to make up his end of it. Maybe some families are just more susceptible, or whatever, to these kinds of things? We moved from Adams, Tennessee, which, if anyone doesn't know, is famous for the Bell Witch, and I can remember weird things happening even there, but those are different stories for another time. Thanks again for anyone listening to this far and for any input, comments, or insight anyone may have. I wanted to share a paranormal experience I had in my grandparents' weekend house, a place I used to visit regularly and occasionally host gatherings with friends. On several occasions, both I and my friends have felt strange sensations in certain rooms, including discomfort and, at times, a sense of danger. Before the previously mentioned encounter, I had another minor experience that left a lasting impression. We were spending the night with friends, and I decided to retire to a room for a nap. As I was about to drift off to sleep, I distinctly heard footsteps approaching my location, followed by the sensation of someone sitting at the end of my bed. I was convinced my friends had come to my room, and I could clearly feel someone's presence beside me. When I asked if they had been in my room, they all denied leaving their own. Then came the experience I mentioned in my previous story. While I was alone in the house, I decided to take a nap in one of the rooms that had previously felt unsettling. In a semi-dream state, I saw someone enter the room. This figure appeared to be a young person, and he sat down next to me without saying a word. The surprise came when I distinctly felt that this entity was asking me for permission. I responded with a resounding denial, and since then, nothing unusual has happened in the house, not even when I've been alone again. These experiences have deeply intrigued me, and I wonder why the entity seemed to be seeking permission and what it wanted. At that moment I felt that it was permission to follow me, but I am not convinced of this. Why did he need my permission anyway? Has anyone else had similar experiences or any idea of what they could mean? Any advice or comments would be appreciated. Also, a few years ago I used a Ouija board with my friends in this house, but it didn't seem to move. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my story and share your thoughts. My parents have stories about me pointing to, talking to, and scaring people and dogs that they couldn't see when I was a baby. The first one I remember was when I was 3.5 years old, and we toured a historic home on Capitol Hill in Seattle while house shopping. I saw 3 little girls in nightclothes jumping and playing in a bedroom. I really wanted to go play with them but stood watching them from the doorway instead. I left to explore and decided to ask if I could play a few minutes later. When I returned, the room was as empty and dark as the rest of the house. There was a young woman who occasionally stood in my backyard. I saw her from ages 4 to 7 a few times. She wore a black, high-collared dress from the 1890s, had 2 long black braids, and appeared to be Native American. She always had a sad/somber look on her face. Whenever I pointed her out to my mom, she said she couldn't see her. When my dad remodeled our bathroom in the 110-year-old house I grew up in, he took the door off the hinges for about a week. I walked past the open door when I was about 16 and saw a girl about my age, standing in her white underwear and bra, hanging her head down so her wet blonde hair obscured her face. When I stopped, took a step back, and looked around the bathroom, she was gone. I lived in a studio in San Diego in my mid-20s. I sat down to pee with the door open. I lived alone, and the torso of a man in a long-sleeved brown button-down shirt glided through the window and through the far wall of my room less than 5 feet, 1.52 meters, away from me. It traveled the entire length of my room like it was on a conveyor belt, with no up and down motion like walking. I found out years later that I lived 2 blocks from where a commercial airline had crashed many years before. When I waited tables in a historic building in my early 30s, I saw a man with his back to me casually walk towards the pool room area. From behind he looked maybe 45 to 50 years old, had a full head of sandy brown hair, and was wearing a sky blue polo shirt, long khaki pants, and dress shoes. I grabbed 2 menus and followed him, thinking he was looking for a table. When I rounded the corner after him, he was gone. Doors on that side of the restaurant were locked, and there was no place to hide. I told a coworker, and she said I had described her dad, who had passed away years before. Bonus incident, I send my kids to a co-op preschool in a turn-of-the-century schoolhouse. I was chatting with another parent during class one day, and out of the door jamb a few inches from the floor was a pair of gloved hands waving around in the air. They were a light tan color like old-school leather work gloves and seemed to be protruding directly from the doorway, making smooth gestures, almost like an orchestra conductor would. I tried my hardest to maintain eye contact with the other person, but when I tried to look directly at the hands, they disappeared. When I looked at the living person in front of me, they reappeared. It went on for several minutes. Every incident I've had has taken place during broad daylight, and with the exception of the torso and hands, they have looked like regular, alive people. It happens when I'm not expecting it and just going about my day. I've always tried my best to debunk incidents scientifically/rationally before jumping to the conclusion that it's somehow paranormal. I've never been diagnosed with a mental illness, nor has anyone else in my family. I've also heard footsteps, knocking, crying, laughter, and other disembodied voices. I've seen poltergeist activity more times than I can count. I feel the energy of a space and almost always know if a space is haunted and if the presence is positive or not. Sorry for the novel. I could fill a decent-sized book with the things I've experienced in my nearly 40 years of life. This is real. I don't have all the answers, but if energy can be neither created nor destroyed, it tracks that our energy persists after our physical bodies die. Revisiting past encounters. I'm a 30-year-old from Australia, and the events began to take place when I was about 15 years old. My older brother, who was 18, was dating a girl named Casey, and I, my brother, and she were alone in the house watching a movie. It was one of the first times I had ever met her. It was a normal night with nothing unusual happening. When I randomly heard a loud female scream in my mind, I was aware it was in my mind but had never experienced this before, and it was strange. I looked around the room at my brother and his girlfriend with a worried look, and she then said, "Can you hear it too?" I said, "I just heard a girl scream, did you hear that?" My brother said no, and she said it was a lost spirit who died, she's scared and lost. I was a pretty normal kid, I didn't think about much deep before this. I played rugby, hung out with friends, and did normal stuff. When she said that, it scared me a lot. She then spent the next few hours explaining that she has dealt with this for years and that now I have heard this voice, it would get much more intense and that I am a powerful old soul. She mentioned her interest in witchcraft and communicating with spirits, assuring me that she would always protect me and that I should not be afraid. We eventually went to sleep, and the next day I woke up remembering just not being able to stop thinking about what happened. A week or so later, I, my brother, and Casey were in his room hanging out when she went into a seizure state, shaking uncontrollably and speaking in gibberish. My brother was very concerned, but I was very calm. She told me to put my hand on her and help her. I placed my hand on her leg, and she stopped shaking and started breathing deeply, saying she was feeling something in the room that was reacting to me being there. Not much else happened that night, but I did start to feel the presence of this entity in the room. It's important to add that the room my brother was in was a garage we converted to a granny flat for my grandfather, who passed away in this room 2 years prior. Over the next few days, I started to feel this entity communicate with me as my grandfather. At first, it was a very emotional and nice feeling, and I remember having it explain things that only my grandfather would remember about our last time together. Over days, though, I did get a strange negative feeling from this thing. Some events that took place over the next few months are quite blurry, but I remember Casey having some events like the seizures in front of me, and she used me as a healer in a way. I never was scared for some reason and always remained calm, and she relied on me to protect her from these events. Eventually, we were on a trip with family at the beach when I, my brother, and Casey decided to use an Ouija board. It was during a storm, and there was a room that was kind of underground, with a small window that was high up and on the ground level of an outside area and a door into the room. As soon as we started the Ouija board, the room felt very intense, and before we could start asking questions, the doorknob on the outside fell off and we heard it fall to the ground on the other side, locking us in. My brother was panicking, and I just said, "It's okay, I'll climb through the window and let us out." I did that, and nothing else happened. We stopped the Ouija, but after that, the entity that was acting as my granddad got very dark. It began to tell me that to unlock my full potential, I needed to make a big sacrifice, and eventually it started to tell me I needed to kill my brother. I had nightmares of killing him and writing on the walls in blood, woke up feeling watched, and began to lose my calmness. Not long after, Casey broke up with my brother randomly and abruptly, leaving him in a deep depression. I and my brother began drinking together a lot in his room, and we had some very intense visits from the entity while drinking. My brother told me some of the things Casey would do, such as witchcraft rituals in the room, but my brother said he never had the entity speak to him but felt watched and felt it hated him. One night, I, my brother, and his friend Paul were drinking in his room, having a fun night when I suddenly felt the entity in the room, and I saw Paul looking in that area. I felt it, and he unexpectedly began clenching his fists and breathing like he wanted to kill someone. I immediately grabbed Paul and comforted him. He started screaming at my brother, and after a time of me calming him down, my brother said, "What happened?" And he said, "I don't know, I just got this sudden urge to hurt you." We then explained everything we had been going through to him. Some other events occurred over the next few months, but it was mostly the same. Then one night we had my brother, Paul, and two of my brother's other friends over, Frank and Kate. I had a very dark feeling about Frank all night. It was my first time meeting him. After drinking, Frank randomly stood up and went towards a bookshelf with a box cutter. I knew that he was being possessed as soon as he stood up, and as soon as he grabbed the knife, I hugged him from behind and grabbed it in his hand, and Paul rushed over and helped me overpower him, and we held him down. He acted as if he was calm, but I still had the feeling of the entity possessing him, but no one else felt that way. We all talked about what had been happening to us. This was a big thing for me because it proved that this must be real if 3 separate people now all had the urge to hurt my brother without them knowing anything prior. We all went to sleep and were awoken by Kate screaming. We woke up to Frank standing over her, masturbating. We all immediately kicked Frank out of the house, and I started to talk to this thing and said, "What are you? I want you out of here. I'm not scared of you, you have no power over me." It said to me, "I am evil. I was Hitler. I am Aleister Crowley," which to me didn't mean anything. I told my brother that, and he said, "That's that guy Led Zeppelin liked." From there, I researched Aleister Crowley and was having nightmares/astral projections of being in Aleister Crowley's house, looking for something and being followed by this entity. I was trying hard to get rid of the entity as it wanted people to hurt my brother. From what I could feel, it was jealous of my brother and loved Casey and wanted to have Casey to itself. We reached out to her, but she stopped talking to us. This was about a year after the initial events. Eventually, the intensity lessened and mostly left us alone, leading me to question if it was real or if I was just a child with a vivid imagination. But over the next few years, I would get drunk at house parties or with friends and would get taken over by it, beating myself, smashing my head into doors and walls. It happened maybe 5 times over that 2-year period from 16 to 18, but that's really all. I then began smoking weed every day and stopped drinking. The next 3 years were just fun. I then had a girlfriend at age 20 who was very negative about my life, making me depressed and anxious to the point of suicide. I was with her for 2 years and had nothing paranormal or strange happen. I had forgotten about that side of me. Then, I met a Christian friend at my job, whose mother also worked with us and was an active member of her church. She eventually invited me, and I said yes. I remember feeling a resistance in me from this entity, but I ignored it, thinking I was just crazy. That didn't happen and wasn't real. I began to pray to God to get me out of this depression, and I had 2 strange events happen while praying. The first was on a hike by myself. I asked for a sign that you're watching me and you're real, and I got attacked by about 5 birds at that exact time. Then I was praying in the shower with my eyes closed and felt a negative energy and opened my eyes to see my girlfriend with her face pushed against the shower, looking like a demon. I screamed at her, and she got really upset. I then invited my girlfriend to my new Christian friends, Reno, house. We were smoking weed when all of a sudden Reno's brother got agitated and pulled a knife on his brother. My girlfriend freaked out and wanted to leave. As we were leaving, Reno's father-in-law stopped us and said to my girlfriend she is no longer welcome in the house, she has brought dark energy into the home. She was furious, as was I, and swore at him. I got in the car with her to leave when I said, "No, I want to go talk to him. It's wrong they said they welcome everyone and then say you're not welcome." When I went inside to talk to them, the priest was there and came out of nowhere and said, "Leave, you're not welcome." It shocked me so much, and I felt this intense electrical shock in my whole body and fell to the floor. I was shaking and sweating, and the priest, Reno's mother, and aunt all grabbed me and were praying and screaming, "Leave this boy, you're not welcome in his body." I felt this entity again for the first time in years. It was screaming, burning, and I felt it being pulled out of my body into Reno's mother's hands, and I was in pain, burning. I suddenly had this urge to lie to them to make it stop, so I acted as if I was cured and began crying and saying, "Thank you so much, you saved me." We talked and cried for the next 30 minutes until I convinced them to let me leave. Once I left, I disconnected from Reno and never saw them again. The next 2 years, from 22 to 24, were horrible, the worst time of my life. I became insanely suicidal, shut off from everyone. My girlfriend cheated on me at 23, and I got worse, broke up with her, and finally attempted to end and failed. I then was so desperate to get better I left Canberra, where I grew up, and moved into a friend's house. Then I had the most amazing change. I stopped smoking weed, which I hadn't done since I was 18. I met my now current wife, and from 24 to now at 30, I've had a normal life. I got a great job, got married, and 2 years ago I had a kid. It has been challenging because my daughter was born with a genetic condition and requires a kidney transplant. I am currently in the process of becoming her donor. Despite this, I am still content with my life. Nothing paranormal happened since I moved to Sydney. However, over the last 2 months, I started to feel drawn to it and began questioning everything that happened back then, realizing some events that took place cannot be explained away. Then about a month ago, I was randomly invited to a concert by my brother and Paul. I had not seen Paul for the past 8 years, and right before I saw him, I was listening to a podcast, and as I'm walking into the concert, the podcast starts talking about Aleister Crowley, which made me so confused. What are the odds of that? Then after the concert, my brother starts telling me that he has begun thinking about Casey a lot recently and feels her visiting him in his dreams. He, too, is married and has a child, and while he hasn't thought about those events in years, he has always maintained a high level of skepticism, believing them to be the product of our imagination and intoxication as young teens. But he said he's been thinking about the events and felt the same as I've felt recently. Some things can't be explained away that took place. Since then, I've been drawn to the subject and have kind of felt this entity hanging around me, silently, just watching me, which is where I'm at now, just beginning to revisit these periods of intense strangeness. I never really talked about this with anyone out of embarrassment, but I want to be able to see if anyone else has had similar experiences that could help me. Thanks for listening. In my lifetime, I had 3 periods of paranormal encounters. I was raised as a Christian. My parents would force me to go to church every Sunday. I never missed a Sunday. I am a grown man in my 50s now, and I don't attend church, but I still believe in God and Jesus. Back in 2004 I lived in Canada and worked for a Japanese video game company. I had the privilege to move to Japan to work for 1 year, but that all changed once I started working there. The work culture was just revolved around work. People worked from 9 a.m. to midnight, and during my time there, the company had its dormitory where foreign workers stayed. This is where all the unusual events started. I stayed in a room where it had 2 separate locked bedrooms and a tiny shared kitchen and a tiny shared bathroom. I slept in one of the bedrooms, while the other was vacant and locked. The whole dormitory was closed off to employees only. Well, the first couple of nights I had a hard time sleeping. I felt like someone was standing above me and watching me while I slept. It got pretty bad that I started sleeping with the lights on. One day my doorbell rang, I opened the door, and to my surprise, no one was there. I looked down the aisles, it wasn't a prank, and I asked some of the people there if their doorbell accidentally rang. This started to become a daily thing for me and was driving me nuts. To a point where I was expecting the doorbell to ring, then one day the doorbell rang, and I answered, and again no one was there. I went into my room, and the next thing I knew, all my pots, pans, and dishware fell out of the dish rack, crashing onto the floor. For a while I was asking my superiors to switch to another room in the dormitory, and finally I was able to switch rooms, and everything improved. During my stay, I met some nice Singaporeans, and a couple of them also encountered strange things, and one completely moved out of the dormitory. Later I also found out a girl committed suicide in that dormitory, and it wasn't disclosed to the public. The company was afraid of how this kind of news would affect their stock. After being in Japan for 6 months, I started to get really sharp pains near my crotch area. I went to a nearby hospital to get examined, and the doctor told me I had kidney stones. I remember being so painful, and I felt like I was going to die. This is where I started to have visions of Jesus/God. I'm not sure why I was seeing his face, but I felt it might have been a sign that he was with me. Anyhow, the company panicked after receiving my hospital examination, and they sent me packing back to Canada as soon as you get the chance. Once I arrived back in Canada, I started to feel much better and went to get tested for kidney stones. The report came back saying I was fine. Anyhow, this is one of my experiences I had with the paranormal. The Red Note. When I was a kid, I used to dream every night, but as I got older, my dreams slowly faded with time. There was one dream I continuously had for an extended period of time, and it never fully evolved past a certain point, until one night. It would always start with me in a cabin, a warm, cozy cabin in a huge pine forest. I remember lying in a bed on a cozy summer evening, looking at the cream-colored curtains that would sway in the breeze of the open window. Every time something prompted me to get up, I would venture outside into the vast forest, where the giant pine trees reached for the amber-colored sky as dusk was settling in. The dream would always start off like this, but initially I would wake up before much else happened. The dream would slowly progress to me walking around this cabin until one day I saw a red note on the ground. It was no larger than a regular business card you'd see in your regular store. As the dream progressed with time, the warm glow of the sky would get darker and darker and eventually turn into a moonlit sky with no clouds, but every time I would find an oddly placed red note on the ground, placed on the ground in front of a large parting in the vast trees, in what looked like an endless road into nothingness. Gradually, the dreams felt more like nightmares. Each time I found this note, faint screams echoed in the distance. They resembled foxes yowling but seemed more humanoid to me. The last time I recalled this dream, it began with the swaying of the curtains. The breeze, but it was now pitch black outside, no more comfort from the warm amber glow of the sky like previously. Despite my fear, I still stepped outside of the cabin, and there it was, the red note, just like all the other times. There was never anything on the small slip of paper, it was a deep crimson red. Something was different this time. As I picked up the slip of paper, my whole body froze. I would hear what sounded like a woman wailing in the distance, blood-curdling screams of someone or something down there parting in the trees. This time I couldn't see what was up ahead, the moonlit sky was overcast, it was darker than ever before. The last thing I remember is the croaking of a woman as if her neck had been snapped, the blood gurgling in her throat was now directly in front of me, I couldn't see her. I was jolted awake from the dream when a hand came out of the darkness, reaching for my face. To this day I haven't had that same dream, and it's been close to 20 years. As I got older, I began to realize the vague parts of the cabin I remembered were from my grandmother's house. Her sister fell out of a large pine tree on the property and snapped her neck on impact before my mother was born. My friend and I stumbled across something terrifying and mind-blowing. Sorry if this isn't the right place to share this. I haven't been able to sleep thinking about it. When my friend Dalton and I were preteens and throughout our early teenage years, we'd hang out mostly just him and I nearly every day. Occasionally we'd befriend a neighborhood kid here and there, but for the most part it was Dalton and me. Dalton and I were the only ones who started what we called ghost hunting. It was our thing. We did it. It started one summer when we had watched Ghost Adventures Crew on TV, and we were like, yo, that's cool, let's do that. We were broke, bored kids with nothing but time to kill on summer break, so we downloaded a silly ghost radar app on my first generation iPod Touch and started mimicking all the motions and lines like they did on GAC. If there's anyone here with us right now, please give us a sign. We're here to talk to you and would like you to communicate back. And so forth. We'd do this in every room in my parents' Victorian-era house, at the playground, and in the backyard, and then we started going down to the woods, as everyone calls it. My parents' house is across the street from a park, and behind the park is a river with a couple of impromptu boat launches and a pretty decently sized woodsy area with a couple of hiking trails. A couple of specific spots in the woods became our hangouts, namely the enormous rock piles construction crews would dump right at the opening to where the trails were by the river. They were like small mountains, with the largest one probably being 30 to 40 feet high. There were about 4 or 5 big ones. It was wonderful for a couple of teenage boys. It felt like we had our own private fortress. We would occasionally experience unexpected and eerie moments, most likely due to pure coincidence. The wind, a creaky old floor in the house, the woods making nature sounds. But then one day it started getting real. It's difficult to find words to describe how what we began to experience made us feel. But it blew our entire minds and view on the world. The day started as usual, we went down to the rock piles and went atop our favorite one, where we'd hang out frequently. We began our usual ghost hunting activities. It was probably about noon and warm and sunny out. We had my old aluminum kid-sized baseball bat with us to duck around at the baseball fields with. I don't think we even had a baseball, just the bat, lol. On top of our mountain, getting bored because no eeks or creaks or spooky ghosties were happening, Dalton was like, I bet I can get the bat to balance upright on this rock. Naturally, I said, no, you can't, and he began trying to balance the round-ended bat on a round rock. After a few seconds he let his hand go and said, ha ha, I told you I'd get it, check it out, all smug, thinking he was hot shit for it. So my snarky ass went to knock it over and tell him he didn't, but when I pushed on the seemingly magically balancing bat, it didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it moved from the push of my hand, but it had resistance and went back into a balanced position. It felt as though an unseen force was supporting the object upright. My face dropped, and I tried to push it again. Same thing. Dalton thought I was messing with him, so he tried to push it, and the invisible bat holder was still at large. His face now looked how mine probably looked. We just looked at each other perplexed for a second, and then we both slowly grabbed the bat. It was ice cold. It felt as if it had been in a freezer for an hour. The occasion was the middle of a summer day. We both froze and didn't know what to do or say. We let go of the bat, and it was still standing. One of us went to push it over again, and that time it finally acted like it was obeying the known laws of physics again and fell to the ground. We jumped like startled cats and started freaking out. WTF just happened? There's no way. Oh my god, our ghost hunting actually worked. We quickly turned from terrified to excited. We had just had something paranormal literally happen to us right before our eyes for the first time. We spiraled and started trying everything we could think of and testing different things to see if we could invoke who or whatever we had made contact with. Somehow Dalton landed on an idea where he held a small pebble from the rock pile in his hand and kept saying over and over out loud things like, if there's someone still here with us, please show me by touching this stone. Move this stone from my hand, and stuff of the sort. I then had my entire reality shattered as I watched this pebble ducking hop from my friend's hand and land about 5 feet in front of us. I was dumbfounded, but I felt compelled to attempt it and see if it would work. I had to try and alleviate all suspicion that he might be ducking with me still. So I took a small pebble in my hand and said what he said and kept focusing on it and prompting some spirit or whatever to move it, and after about a minute, it worked. It literally actually worked. The pebble shot out of my hand like someone had flicked it. I couldn't believe this shit. We were two barely pubescent boys who had just either discovered telekinesis or conjured a spirit. Either way, we were ecstatic. We kept doing the pebble thing and trying to talk to spirits and whatnot. We kept having things happen more and more, like small pebbles seemingly being thrown at us from nowhere all around us every couple of minutes, strange feelings that made our hair stand on edge, seeing figures through the trees occasionally, and at one point we watched as a fallen tree branch about 4 feet long and a quarter size in diameter lifted up off the ground 10 feet away from us and flew toward us, just as if someone we couldn't see picked it up and chucked it at us. This one scared us, so we went home shortly after that. Upon returning home, I was still filled with excitement over the discovery of our little pebble phenomenon and the bat, among other things. I decided to try it at home. I had a bottle of water I'd been drinking, and I sat down at my parents' dining room table, held the bottle so it was resting on the table upright, and repeated our typical voiced requests: "If there's someone here, please show me by moving this bottle," and the like. Just how we did earlier with the pebbles. Suddenly, it felt as if someone had smacked the bottle out of my hands. It skidded across the table out of my hand and landed on the floor. I was absolutely shocked. Oh my god, it still actually works, I wasn't just imagining it. This is crazy, I can't wait to try this with other stuff. But then it got scary. A bit later, I went up the stairs toward my bedroom, and as soon as I got to the top, I watched a black figure, like a shadow suspended in space in front of me, walk across my bedroom doorway and vanish. This scared the ever-living shit out of me. While not as unsettling as objects moving from our hands, becoming freezing cold and standing on their own, or things flying at us from the ground, paranormal phenomena can be intriguing when intentionally invoked. However, when they occur unexpectedly, they become incredibly terrifying. I ran downstairs, my heart racing like Dale Earnhardt, and my eyes started to tear. I was absolutely freaking out. It was the first time I had ever seen something like that. I started telling my dad what I saw, in a panic. My father has never been one to acknowledge paranormal, magic, or anything like that. Anytime I said I heard a weird noise or saw something creepy before this, he'd just tell me it's my imagination and there's an explanation for it. Not this time. I think what terrified me the most was my typically skeptical, logical father's reaction to me telling him what I saw. He looked me in the eye and said very sternly, "You'd better stop messing with that shit because I don't want you bringing anything into my house. Something probably followed you home." I had never heard my father acknowledge the existence of anything paranormal before that. It was then that I stopped ghost hunting and similar activities altogether. That scared me out of it. I also learned that the spot we were ghost hunting on is an ancient Native American burial ground. Many people have also died in the river near that area, and people have reported strange phenomena there as well. It's probably been 10 to 15 years since I've seen Dalton. He moved away after high school, and I lost contact with him. I've been thinking about what happened that summer again lately. Moreover, I've been reading up on different documented occult practices and self-proclaimed sorcerers and accounts of people talking to the dead and such. One thing that stood out to me specifically was something called Solomonic magic. I guess it was a practice this person did way back, however many hundreds of years ago, that supposedly involves summoning spirits, using their forces, and what have you. Stuff that's usually considered black magic by today's lingo. I've always been a pretty logical person and try to find scientific explanations for everything I don't understand. But the things I experienced are far beyond my comprehension. I wonder if this Solomonic magic was actually things like what I experienced transpiring when people would perform those ceremonies. Did it happen to them? Did they somehow figure out a way to intensify it or control it? Did they delve further into it and discover more of what I just scratched the surface of? Is this a science that can be studied? Is magic real? Is my life a lie? Okay, I'm getting ridiculous, but am I though? How do we know magic and spirits and ceremonial paranormal phenomena and sorcery and whatever don't exist? The stuff I experienced was absolutely real in all senses of the word. That must mean people throughout history might have been able to tap into whatever this is more than I did, right? Are what we consider magic and ghosts and sorcery all interconnected? Is there some way our brains can physically influence things around us? Are we really able to contact people who have passed, or is it like an energy that flows through everything in nature, like the Native Americans have talked about? What did Dalton and I experience that summer? I want to know more about whatever this is so badly. I want to know if it's something that can be studied. If it is, I want to learn as much as I can about it. What if it's some kind of energy or something that can be harnessed? What if ghosts are real? I'm digressing, but based on our experiences, I firmly believe that there exist aspects of the world beyond our current understanding, which are both terrifying and astoundingly fascinating. Entity walking around the house. Hello everyone, so I had to sleep on the couch downstairs because my bed is broken, and I heard some weird sounds. So at 11 p.m. I decided it was a good time to stop working on homework and go to sleep. I spent about an hour talking to my friends, text, on the couch and then attempted to go to sleep. It took me until around 1 a.m. to find a good position and to ignore people messaging me. Despite the intense heat in Texas, I chose to face the couch with my back exposed. 5 minutes later, the silence subsided, and I heard a creaking sound from upstairs, similar to someone moving on the bed. I just thought it was my mom and sisters moving around in their bed. They all sleep in the same bed, and the room is right above the living room, which is where I was sleeping. I hear it more and more until I hear someone actually stepping off the bed, and I guess moving. Again, I just thought it was my mom. I also heard someone walking around the kitchen, moving things we had cleaned but not put away, and generally walking around. There were some loud, pan-clashing noises, and that was when I decided to turn around and cover myself fully with my blanket and try to go to sleep. At that point, it was like 2 a.m. I heard whatever was there go upstairs and kind of just walk around. That's all I heard. When we were having breakfast, I asked my mom if she had gone downstairs or something. She usually does to get the baby a smoothie so she can go back to sleep, but she said she didn't at all. I told her what I had heard during the night and that I didn't sleep well at all, and she looked at me shocked. So here is what my mom said she heard/experienced. My mom said that around 12 a.m. she went to her computer to work on something and that the whole time she was there she heard me gaming in my room, like me laughing and my loud keyboard clicking, for basically the whole duration of her working, and that she even asked me to shut up, but she said I didn't reply and just thought it was because I was wearing earbuds, which does happen when I'm gaming, tbh. Anyways, at some point she heard me stop, and she looked in my little sister's room to see if I had gone to sleep there and didn't see me, and she was kind of sad I had walked past her without saying good night and how quiet I was when supposedly going downstairs that she didn't notice. She has really good hearing for that. I had been downstairs since 11 p.m., and at that point she said she noticed at like 2 a.m. When she was going to bed, she said she heard walking all over upstairs, and that around 2:40 a.m. she started hearing like hard galloping outside in our backyard. As a person would do, I attempted to rationalize the situation at the time. Initially, I thought it was my mom, but it was clear that she wasn't walking or doing anything. I then thought it might be the dog, but it sleeps outside and is generally quiet, especially when it's not mating season, but there is nothing to explain the galloping? My mom checked the backyard cameras, and they saw nothing whatsoever, and she was also upstairs the whole time and didn't see anyone. I also found it weird that we couldn't hear each other despite how aware we were. Like, my notification sound is a loud-ass Pooties sound from TF2, and it sounded at like 1:30 a.m. I had to turn it off, or I would not have been able to sleep. Surely my mom would have heard it, and it sounded twice, and she said she didn't hear anything like that, and from where we were located at those times, she should definitely have. I should have also heard her calling my name and telling me to be quiet/go to sleep, which she did loudly so I could hear her from the office to my room. We honestly don't know what is going on and are petrified. We intend to douse the upstairs and downstairs with holy water. Right now I have to go to class, so my mom is driving me, and her boyfriend, he is Muslim, gave us some prayers to play over the TVs while we are gone to try to help. If you all find some reasonable explanation, please share it, or what this might mean. It really shook my mom hearing the horse gallop as it went around 3 times, and each time it got louder, and I wonder if this is like an urban legend or something that might have meaning, you know, hearing loud galloping at 3 a.m. So I've been talking to my mom a lot and telling her about what people in the comments and on private chats have told me, and she has dropped a lot of house lore I had no idea about. So, one of the people who messaged me asked for some pictures inside my house, and they said that we might have gremlins living in one of the downstairs areas of the house and possibly upstairs too. Well, I told my mom this, and she said that she was told in the past that we probably have gremlins and that they feed on fear and cause awful things to happen in someone's life. Other things pointing to the fact that we probably do have gremlins are that my baby sister, 3 years old, has been scared of being alone and has been calling out this monster every now and then. For example, on the 29th, I was working on school stuff downstairs, and she was with me the whole time. I asked her to start going upstairs, but she was very adamant about it and kept saying there was a monster at the stairs. I didn't think of anything because what kid isn't afraid of going somewhere alone, so I packed my stuff and went to the step of the stairs. She was still adamant about going upstairs, and I asked her, "What's wrong?" She said there was a monster, and I asked her, "Okay, where is it then?" And she proceeded to point almost in front of us and to the floor as if it were a small creature. Yesterday at night, my mom and she were in the office. The baby stayed with my mom the whole time while I and my other sister went to sleep, and my mom told me that the baby was playing by her little kitchen near the stairs, and she heard her say hi to something very timidly, and a minute later she frantically ran to my mom just saying the word scared repeatedly. So, she has probably been seeing whatever is in the house. The worst part is that they have probably been there for a long time, and the instability of my household likely caused them to start preying on us again. When my other sister was around 2 to 4 years old, she is 9 now, she was also scared of something similar. I do remember her being scared, but I never paid much attention to it since she was very attached to my mom and didn't like being alone. But the thing is, she was scared of something she called the bad wolf. She never described it to me, but I asked my mom if she had told her, and she said yes, and that she described it as something with a very long tongue, pointy ears, and huge eyebrows. I asked the person who pointed out the gremlins to me in messages what gremlins could possibly look like and if the description my sister had given years ago matches what a gremlin looks like, and she said that it was pretty accurate to what they are. So, yeah, we are pretty sure that most of what we had experienced before was caused because of them. My mom also had a theory it might be someone cursing us. There is a lot of family drama, especially between my mom and my stepsister's mom. My mom believes that she has been throwing a lot of shit our way and has been for a long time. One of the things she had described to me was that she had gone outside to the backyard, and we have these big pots where plants are supposed to go. We have no plants because Texas heat pretty much kills all the pretty plants, and that she found small bones in them and a white fluffy substance. But she was never able to inspect further because our dog would literally see her being there, dash to her, jump in front of her, and eat whatever was in the pots. Our dog is very jumpy and whatnot, but once you tell it to go away/leave you alone, it will, and it was very weird of him to just eat whatever bone goop was in the pots. Furthermore, this was within the last 2 years. She didn't give me time specifics as to when she saw this in the pots. But she does know that my stepsister's mom is a firm believer in witchcraft and that sort of stuff. So honestly, it might be a mix of the gremlins and whatever the other woman might be doing. Right now, what we are thinking of doing is the sage run through, but we were told not to, as it might actually piss off the gremlins more and cause more bad shit to happen. The house feels fine for now, but I still have this feeling of danger every time I go downstairs or I'm alone.